Sorry, I'm a little frazzled. But welcome to a late night draw stream. Sorry, hold on. My nose is running. Oh my gosh, I'm such a mess. I wasn't going to. Sorry, I've got a runny nose. Blech, gross. I just woke up. I wasn't going to stream tonight, but then I figured I'm going to be working on Fiendish pages, so I might as well start a stream and hang out with you guys. So, why not? Why not? I like hanging out with you guys. I sent the link out to some people, so hopefully they'll join me. But this is just gonna be a really, really chill draw stream. And while I wake the fuck up, I actually got sleep. Holy crap! I'm shocked. Even though my sleep schedule is still garbage. Okay. Hello. Let me say hi to some people in chat. Jeremy Burtz. Hi, what's up? Hi, Alice VRB. Thank you for the links. Thank you. Kelly Green says this song makes you want to have a freak out. The second trailer for chapter 2. That's a song by Zivia. Dzivia. I think they're a Belarusian composer. And he's like one guy, but he hires out orchestras to perform his music. It's pretty cool, isn't it? I thought it was really fitting. It's really fitting. I like bands like Moruna and HELLION, and Zivia is kind of in the same vein, if you know what I'm talking about. Like loud, tough, folk pagan music, like that kind of stuff. J Max, hello. Shade Jazz, hi. What's up? Hello. Holy Hand Grenades. Hi. I lurk more. What's up? Thank you guys for being here. No, it's like at least where I am, it's the middle of the night. But I'm glad you guys are here with me. Yay. Michael Dicha, hello. I should browse the dark streets and alleyways. Yeah, the scooter intro is an old video from Taiwan. So, yeah, that was me on a scooter. I'm a very good driver. Not really. I don't know. I thought I made a nice intro. Matt Bob, what's up? Hey, I'm gonna send you a link. What's up, Chris? Yo, what's up? B.S. Warren, B-Spin. Yo, thank you, my mods, for all the links. You guys are great. Polog, hi. Aaron's doing a closeout? Oh, I didn't know. Now I feel bad. Well, if Aaron's doing a closeout, go watch him. Because you can always just watch the replay of this. I'm just doing a draw stream. Yeah. I want people to support Aaron. I didn't know he was doing a closeout. I'm terrible. I didn't know. You're red wine drunk? Okay, I'll send you the link. Give me a second. Let me send Matt Barr, Mr. Barr, the link. Let's see. I don't have a link from Aaron. Otherwise, I know he was streaming and I would I would have hopped on. I feel so terrible now. I'll send Billy Basker the link as well. Draw stream, all caps. There we go. Anybody wants to come here and shoot the shit with me, join me, make me feel like I have friends, even though I don't. Max San Diego for 2. Hello. Well, I want a one shot of that cyberpunk character. Thank you for the super chat. The old drawings I posted, those are old. Those are from 2007, 2008. It was like I was like graduating high school, starting college. Now everybody knows how old I am. Everybody knows I'm old already. But yeah. I posted some drawings on Twitter from way back when. Apparently people really like these old drawings I did. Which is funny because back then, I mean, I was putting my stuff on DeviantArt, but I wasn't like super getting any attention for it. I think people liked it, but I don't know. I remember being told by some professors that my style was too anime and it wouldn't make any money and I needed to change my style if I wanted to work in America. That was what everybody who had an anime influence was being told back then. Should I pull up the pieces? Let me pull up the art to show you guys. In case you didn't see, there's this drool crust on my cheek. Is it? I'll keep it there for aesthetic purposes. There's no drool crust on my cheek. I'm very well put together. I woke up, I washed my face, I did my makeup. Makeup. So I don't look like complete shit. What's up, Uncle Bear? Hi, Randy Howell. What's up? Okay. Oh, Vic for $4.99. What a beaut. You should have Dillard Draws and Jimmy Cricket on sometime. Top guys. Oh, okay. Dillard Draws. Yeah, Dillard Draws is cool. I would love to have him on. If you're Dillard Draws, if you're around, say something in chat. You can hop on and join me for some drawing. Hello, Donnie Pearson. Steve Giblin. Hi. I graduated from college in 08 too. I'm 13 years older than you. Huh? How does that doesn't... Oh, you graduated from college. Okay. Yeah, I graduated from high school. So there you go. I think. I don't remember what year I graduated. So everything's blurring together. Max Santiago for 2, thank you. You and Vaughn on a collab with that character. Ooh, I would love to do that. Yeah. So let me just pull up those art pieces so people know what the fuck I'm talking about. It's these old pieces. Hold on. What's Aaron closing out? He's closing out Wraith of God, right? I will pull over Wraith of God to support Aaron as well. God damn it. I didn't know he was streaming. If he posted, he's in Kings. If he posted a link in Kings, and I would have seen it and I would have hopped on. All right. Let's see. Pew. Can I show this on YouTube? Yes, I can show this on YouTube. That's totally fine. There you go. Pew. That is the piece I'm talking about. You guys want to look at some of my really, really old art? Here you go. That's some of my really, really old stuff. This is like an old sketchbook. Obviously, it's like pencils, but yeah, this was I don't remember exactly what year, but I've been keeping sketchbooks ever since like middle school. So I have a huge stack of them. Most of them are back in my parents' place in Taiwan, because whenever I'm back in Taiwan, I just like deposit them in my parents' place. But this is my current one that I have with me, and they're always these really thick ones. Most of them are these really thick, like bound black cover sketchbooks, and I've been keeping sketchbooks like this ever since middle school. And this is one such drawing in a sketchbook. This one is almost all fiendish stuff, by the way, because that's all I've been working on for like the past 4 years. Basically, it's my entire life. But yeah, this is an old sketchbook drawing. Hey, we have a guest. It's Matt. It's Matt. Hold on, let me get my headphones.
It's me, Matt Tabara.
It's you. It's me.
What's going on?
What's up?
Look at
Yo.
that. That's dope.
Thank you.
That's a lot of extra details. This kind of shit I love. It's like over-rendered. I love it.
It's over-rendered to shit. So that's how my old art is all like super over-rendered. I was like the detail person. I guess I still am, but it reined back a lot. But yeah, this is an old work I did. Like, I was talking about, I don't know if you saw, I was talking about on Twitter how I feel like art school, well, not ruined me, but it really like constrained me.
Oh, really?
And yeah. Like, I think I learned some things in art school, but really, it's like, I don't know. 90% of the reason I even went to art school and graduated was because, I'm from an Asian family and I need a degree, or otherwise they'd kill me.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah, it was like a given. It was like, well, you're going to college.
Yeah, so like you're already
not like if you are, you're definitely going.
It is, yeah. And additionally, I was from an international school, and it was like a good international school where every single graduating class, it was like one person every Ivy League school at least, like Harvard, Yale, like all those Ivy League schools, and at least one person would go to all those. And if you had a graduating class that didn't have at least one person going to every Ivy League school, y'all were considered failures. And that was already the environment I was from. So the fact that I was going to art school, that was the environment I was from, okay?
Emotional damage.
You will destroy the family.
You will destroy the family. And I was going to art school, so of course I needed to at least graduate and do a good job and be able to feed myself. Otherwise, I'd just be like triple shaming my family and my culture. So anyways. Yeah. That means you really graduated in 1993? No, I actually did graduate in. Was I in classes 07 or 08?
Are your parents like cool with you now? Are you not like they weren't ever cool with you, but like are they like, oh, you're doing it with the art stuff?
My dad was always cool because my dad's American and he was always super supportive and nice about it. And but my mom is Taiwanese, so it's like she would have mood swings about it. She would take me to drawing classes because the way it is in Asia is you go to school, you don't get off school until like 4:30, okay, and then you go to more school. You go to after school. You go to like cram school. You know, in manga and in Japanese culture, I think people are more familiar with that. You go to supplemental classes after school to go study in like or you get tutors. That was my entire childhood. I barely had a childhood.
What are you getting tutored in? More shit that you learned during the day?
Yeah, it was like so in elementary school it wasn't that rigorous, but after middle school it was like, okay, it's like they treat schooling like your job. That's how they teach you. And I was told like if you your performance in schooling will show future employers how competent you are at employment. So you need to be responsible like an adult and treat your schooling like it's a job. And so
I mean, does it help the culture to be like this at all? Like, I mean, is Taiwan like fucking, I don't know.
I mean,
futuristic on like is everybody just fucking geniuses in Taiwan? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, does this mentality, does it help the child?
We are the chip manufacturer of the world. You know that, right?
I do know that.
So take that as you will.
Okay. Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm setting you up. Spike it.
Oh, okay. Right, you're wine drunk. But also you don't know much about Taiwan, so that's fine.
You have super chips. You have like small chips like that go into like the light bulbs, you know? And then what are they called? Smart chips. Sorry. They're smarter than I am.
No, they're just all sorts of chips, and Taiwan makes a lot of computer parts and stuff, and we have a couple of Asus is a Taiwanese company. I think Acer is as well. So a lot of computer companies and manufacturers, and we make a lot of the parts. So it's like start to finish a lot of the chip technology. And I grew up in the Silicon Valley area of Taiwan, by the way. My dad worked for like a rotating, you would jump between companies, but he would write the manuals in English for all of these computers because he spoke English, so that was his job. But yeah, but the culture is very education focused. So my point is, the only reason I graduated art school is because I had to. But really, I think this sounds terrible because I don't think art school is a waste of money. Maybe I'm just in denial about like I spent so much time and like money, and I don't want to think of it as a waste. But I really the stuff that really helped me was making connections, but which was like outside of class, but also what the classes where I was like, this blows my mind, I really learned something, was like about 3 classes. There was intro to sequential art, which is like your introduction to sequential art classes because I studied comics and animation, visual storytelling, which is a senior class, and one writing class that I wasn't even qualified to be in. It was a grad level class that I sat in on, and it was like a really hard writing class, and it was the only class I was like seriously fucking struggling doodling because it was so hard. And I actually, for the first time, learned how to write, because before this, I would just like kind of, I was a world builder. I would make things up, but I really didn't really understand story or structure. And I would just like make up stories, but there wouldn't be like really any character arcs and shit. So there were these 3 classes that I feel like I could have taken these 3 classes from the start and practice on my own and just like put my shit on the internet and got experience through working and apprenticeships, and I would still be where I am right now and probably better off. But that's a bitter thought. It is what it is. Max Santiago for 2. Thank you. I'm telling you, a one shot will be a home run. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you think so. Yeah, so this is I don't know.
What is the term? The mileage may vary.
Your mileage may vary with art school.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I really enjoyed art school, but it's like I don't know if like other people had the same experience that I did. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's all. I agree with you. There was a lot of classes that I probably didn't need to take, but then there's some classes I was like, holy shit, like, and some stuff like so second year at SVA was like more foundation bullshit, right? And I was like, fuck, man, like I don't want to take another year of like art history. I couldn't get out of art history, but there was like some other like bullshit.
Me neither.
I was like, fuck, I gotta take
They made me take drawing too, and I don't want to sound like I'm too good for it, but I was,
it depends on the teacher.
I didn't need drawing too.
It depends on the teacher. So it was like, I was like not happy with my second year, so I just went to fucking Klaus Jansen's class, right? He had a sequential art class. And I just like went in there and like you were saying, you're just sitting in graduate classes. So I went in there and was like, here's my portfolio. I'd like to be in your class, and he was like, yeah, okay. And he like wrote on a piece of paper, like on a slip, like giving me permission. And I took it to the guidance counselor and shit. And she let me go to his class. And then I did to like 2 other classes. And she was just like, you're going to spend it. You got to go back to those foundation classes, which it wasn't that bad. Like when I went back to get them, it was like photography and shit. You know what I mean? It's like,
oh yeah,
at the time,
the first 2 years were nothing but foundation classes, and I just like
shit. It was shit. Wasting your time, man.
I know exactly, and especially freshman year, and it's like, and I felt like I was one of like 3 people in freshman year actually trying to learn, because I was in like the computer lab. I didn't know I could sit in on classes. I figured that out later. But freshman year, I was in the computer lab watching the seniors do senior project and like just doing what they were doing. It's like they were making in these concepts, because there's a lot of people trying to get into concept art at the time as well. So I was like, oh, let me look at how they're drawing environments for their portfolio. Let me copy that, and let me look at how they're doing turnarounds for characters. Let me copy that. And I was like not partying, sitting in the computer lab, like drawing all night long, like this crazy fucking freshman. I don't know what's wrong with me. And there were other people that were doing that, but not. It wasn't everybody. And it was so frustrating because I desperately wanted to learn. I wanted to get started. And like, it was like the school was telling me, nah, now you need to take these baby, like drawing to fucking color theory classes. And I was like going crazy.
You didn't like color theory? I like color theory.
Oh my god, my color theory class was like for fucking babies, dude.
Oh, see, we had this crazy ass fucking painter named Peter Heinemann, and he was like, "Just call me Peter because you'll never pronounce my name right." And he like, dude, it was dog shit, because first day in class, it's like, okay, here, pull out a piece of paper and make this list. Okay, I need you to get this fucking paint knife, these fucking oils, these fucking 12 different oil paints, this fucking, like he like had you like just buy like a grocery list of shit from the arts, from the art store. Dude, that fucking first year was easily like $1,000 in fucking art supplies. of just like
they
just like
made
oils
us
and
buy.
linseed oils and shit. You know what I mean? That I had to like buy and like I want you to buy a number 4. And he was this crazy guy. I mean, it was awesome, but yeah, it was like the money spent, dude, was just insane. I mean, I would have loved to like have a more condensed, you know, fucking curriculum. Is that the right word for it? Yeah.
No, 100%. Same here. It just in freshman year I spent so much money on supplies as well. I remember like going to color theory class. They made us get like a Pantone color deck, and they're like, "You will treasure this. You will use this for the rest of your life. I've never used it again." And
Dude,
it was
Pantone puts out a new
dumb.
book every year. Like Pantone
It was
expects you to fucking
and
have
it
a new
was
book
like
every
a
year.
deck of color cards and shit. And I mean, I think they were training people to all be like traditional painters and stuff. And I'm like, I want to be a comic artist. It's not like color theory isn't important, but they also weren't teaching color theory in a way that would help a comic artist. So it's like they were teaching stuff like mix red and green for brown. I'm like, I know this. I've been drawing since I was 2. Teach me how to color for storytelling. Teach me how to color in Photoshop. And half of this shit, because I was so frustrated, I had to just learn it on my own. Yeah,
we didn't have Photoshop when I went to college. The dude that was showing us how to like color for comic books was doing like Doc Martens and stuff. He was like, okay, I do these Doc Martens, and then he had these little things. He's like, okay, I use this, and he starts writing down like all the colors in the margin of like, okay, this is that color, this is that color. Like he was doing like color separations while he was doing the colors. It was wild. It's like 97, maybe 96.
We had Photoshop. So yeah, I was in college.
I mean, we had stuff like that, but I didn't know anybody who had a computer, you know, or like went to the computer shit. Sorry.
Yeah, we had I mean, the main thing. Yes, Matt dropping like a used condom, says Billy Bassett. Billy, you have to link. Check your fucking Twitter.
I didn't use you like a used.
Jesus Christ, Billy, come on. Okay. Right. We had
emotions that I'm holding on to. Jesus.
All right. It's you don't have to tell the whole internet about your one night stands, Matt.
What? Jeez. If I have a one night stand, I don't think it would be with Billy.
You sure? He seems to be really into you. I think you're breaking his heart right now.
No, we're homeboys. Doesn't mean we fuck. That's gross.
Oh, okay. Yeah. That's true. I'm not gonna be like those fucking Marvel writers that are like, 2 guys are friends. That means they're fucking. It's so fucked up. Why is it like fandom?
Like Lone Ranger and
so
Tonto.
gross.
You know what I mean? They don't need to fuck, and if you add fucking to it, you're gross.
So yeah, it gets weird. So yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah,
Sorry.
Wraith of God, everybody. I think this is the one that's closing out. I just checked Aaron's Twitter, so I didn't know I was streaming over him. I am terrible. I apologize to Aaron, but please, everybody, go check it out. This is Wraith of God 1 Second Chance campaign, and I think he has a new cover for it. So let me post a link right there. Everybody, let me post titles. Wraith of God 1 Second Chance. Control V, and there you go. And I'll pin this in my stream as penance, and make it up to my friend Aaron. Everybody go back this, because it's going to be down very shortly. There we go. Look at this. You guys all know Aaron's an amazing artist. Look at that. That's beautiful. And you can buy Shelly a shot as well. Shelly's awesome.
Shots.
Shelly's good people. You know, you want that. Here's some interiors. Absolutely beautiful work. Aaron is a master of his craft. Look at that. He's so good with like anatomy and figures. So yeah, go check it out, everybody. Go take a look. Pew, 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 pew.
Pew, pew, pew.
All right, let's go back to talking about art school. Let me show some of my other older stuff. So, I don't know if you saw I posted some like old shit. This is how the discussion got started, and apparently people really like it. And
Yeah.
Matt. Oh, where Eric Winberg, fire for 2. Thank you.
Fire. Light up
your rivalry is alive. I didn't mean to stream over him. So, anyways, here's another piece. I think I actually have a date here.
Oh wow! Look at that. Let's look at that.
This is 2007. I have it written right there. I gave this drawing to my grandma, but then she died, and I don't know who has it. I think my aunt has it in Philadelphia or something. I have no idea where it went. Yeah, this is old. So yeah, I think art school taught me. It's almost like I went to art school just to have a computer lab to use Cintiq and Photoshop because I was too poor to actually own any of this gear. But like there were like 3 classes that were useful to me, and like it was more than. I mean, for comics, I guess. Like there was definitely more for like because I also minored in animation, and in animation, I like learned programs like Flash and Maya. Those are like hard programs, and you kind of need a class to learn it. So I'll take that back. It wasn't just like 3 classes. Like the animation courses, honestly, I learned a lot more in animation courses than the comics courses. I almost felt like the comics course in my school SCAD was not rigorous enough. It could have been so much more rigorous, but the problem was we spent so much time just like learning to draw. And I'm like, if a student already can draw decently, you should push them further because that's the whole point of education. And I wanted to learn more. I wanted to start drawing comics earlier. And I felt like it wasn't quite as rigorous as say like animation or game design, but that was just my thoughts. I don't know. I'm still like happy I went. I had some good times. It was a fun time in my life.
Yeah.
But I think overall it did constrain me somewhat, and it was like a combination of art school, but also the grind of after art school working in animation for probably like a 2 or 3 year span where every day it was a grind, like, and I was too poor to own a car, so I was taking the metro in Atlanta, and it was the 2-hour commute to this animation studio, and I was working for like a shit salary with no benefits, and I'm just paying my dues, but I was like so depressed by the end of it because I had no time to draw for myself. I was spending all my time doing grunt work for this animation company. I was getting home at like 10 p.m. and just exhausted, and I wasn't drawing for myself, and my dream was to draw comics, and I didn't get to draw like this for like 5 years because I was working for other people and trying to pay the bills, and I had nobody to rely on. So and this was, so I feel like, I don't know.
Oh, what the fuck?
It was.
I like that. I'm saying what the fuck because I'm like looking. It's like so detailed. I'm like, wait a minute. What? There's like I see the hands and I see stuff going on the hands.
That's it's dope. Like I really like tech stuff. I was really into Shiro, Masamune Shiro, Ghost in the Shell, obviously, but also Blame. I was really into cyberpunk, really. When I first started art school, I still like this stuff. The thing is, I don't really. I mean. I had a mind to do something really similar to Ghost in the Shell. I've always wanted to do a crime story set in Asia. And honestly, that's still evolved into something that I'm working on in the background, or I plan to work on. I want to do like just one graphic novel. It's not going to be an ongoing thing like Fiendish. It's just going to be one book. And it's
You're not going to make a whole new language for it?
No, it's going to be set in the real world. It'll be set in Taiwan. And and it's a crime story that I really want to do, and it's like gnarly as fuck. It's gonna be super adult, and I don't even know I can put down Indiegogo, but eventually I'm just gonna work on it in the background and put it out sometime. But I still love cyberpunk. I just never really have a story because it's like I guess I can. It's like if you do science fiction, I almost feel like the technology needs to come into play with the story, and I think it should. Instead of just, or I want it to, instead of it just being a backdrop. So I'm like, well, I don't really know I didn't really have any like super new ideas for technology. I like designing stuff, but it's like, well, ideas like having a cyber brain that's already been taken, and having like
couple times
alternate bodies, and like different ways of like putting your consciousness into another body. What was that?
It's almost like become a trope. So it's like you have to like kind of navigate the minefield of tropes of like, okay, what's kind of been done, what's been overdone, what hasn't been done in a while, what can you do? You know what I mean? It's like,
I'm sure there is new stuff
to get around it.
Yeah, I'm sure there is definitely. I don't know. I'm just sort of been sitting back and waiting for an idea because I like doing the designs, and this is just me playing around with designs and shit. Let me see what else is there. Oh, there's a dude. In case you can't tell, I really like Blame, and I feel like it's kind of obvious. Some like old. Oh, this is really short, very fast.
Holy
What
shit!
else? What else?
The fuck is going on? Okay.
It's definitely a Linkin Park cover ripoff. Yes, it is. So, anyways,
like I have like my sci-fi story that I'm kind of like thinking about while I'm mowing the lawn and shit is kind of like a Dyson sphere where you have a couple of planets orbiting and you kind of get forced to land on one of these orbiting moons, and then you're stuck there. So like all your tech gets like nullified on this island that you get like pulled towards. So you show up and like there's other aliens and other people who have been pulled to that place. And some of them have been there for a couple thousand years. Some of them have been there for a couple hundred. But like they're all kind of like surviving off of like kind of like an EMP almost in a way. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Yeah. Sort of, kind of.
So what I was thinking was you have this Dyson sphere, which is like, you know, one of those like mega structures that they build around the sun. Right? Have you heard of that? You've heard of the Dyson sphere.
I know what a fucking Dyson sphere is.
Yeah, I know. You're fucking Irene, right? So I'm imagining, okay, so you have this culture who like created this Dyson sphere, and then they created these like mini moons around their Dyson sphere so that like when somebody would fly through, they would like grab your ship and like land you on one of these moons. And these moons were like not like holding cells, but like waiting rooms. Right? So it's like you land on one of these moons, and then they would come from the Dyson sphere to like greet you and fucking figure out what your deal is, right? But like at some point, like they die somehow. So these people are like the infrastructure is still putting out this like EMP. So all these different aliens are being forced to land on this planet, and they lose their tech. So, I wanted to go ahead. I'm sorry.
They land on this planet and they have to start over.
Yeah. So you kind of like land on the planet and none of your shit's really working. So it's kind of a survival kind of a thing. And I wanted the main characters to be aliens, right? But then I also wanted them to have an antagonist that were these like black clad fucking like entities from the south, and like it turns out that they're humans. You know, that they're the humans that are wearing like their spacesuits and shit. I kind of wanted the idea of, you know, being like, oh my god, there's these like, you know, crazy steel beetle guys fucking coming after us. I'm just spitballing, but like they're actually humans. Does that make sense?
It kind of makes sense. True makes more sense than anything else makes sense. Matt makes sense. He's in a different dimension. We have to catch up with him.
Trust me, you'll be like, oh, okay, yeah. I'm like missing huge parts of it. Thank you, Irene, for having me here.
Huh? What? What?
Thank you for having me here.
Oh, of course. I love having you here. What are you?
I'm just, you know.
I
got some ideas.
Yeah, I
sci-fi
love
stuff
hearing
is
them.
fun, but it's like sci-fi, but like survival. You know what I mean? I don't want to just be like, oh, sci-fi with aliens. Like I always want to just like kind of like bend two genres together. You know, so it's sci-fi, but it's like it's survivalist kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like
with
that.
the humans
I like
being
that.
bad guys. Yeah.
I like that. Well, my idea was I really like crime and sci-fi definitely because I'm hugely influenced by Ghost in the Shell. But I really couldn't. It's like I realized after a while. So this is what I'm showing here. This is one page of a comic that I did while just holed up in a computer lab in freshman year. Like I said, you want to see some really bad dialogue and like terrible perspective. This perspective makes no sense. Okay, this is not good art, guys. You understand? I think a lot of people they see a lot of detail and they're like, so wow, detail, but it's terrible. The perspective is all wrong. The dialogue is shit. Like I can draw close-ups and the detail is okay, but this is just all detail. And I mean, I guess the colors are okay, but it's really not good. And I'm a lot better now. Detail is easy and mindless, but it's my structure was nowhere. I was terrible. Are you saying structure is important? Yeah, structure is important. So this is an old comic page I did, and because I had a sort of story idea, I was gonna do like it's like a cyberpunk story. This like girl was breaking into a facility to like retrieve some material, and then finds out there's like somebody captured there. She has to save them. She's like a cyborg special agent. But I'm like, man, I feel like this is just me kind of. This is almost like Ghost in the Shell fan art. It's not really my original idea, and I'm very aware, maybe paranoid of that. And even Fiendish, somebody said Point Blank said Sword and Sorcery has the same tropes, but it doesn't make it unoriginal. But even with that, I've always been both. I've been a fan of cyberpunk, but also Sword and Sorcery. And I didn't do anything sword and sorcery until I felt like I had a really original idea with Fiendish. And because like with Fiendish, there are certain fantasy elements that I've embraced, but at the end of the day, I'm not doing a chosen one story. I'm not even doing a standard adventure group story. I have an adventure group, but the way I'm doing it, it's not like they all meet in a bar. It's not like somebody drawing their D&D campaign. I'm not saying like I'm the most original thinker ever, but I wanted my story to be my idea. Like I will have something to say. It's not just me conforming to, well, I like fantasy, so let me draw a fantasy story. Does that make sense? Yeah. So yeah. So anyways, this is like, there you go. That's my old shit. Enough of that. But
people are liking it. I'm seeing the chats. People are enjoying it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have like a couple of different stories in different genres, and they're just kind of like my like love letters. Like I love sci-fi. Here's my approach to sci-fi. This is kind of things that I want to do with sci-fi.
Patrick T, I saw your super chat. I just started them sometimes I don't want to interrupt people talking, so I have them.
That's my fault. I take blame for that.
No, it's not your fault. I saved them for later, guys. So I try to not miss super chats. Patrick T for $1.99. Thank you so much. Where's the Arsha crack one for the art that I was showing earlier? There was an Arsha crack. It was under the clothes. Was it not prominent enough? I will make my Arsh cracks more prominent going forward. Thank you very much. Danko Solo for 5. Thank you. Was that sequential page you posted the other day for a story you're still working on? I guess that's the page I was just showing. No. The short answer is no, because I felt like it was really derivative. I just did like a test page. This is the way I do a lot of comics. It's like I'll have an idea and I'll just start drawing the first few pages before I even have a script. That's the same thing I did with Fiendish. Which is why I had to redraw the first entire half of chapter 1, by the way, in case you guys didn't know about that, because I just started drawing it before I even had everything planned out. Vic for $1.99, thank you. You like Art Adams, girls? I do. Art Adams is an amazing artist. Yeah.
Good stuff, Art Adams, for sure.
Art Adams is great. Cecil was awful with super chats last night. Oh yeah, Cecil's stream was last night. Let's see. Where is Narwhal? I don't know if he has the link. A bunch of people have the link, but I guess everybody is busy. I don't know, working? I'm going to work, but I'm just going to work on the stream. Speaking of, let me get started on that.
I'm sorry, chat. You're stuck with just me. Sorry.
That's not a problem. Come on. It's not a problem.
I'm going on vacation, so I got all my shit done, so I'm just like drinking a little bit of wine before,
Yeah.
on vacation.
I'm hoping to, because I'm in the last stretch of drawing fiendish pages, and I'm gonna do like a yard party and stuff, and it's gonna be great. And my vacation is going to be Tampa, because that'll be like soon after I'm done with everything for chapter 2. So that's my plan.
Word.
Fuck is my...
Yeah, I know I'm drunk, but I'm sitting here doing these fucking resort wear screen print t-shirt designs as we're working. So I think I'll have all 6 of them done by the time we're done streaming.
What are you working on? Resort wear t-shirt designs?
Yeah. Nothing cool. Like when you go to like if you go to like Eagles or Wings, those stores on the coast. If you go to like any kind of like Myrtle, any kind of beach resort area from Nag's Head down to whatever, they have this chain of stores called Wings, and they have a chain of store called Eagles, and you go in there and you buy fucking hermit crabs and fucking salt taffy and whatever the fuck they're selling. But they'll have like a sea turtle design, and it'll say, hey, Panama Beach City, whatever the fuck, right? So somebody has to do that design.
Oh yeah, I've seen you do t-shirt designs for like beach parties and stuff before.
Yeah, it's dog shit.
No, it's not. Holy shit. It's actually really cool.
It's dog shit, but it pays the bills, and so I have to do a whole bunch, and then I get to go to the beach this weekend. I'm gonna go to the beach to a wedding. So I get to go to the beach, and then I get to go to a wedding, and it's not my wedding, and it's not any of my daughter's wedding, so I don't have to pay for it. So I could just go and get fucked up, and dance, or do some dancing.
That sounds nice. Okay, I'm sorry for the delay, guys. I'm setting on my screen capture because I want to record my drawing so I can do another time-lapse video, but this is what I'm working on. There you go. I think I showed this page before, but here are the...
Oh, shit. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
I like the boobies breaking the panel right there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, people really seem to like that. I wasn't going to do that at first, and I was like, should I? And everybody was like, do it, have the tits sticking out. So I think it's just going to be, I'm going to make it a trope at this point. I'm just going to have Ragna's boobs breaking the panel borders through the whole story, on and off. Dago Solo for 5, thank you so much. Do you still have the first couple of fiendish pages you had to redraw? Yeah, I have so for the hold on.
Always.
Matt is so drunk. Hold on, let me show you guys something. Okay, I swear I'm gonna start drawing soon. But hold on. So this, if you guys have this preview book that was available with the chapter 1 campaign, but not anymore because there's only like 10 left. This preview book is the first time Fiendish was ever put into print, and this is the first half of chapter 1, but it was a really early edition of it. It was available in 2019. I brought it to New York Comic Con. It was like right before COVID hit, but I went to New York Comic Con that year, and I brought this along, and I was showing it to people, and I tried to pitch it to some publishers, and they were like, this looks nice, but it's not for us. And I'm like, okay, nobody wants it. But this is like kind of the first draft of the story, and it was all black and white. And so this is the first draft of it. And actually the first few pages, the real first draft, that's in regrowth. So it's in my art book, hold on, which is available with Fiendish 2. here you go. This book right here, and you can get it as add-on, or you can get it with the Give Me Everything, like the subscription tiers. And I have some really early work for Fiendish in here. So like here, these are early sketches for Fiendish, and
history in the making right there, folks.
This is like a really early design of Casimir. He looks kind of different.
Oh,
like
let
his
me see
hair
that
is
little grandma lady. She's like, oh, I want to eat whatever soup she's making.
She's cute, isn't she?
She is. I just want to like let her hug me.
She would be the most grandmas of grandmas.
Make me something.
This is
Mimi.
like the first design of costume. His hair's kind of different. I changed the way I draw him. So, anyways, I think I have. Oh, look, all these fucking thumbnails for other comics. Like, good to see me being a crazy person. Do I have the other pages available? I have some. Oh, here's the line art of the intro pages here. This is why you should get my art book, because I have all kind of hidden weird shit in it. Oh, here's another comic. So this is another test page. Remember how I said when I have a comic idea, I'll just start drawing test pages before I even have a script? This was a test page for the crime comic that I ultimately decided is going to be set in Taiwan. So here's a sneak peek of... I'm still working... I finally have the story kind of solid now, but this is sort of like I'm just like testing out what do I want the art and the mood to be like. And I did that years ago, so I've had this idea.
What do you think about showing the chat, showing the crowd like what you're gonna do next? What do you think about that?
I'll show them, but it's like but it's like you don't know the actual story. I've said it's a crime comic.
Yeah.
And this is the first time I've shown any art, but the final art isn't going to look like that because I've changed so much. But that's like kind of the mood I'm going for. I've already said it's going to be a dark crime story. And it's going to be set in Taiwan. And the details of the story, I'm keeping it under wraps until I launch it. So,
Well, do you think if you like set up, this is what I'm thinking. I'm spitballing this. Chat, help me out. Irene, help me out. Of like creating a couple of pages of a couple of different campaigns, and then asking the chat like which ones do you guys jam on, and then doing the ones that got the most. Because I have a couple of ideas of like what to do next, but I don't know what to do next. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what to do. But like I have like 3-4 different paths, and I'm ready to like start sprinting. But I'm just like, I need a path. So like let the crowd decide. Like, hey, Comicsgate, indie comics. Like, here's this idea. Here's this idea. Here's this idea, and have them like like a good 2 or 3 pages of each one. Like, which one should I do first, and then let them decide. Is that bullshit or what?
I think that could work. Though I don't really know what... I feel like I always know what I want to do next, but
yeah, I know.
And I think at some point you just have to pick a favorite. Like, I don't know, what do you feel like is your favorite? You have to be confident about your own ideas, because I think the chat's just gonna want you to do everything. My experience,
I'm gonna do everything. It's not
the audience. Yeah. No, like my experience of asking the audience is like they're not. If you're gonna put a poll out, it's gonna be like if you put out 3 ideas. If you put out 2 ideas, it's going to be 50-50. If you put out 4 ideas, it's going to be 25% for everyone, because they want to see all of it. So you just have to pick which one you think you have, like, and think about your work schedule, which one fits your work schedule, which one is a subject matter that keep your interest the most at this time, and just go with it. And I know eventually you'll do all of them, but which one to do first, you have to decide. Because you're the one drawing it, and you have to be happy with your work as you're doing it. Like, of course, we should listen to the audience, but at least I think the audience generally would just want you to do all of them and give it to them right now.
Okay. All right. Okay. I just need to pick one.
Yeah. Or, I'm not saying you shouldn't, do some test pages like that. I think that's a cool idea. But, I'm just letting you know. whenever I ask people, they're like, "Give us everything," and I understand.
Yeah, it's more of like a which one do you want first?
Yeah, see, do it now, all of it. I'm trying to give you guys everything you want.
Yes.
Okay, let me catch up on some super chats.
Yes,
Vic
I am.
for 199. You look like one of Art Adams girls. Do I?
Oh, where's the little monkey?
I'm not nearly that cute, but thank you. Vic for 199. Thank you. Doesn't Matt kind of remind you of Gary Sinise?
Gary Sinise?
I don't know who that is.
Maybe like Uncle Red from fucking Silver Bullet. That would be dope. You don't know who Gary Sinise is?
I don't know who that fucking anybody is.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Gary Sinise is like this crazy buckwild guy who like he was in a bunch of stuff and then he kind of disappeared for a while.
Yeah.
Have you seen Silver Bullet? Have you seen the movie Silver Bullet?
Nope.
He's in that.
Okay, cool.
Have you seen this movie? No. Okay. All right. Well,
I haven't seen anything. Yeah, exactly.
I know that's now the joke. So you have he's like a wild guy, but I'm not too wild off camera. I'm pretty normal because I have 2 kids that I'm like maintaining their equilibrium.
That makes sense. You gotta be a calming force. Max Santiago for 2. Thank you. Let me know if some of you need SeaWorld tickets. There you go. Matt is only wild on stream, and he saves his wildness for us because he has to be a responsible adult.
But it's not that it's like 2 people. Like I'm definitely like me off camera, but I'm just I'm dealing with small people, so I'm not.
I know what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense.
I'm not blazing up and drinking red wine in front of.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think most people operate the same way. You know what Queen's Blade is? Vic for 199. Thank you.
What?
No, I don't. I don't know.
What is the Queen's Blade?
I don't know.
Look at his fucking photo. What the fuck is going on with his photo? Do you see that shit? Is that his ass cheeks hanging out?
I'm not going to make that any bigger. Hey, Sim. Hello, the legless guy in Forrest Gump. Oh, is that it? Fontana Castle. Hello. Really would be fun to watch movies with you. She's always seeing it for the first time.
Absolutely. Dude, absolutely. I'm like, have you seen this? Like, no, she has never seen anything. I feel like she hasn't seen anything.
I've seen some stuff, but it's just very sporadic. Vic for 199. Thank you. Was there a Vagrant story for the PS1 in Taiwan?
This fucking dude's fucking avatar.
Okay, I'm gonna. Now that you pointed it out, I'm just like.
Do you want me to stop pointing it out?
Because YouTube might have a problem with it.
All right, let's talk about the shade of purple.
Thank you for the super chat. Color. Okay, I'm gonna actually start drawing because that's what I'm here for, everybody.
Why did you pick that purple?
Because it looks better on camera, and I want everybody to see the pencils. Yeah, I'm gonna lighten it before I ink it, because then I won't be able to see the inks if I don't like it. Hold on, let me see. Do I have any? I write notes for shit that I have to do. Oh, well, yes, housekeeping. One thing I forgot to say this at the beginning. I have a Rumble, so let me post a link for that. Guys, please go follow me on Rumble before we actually get started. Like, been here for an hour and haven't started drawing yet. But there, I have a Rumble, and I want to get to 100 subscribers so I can start live streaming and simulcasting there. Subscribe to my Rumble. There you go. And you know how alternate media is, how it's good to have a backup. And thank you for the link, Alex VRB. You guys are so fast with my wonderful mods are so fast with the link. So there you go. Please subscribe to me so I can start streaming over there as well. Right now, I use my Rumble as a backup. So I just, all my streams will mirror over there and stuff. But I would like to actually be able to start using Rumble, but you have to get to 100 subscribers. And I'm really close. I'm at like 80 something. So please, por favor, go subscribe to me there. I would really appreciate it.
Let's make it happen, folks.
There you go. I'm going to pin that as well. All right. Hey, that's my main housekeeping. My mods are awesome. Yeah.
Rumble. Let's go to Rumble.
Yeah. Job Settler is really mad about me privating streams. People private streams all the time. I don't even private that many. I'm sorry. I'm the worst. I know.
Why do you private streams? Is it because like people say stuff, or you just decide to do it?
Sometimes it depends. Yeah, sometimes people say stuff and I'm like, this shouldn't be out there. Or sometimes, like the other day, I was showing art that I felt like After the Fact should be for members only. So I made the stream members only. So if you're a member, you can still see the stream, but it's not public. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's like, I don't know. That's how live streams are. But I don't. I try to not private live streams, but you know how they are. Sometimes things will get crazy, and I just feel like it'd be better to not give the antis ammo, or sometimes things just get a little weird. Maybe I'm being paranoid, but that's 90% of the time that's the reason. Yeah. All right, let's start drawing. It's draw time. Let's go. Woo! Draw time. Whoa. So here's the page that I penciled the other day, and I'm gonna ink it now. Here we go. This is one of the pages towards the end of the story, but it's not too spoilery. I mean, I've already mentioned this is Ragna meeting up with everybody, and she knows Casimir, but she doesn't know the others, and she's being kind of a bit of a spiteful bitch, and she doesn't like Yomi, because Yomi's a dev. Yeah, so there. That's mildly fucked up, but there you go.
He's a dove?
Dev.
Oh, dev. Sorry.
The purple people in my world.
Mm-hmm.
Right, let me start recording. All right, because I'm recording this as I ink it, so I can put up a time lapse later. There you go. And I apologize if I miss any super chats. I'll go back at the end and read them all, just so everybody knows. Okay. Yay! Time to start drawing. Let's go. Where's Billy? Billy, get the fuck in here. You have the link.
Somebody. She needs to talk to somebody other than my drunk ass.
I'm more than happy to talk to your drunk ass. But I don't know. I want all my friends here.
Yeah, right?
I want the more the merrier. Also, I usually go to sleep pretty soon.
I do.
I'm just being considerate because I know you have a schedule that's less shit than me.
You're my buddy. Thank you so much.
I'm considerate, see? I think about these things. All right.
Man, he was like, hey, man, do you want to do these designs? I'm like, man, I got to go on vacation. He's like, man, I really need you to do them. Okay.
Who?
Mr. Retail. He was like, hey, can you please do these designs for me? I really need them. But I think I'm gonna do like a real hard push on some of this retail screen printing bullshit so that I could like fund some stuff in CG.
Mm-hmm. Like, so you can have some money to work on projects before and get ready to launch your own stuff?
Yeah. Like, hey, Billy, can you color these 15 pages for me before we go live? And then have that money to, to cover them.
Yeah,
it just sucks because it's fucking t-shirt designs and shit. You know what I mean? Oh,
Joe Seiler says there's 10 gifted memberships from Maromi. Thank you so much, Maromi. There's 10 gifted memberships. If anybody wants to nab those, go get those. I post stuff for members all the time. So go look in the community tab. I have stuff for members that people don't get to see, but there's actually a lot of stuff, and it's all hidden and secret. So there you go.
Yo, Vaughn, I'm like constantly pushing that shit. There is a skate park in Charleston that has like some wild rat fink fucking designs on them. Yeah, dude, I'm constantly pulling from everywhere to keep myself fresh. Hey,
Vaughn,
we have a We have a skateboard. We have a skateboard park that's opening up. Okay, and I'll like sketch some shit that looks like Rat Fink. It's just some crazy fucking monster riding on a skateboard, and they liked it. Blah 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 blah.
Oh, I'm listening. Sorry, I was distracted because I was sending Vaughn the link. So
No, I feel like
pop in.
Please, dude.
I apologize. Do you want to show some of your t-shirts? Because I've seen some of them and they look fucking awesome, dude. Can you show any of them?
Nah, these are like one color. These I don't.
Show. Okay.
Please don't be mad. But I'd rather your people see these. It's like verbiage shit, like stay salty with like a palm tree and shit in it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy though. It's so crazy how much other commercial art fields pay compared to comic books.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Comic books fucking shit, is a fucking love. Like I love making comic books.
Mm-hmm.
Because the amount of time that you put in is like it's like below minimum wage. I feel like
it's fucking absolutely insane. The rates that now that I'm hiring people, a lot of the times like I think people are so used to being underpaid for comics. I always try to pay more than people ask for, but I understand like because you're paying per page, and a comic is like, even if it's like only 20 pages, which the comics we're doing in Comicsgate are all more than 20 pages. These are huge fucking books. They're like minimum for colors and inks. It's at least $3,000, if not more. That's like the minimum if you have like very basic prices and beginner artists, and it just goes up from there. And like it's just absolutely, it costs a lot of money, and I think people don't realize that. And I have so many thoughts about this. So it's like American comics have been trained to just kind of settle with the idea that comics don't make money, so you should operate like it's never going to make money. And it's like Joseph Fazio says, how the hell do you get a membership? Click the join. You see, it should be next to the subscribe next to the title of the channel, and hit join. That means join as a member, and you should be able to click. You should be able to get it for free because there were 10 that were gifted. If there's still any left over, I think. KY Docs just became a new member. Thank you so much. Welcome. Yay.
Thanks, bro.
Frenda does art for a living, and 2 people do Fortnite skins for side work. Yeah. So I think almost everyone who's doing comics does side work. I worked in animation and gaming for years, and I still do work on the side for other industries. Comics is not my only thing. I just don't talk about it, and it's because it pays the bills, even as well as my campaign is doing. It's not the only income, and honestly, part of it is just a fallback. But because I'm paranoid, I'm like, I'm still, unless I get like 5 fiendish books doing this well, I'm like, I'm going to do my best work, but I've been ignored for so long. I'm like paranoid of things not working out. I'm paranoid of like, well, I don't know. What if like, plus like all this weird platform shit we're dealing with. I just don't know. So I want to have a backup. And as an artists who make a living with their craft and they're not starving artists, they spread themselves out. They don't put all their eggs in one basket. You learn to do multiple different things. You learn to do advertising, gaming art, character design, storyboard, sequential art, comics, and advertising. That I already mentioned that, and background art. I painted backgrounds for animation for years, and that's just what you have to do. But
it sounds so silly. Have you seen like that show like Alone? Where
no, I haven't.
Okay, well, just bear with me here. Where it's like
she hasn't seen anything.
I haven't seen. Just stop asking me that.
I'm surprised she saw me in the back.
So it's like these people, they get dropped off in Alaska, and it's like if they focus on one thing to live off of, they fucking peace out. they don't make it. But it's like the guy who's like, okay, I'm eating some mushrooms over here, and I'm eating some berries over here, and every once in a while I'll get a fucking salmon out of the river. But he's not always focusing on the salmon. He's not always focusing. So it's always like a fucking like pulling. So it's like I'm not always pulling from screen printing because it's not always going to pay. So it's like, okay, let me pull from screen printing. Okay, let me go fucking email some guys at CBS and ESPN and get some storyboard art, and then let me go over here and get some comic books. So it's like you're like rotating and moving around these different sources of
multiple
food.
Plates.
Plates. So you're
spinning plates.
Yeah, you're moving around so that you have a nice rounded fucking food.
Work experience.
Yeah.
Artistic experience. So you don't get burnt out or stale.
Yeah, and if you focus on one thing, it becomes feast and famine. You know, if I focused on just one thing, I'd be like, man, these guys aren't calling me for like 3 weeks. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? But now it's like, I don't care if they fucking call me. You know, it's like, hey, let me fuck with you. Let me get paid. I don't give a fuck what you're doing until you call me. And I know you're going to call me in a couple weeks. Does that make sense?
I know you're going to call, girl. Yeah. Yeah, dude.
What's going on, dude?
It was the same.
Life. Making comics.
Yeah.
Getting by. We broke 84K on Terror in the Trenches tonight. We were killing it.
Congrats! Yay!
Everyone's awesome. It was a great stream with Shane, Pimp My Comic, and Dale Keown, and PTP, and Ethan. It was fun.
Ooh, nice.
I think we saw the same weird pantless super chatter guy too that you guys had to deal with. So good times. Good times.
Yeah. I was like, stop pointing it out. I just want to appreciate the super chat, not have Mark be like, hey, YouTube, look. Hey, YouTube.
Yeah, I'm like,
you like turn your head.
And I'm like, hey, is that guy got no pants on? What
is this?
No fucking filter, bro.
Can we enlarge that for a second?
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Ever since the invention of yoga pants, I feel like no one wears pants anymore, man.
It's fine. It's flesh-colored, very tight yoga pants. That's what it was.
That's what it was. Peach yoga pants. They're very in. Look at this sweet art.
Like stick a little bit to him.
What do you think?
Yoga pants.
The peach. The peach emoji came from that, right?
Yeah, that's where it came from. Peaches took on their color after yoga pant colors. Nude color yoga pants.
Yoga pants.
Whenever you see it for a split second, you're like,
"Yo, for people to not be wearing pants." At this point.
Well, congratulations on the milestone for Terror in the Trenches.
Cheers.
Yeah, man.
It's good to hear. I would cheers to you, but I'm out of alcohol.
No.
Trying to not drink for like, I don't know, the 5th day in a row. That would be nice.
Okay. you like to pick your special drinking moments.
Yeah. I try to not become a complete drunk.
Are you fasting? Or are you like doing some sort of cleansing?
I mean, I'm always trying to diet. I've been trying to diet for like weeks now. I've been trying to eat healthy. I kind of do intermittent fasting. I don't want to do like days long fasting because I don't think it's good for me. I have like a bad thyroid, so that's probably really unhealthy. But I'm just eating like about one meal a day, 1.5 meals. I'm working out a lot. I'm really serious about working out. I'm working out like 3 times a week, which is so much more than what I was doing before, which was none for years. So I just sit on my ass and draw, and I'm like, I really need to move. And, I'm like, well, now that I'm in my 30s, maybe I should focus on getting healthy. And because I already wasn't focused on being healthy in my 20s, and
quitter. Quitter. You're an artist like us. Smoke up.
What?
Up.
Yeah, getting healthy.
No.
Yeah.
No,
I love to make sure I get up and move at least 2 or 3 times a day, like, and just lift a little weights while you watch that YouTube video or whatever. Like, add a little physical to what else you're doing. play frisbee with the dog. It's all good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't have a dog or kids or nothing to keep me moving. So most of the time I roll out of bed, I draw, and then I roll back to bed, and that's about it. So I'm like, okay, I've never like eaten like complete shit, but I think just because I use so little energy, I just sit all day. It's like I should.
When you said intermittent fasting, I was like, you mean just being an artist? Like,
yeah, right. You mean just drinking coffee for several days?
Yeah, and see how far you can go between meals before you get how much work you can get done.
It's called being a commercial artist. You just
well,
but
when
also,
you love your craft, you know, it's an obsession, and you do skip meals for it. You do. It's an addiction almost.
Yeah, I never like really eat that much, but so I just have really slow metabolism. Like I said, I have hypothyroidism, just means like I don't know. I don't lose. I can eat like nothing and I'll still not lose weight. So it's very frustrating because I know people that are just like rail thin and they can eat whatever the fuck they want. So I'm just like, I don't want to like be 40 and be a giant fatso. So I'm worried about that. So part of it is getting healthy. Part of it is also I just want to look good. I'm very vain. Yeah, right. I want to continue to look good. So I'm gonna put some work into it.
The energy you have is so different when you're working out versus you're not for your art though. Like I'm a different artist when I'm like working out and taking care of myself. You know what I mean? I'm a different. I create better. I'm firing on all cylinders more. So I don't
really notice that. I think I overall just feel healthier if I'm working out, but I don't think it really affects my art.
Okay.
I'm wondering because I already generally have pretty good focus and energy, but overall, I'm like, I don't know, maybe it could be even better.
Maybe it's because I'm a writer. Like, it's, you know.
Yeah, maybe it's different, but
yeah.
Oh yeah. Maybe. I do just feel healthier overall. I don't know how to describe it. It's like, yeah, I generally already have pretty good energy, but maybe it's good. It's good to be not a complete slob.
Yeah. Right on. That's their advice for the day, kids.
Don't be a complete slob. Hey, Pump Smack, what's up? Let me catch up on chats. Yeah. Can't do both, either work out like crazy or art like crazy. That's kind of me. So I can't it's also really, I get really annoyed because it's like such a petty thing, but I have to wash my hair and I have a lot of hair. So I don't want to work out every day. So what I do is I'll get on my step machine and my weights. I have a home gym and I'll go super hard for like 1 or 2 hours and like 2 or 3 times a week. It's like I'll get all my workout done in one session and I'm super sore and exhausted afterwards. But I'd rather do that than work out every day because I'm like, I wash my hair and I have to like break my flow when I'm in my jam, when I'm in the zone, and I don't want to do that. I want to keep on drawing for like 30 hours straight like I normally do.
Damn.
That's what I do.
This comics is hard as hell, man. You have to be a certain kind of person, man. You got to be a certain kind of blue collar mixed with like, you know, beautiful human anatomy and poetry. It's but you're still blue collar as hell when you craft like this. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, you need that blue collar work ethic, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
It takes like the crybaby out of it. It takes like the artistry and like it takes like the gay shit out of it. You know what I mean? Where it's
but apparently not, Matt.
What?
That's for a lot of comic artists. As we've seen in the mainstream.
No, Matt, yeah. She's making fun of the mainstream, which is great.
Yeah. It's like,
fuck that. I'm not talking about the current mainstream.
No, we know what you're metaphor.
We know what you're metaphor. Old school, yeah. I'm talking like legit Gil Kane's and fucking, you know what I mean? Like the masters, you know? They were like creating shit like Vaughn was saying. But it's like daily, you know what I mean? They're like, yo, I come in, I create shit awesome, and then I go home, you know? Very blue collar.
That's all I want to do, man. I just want to make awesome shit and be able to feed myself. Like, can we roll with that? Like,
yeah, but don't you
with
want
awesome artists,
like some of that like recognition too? You want to like go into a comic book store, like maybe you don't want to go into Walmart and everybody like lose their shit.
No,
but
no way.
But you want to go into a fucking comic book store, don't you? And people be like, "Yo, there's Vaughn." Holy fuck,
comic book store,
right?
Don't you? I've never thought about
it's that. Like I want celebrity, but I only want so much.
On your terms.
I want to be able to go to Walmart, but I do kind of want to be fucking bothered at a Comic-Con.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
hassle me.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, of course. You want to be a master of your craft for the people who really care about it.
Yeah. I want to be very select in like who is like, holy fuck, that guy's fucking dope.
I wear like a baseball cap and like big sunglasses in Walmart, like I'm trying not to be recognized.
Like fucking Patrick
so people
Swayze
look at me more and shit.
Like,
I'm like, don't look at me.
Don't look at me. Dude, I was at a restaurant one time in New York City and fucking Patrick Swayze and Wesley Snipes comes in together, right? And this is like Juan Fu, thanks for fucking everything, Julie Newmar, like that.
Yeah, they did that movie. Yeah.
Right? So they come in and Patrick Swayze's got his fucking hat down, he's got his shades, and Wesley Snipes is just fucking flaunting his shit, right? So my uncle
Snipes
like, yo, Wesley! And fucking Wesley Snipes like comes walking over to our fucking table in this restaurant. He's like, yo, gives us fucking daps. Hey, what's going on? And then goes back and sits to this table. And fucking Patrick Swayze is just shades and a fucking hat. Just fucking
don't hassle me.
Don't hassle me, dude. But you know what? The fucking crazy thing is that like living in the city, like you would see like Susan Sarandon like lived like a block from me. Susan Sarandon and whatever the fuck the dude that she was like hanging with that was fucking her, the
Robbins.
Yeah. Right?
Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins, right? You would see them, no shades, no hat.
They didn't give a damn. They liked it.
you wouldn't even recognize them, right?
Okay.
It doesn't register when you have like 10 million people, right? Like, oh, I just see another person. Like one time I saw fucking Paul Atreides guy, the fucking the actor from the first one.
Oh, the first one.
Yeah. He was in Twin Peaks, right? So I saw him and it was like, oh, look, there's that fucking guy. I mean, I did yell. I went, the sleeper must awaken. And he like crossed the street to like avoid me. But I have good eyes, so I'm able to see it.
Sleeper must cross the street.
Oh,
dude, he fucking crossed the street. I saw him coming. I went, the sleeper must awaken.
And he fucking crossed the street. Fans. Like, these people
that way too many times.
He was like, fuck this dude.
Long.
But the point is that like, if I see somebody with like a hat and some shades and fucking all trying to be fucking weird, it like draws attention. You know what I mean? It was just like as soon as I'd be like, yo, who the fuck is that? Oh, it's fucking Sam Waterston. Oh, look at that. It's fucking Christopher Walken. You know what I mean? Because it's like they're trying to be all fucking shady.
And there's shades.
Trying to be all fucking shady. You know?
That's why people look at me more at Target. I'm like, don't look. I'm just trying to look at the neck of toys. Leave me alone.
Trying to dude with the shades in the toy department.
I do.
Pretend like you're famous. Like, oh, someone's gonna recognize me if I'm not careful.
In the 90s, when I was all goughed out, I was in a Walgreens and some redneck chick stopped at me and my friend and went, it was like 9 Inch Nails was in town. And she went, are you, them? And we were like, yeah.
Yeah.
And she went, oh, that's so cool. I'm going to go see you guys. We were like, sweet. And they're just like, that was it. That was the end.
Just play it off like, yeah, I'm totally famous, but just keep quiet. I don't want to be recognized.
I'm famous in Walgreens.
I don't want to be personally famous. I want my art to be famous. It'd be really annoying.
Recognized when you go to a Comic-Con.
Fame would suck.
No, I don't even want that. I don't know. It's like I put myself out there because it's the only way to get attention for my. Well, it's an easy way to get attention for my work because I'm loud and I'm fairly good at talking to people. But which a lot of artists are, and so I'm like, let me use that. But I don't personally want to be famous. Like I want the work to come first. It must be so fucking annoying to be personally famous, to be recognized everywhere. It must be just a pain in the ass. I think you have like the crazy people harassing you everywhere you go.
Damn, dude, the guy who plays Biff from Back to the Future, he doesn't even talk to you now. He pulls out a special card that he has made that answers everyone's questions that he's been asked a million times. He just hands it to you and leaves.
Yeah, I bet it would be so. You can't go anywhere without people pestering you and asking the same fucking questions over and over again.
What would be the same questions that you asked Biff? Hey, what are you working on next?
What was it like working with Michael J. Fox? What was it like working with Christopher Lloyd? What was there's so many weird. You should look it up. It's hilarious. All right, it's all over the internet.
It's pretty funny. Let me catch up on some super chats real quick. Michael Rushbrook for $4.99. Thank you. Sometimes it's God damn it, but I need to be more drunk. Sometimes it's not about the money, but the opportunity to be recognized and given a chance to draw a comic. It's the love for comics. Yeah, that's true. But I think a lot of comic artists view it as it's just about the exposure, and there's way too much of that. There's way too much of people not asking what they're worth, and there's a lot of comic artists being underpaid, and it sucks. And it is a labor of love. I understand it, but I just like, this is why part of the reason it annoys me so much when you get creators who, I mean, I kind of get it, but I think I've heard a lot about, people just didn't discourage me from doing a long form series because they sort of like, it's almost like people and a lot of creators have made peace with, well, this is just the way the American industry is. People's attention spans aren't that long. The audience isn't going to want anything that's longer than 6 issues. So do play it safe. Pitch like a 6-issue like mini series. Everything is a mini series. People want number ones, and that's what I heard for years and years and years. And that's part of why my book wasn't getting picked up, I think, because I have pitched my work, not just finished, but other stuff to publishers. And I would always say, well, it's not just 6 issues. Like, I know the ending, but I want to like tell it the right way. I want the space to be able to tell my whole full story, and they didn't want it. And it was probably bunch of other stuff, and I don't know what exactly it was. Maybe I just wasn't good enough. But I hate that defeatist attitude of, well, comics isn't going to make money, so let's act like a small industry that would never make money. Let's act like we're only good for idea generation, we're only good for R&D, and we're only good for making Netflix pitches. So right. It's complete self-defeatist attitude where, because you don't respect your craft, you're not honing the medium to its full potential, and it's a toxic endless cycle of, because you're not focusing on it, you're not respecting comics and making it the best it can be, well, then it doesn't improve. And you don't, like, we stopped making classics like V for Vendetta, Watchmen. We stopped inventing things like Conan and all these original amazing things that used to be coming out in comics, and we've stopped. And it's gross because I know it's a lie that the audience isn't out there. It's a lie that comics can't make money, because look at manga and look at European comics. So why aren't we doing the same thing? I'm not saying Americans should just draw like manga and like become manga artists. That's fucking stupid. American comics are awesome on their own, but we should be looking at how the industry functions and draw in our own style. And I don't think people understand that. It's like, well, we have to just be I think people confuse sticking with the tradition of American comics with like not even looking at how another industry is structured and what we're doing wrong. And
yeah, how do we reinvent things if we don't even try?
Right, in the indie scene, people have figured that out. And like, I'm not talking about art style. People hear manga and they think, well, you should just copy manga and copy the art style and start drawing big eyes. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the industry and how it functions and how it listens to the customers first. You get my point. But yeah, it's such a self-defeatist attitude, and I hate it because I want comics to be a multi-billion-dollar medium that is just as viable as literature and films and animation, and I know it can be.
Yeah, hell yeah, it can be. But we have to take the risks. We have to do something different. But that's why Comicsgate's so awesome. That's why all these artists doing whatever we want, doing our dream books is so important. It's the new fire that needs to be, that can help, hopefully influence new artists to step up and do their thing too, and realize that you're not constrained to a little 6-issue miniseries. It's your story on your terms. That's part of the freedom that made me love Comicsgate too. I love that. Just getting to make books on my terms, and getting to hopefully feed myself from it is so magic. It's so important. Changed my life. And it's where the party is, and everyone's invited. That's another cool thing about it. Like, this is where the fun is, and I get to work with all these awesome artists. It's one of my favorite things. I probably got addicted to art as a young boy when you were drawing with your friends and you were trying to draw the most badass, cool thing. The excitement of working with other people and getting to make awesome stuff has just been in my blood forever. And now, I get to do it with the punk rock rebel artists of Comicsgate. Like, to me, in like all these awesome pros that I grew up admiring. That's like the coolest thing in the world.
Yeah, man. Dale.
Yeah. I was on a stream with Dale Keown tonight. Like, back in the day, my friends in our metal bands would be like, "Did you get the new Pit? Oh my god, it's the coolest thing. Are you going to get that Pit tattoo? That'd be awesome." And
now you're streaming with these people. It's crazy.
Walking amongst the gods, man. It's incredible. All of them are great. They're just letting you learn from them, and they help pass the torch on. And there's all these new, awesome young artists. Obviously, it's just it's good stuff. They're making cool stuff, people.
100%. This is what comics should be like. It should be innovative. It should be. This is what a healthy industry should be like, and it makes me so sick that what we're doing here in Comicsgate gets smeared. Why? Because we're not because it started out as a political movement that was against mainstream elitism, which is what it really boils down to, because it was grassroots. It was people who cared about the medium, both creators and fans, pushing back and says, we don't want only one sort of politics, and we don't want something else taking over the medium. And then we're being told that we're extremists and we're hateful when it's a movement of normal people that just want to put comics first. At the end of the day, that's what it is. And it's so fucked up. And this era of entertainment, not just in comics, but movies and gaming and everything else, it's going to be looked back on with such disdain. Like, remember the 2010s and 2020s when there was it's like, this is like
grown.
Remember back in the day when there was this horrible, like, super.
Remember Freaky Friday, Ms. Marvel, or Captain Marvel movie, whatever.
Remember this terrible, stagnant time in our media where these elitist companies attacked the fans and they were putting out woke drivel that was all propaganda and wasn't entertaining, and when they didn't want women to be beautiful, where everything had to be political and fans were being smeared, and all these people that were SJWs, when they're older, gonna be like, I was totally like against all this censorship. I wasn't censoring anybody. I wasn't calling fans bigots and Nazis. Not me. Like, 50 years from now, mark my words, this era of entertainment is going to be looked back on with disdain, and we're here trying to fix it.
Yeah, damn right. In dark times like this, that's when like really cool art gets made too, though.
Yeah.
Because we feel that competition. We feel. I mean, I want to make a book that makes everything else on the shelf just cower. Like, I want to. I want to shake the pillars. And reinvent how we look at comics in America and what make them cool again, make them the thing people because I remember when I lived in Chicago, normies off the street were going in to pick up Walking Dead, man. And that book brought people in. Like, what did that book have that we could find in a story, ourselves and put out there and get people interested in? So if I know it can happen, right? It's just like, let's make it happen. Let's make it comics that thing that people are like, oh, that's cool. Also, Comicsgate's cool because it's like we're forbidden, we're taboo, we're like fascist arts, according to like mainstream. and
except
it's
not
so
fascist.
Yeah, but
Because,
it's like those
I was
voices
looking
that were
at-
calling us lame are starting to like fall to the wayside and get fired and get laid off themselves. Like those people who were like,
yeah.
Comicsgate sucks, are getting laid off.
You know what's
While we're fucking
yeah.
making comics, they're fucking like scrambling
I was
and like asking for donations on Twitter.
Oh yeah, well they've been yeah. You'll see them eating dog food sometimes. It's crazy, but
Fucking dog food. The
thing-
classic cat food fucking trope of like,
it's
"Hey
yeah.
guys, my cat needs food.
I
Guys."
can't believe the way that the enemies though, they seem more like they're just addicted to, like, they live in a social world of lies, and so they attack us to kind of maintain those lies in their heads, because what we're saying is the truth. What people like Young Ripper, who has all this like whole YouTube channels dedicated to criticizing just him and everything he does and says, every business decision he makes, it's insane, right?
Yeah, dude.
Like these people are fixated, and it's like they live lies, and he spews so much truth. They're like, no, sir, no, look away, don't pay any attention to that man behind the curtain. They need to like maintain their own lies, so they do these channels. And what's interesting is they're not going to grow. Their channels won't grow in any meaningful, real way, because their whole channels just hate and lies. That Eric's will, it'll continue to grow because he keeps dropping truth. That's what resonates with people in the end.
Yeah. I mean, it's such projection. It's like if we criticize what's being done to something we love, then they figured out that Western culture and American culture is so open-minded and so afraid of being called bigots and racist that even just the accusation can silence people. And I'm like, just the fact that people are this scared of that word and this against racism proves that your culture is not, the vast majority of people are not bigots. So this whole narrative is bullshit, because this would not work in Asia. If somebody was like, hey, men and women are different, you're like, that's misogynist, blah, they'd be like, we don't care, shut the fuck up, we're firing you. That wouldn't work anywhere else. But if you just go around like victim, like all give me this, give me that, let me complain, they'd be like, shut the fuck up, act like a fucking adult. This wouldn't work anywhere else, but our culture is so empathetic that they figured out the weak spot of Western and American culture. And so many people, they know the truth because they see the reality, and they think most people in America, they don't think that affirmative action or like docking points off of Asians for SATs is right. They think that's racist as fuck. They don't think that they don't think that, you know, all this like hiring quotas for women is right because they care about merit, but they stay silent because they're scared of just the labels. And just the fact that people are scared of that proves that the culture is open-minded, and they've used our own good intentions against us.
Our own American values of tolerance.
Yes, our own American values of tolerance are being used against us, and it's so insidious and disgusting. And it's hard to stand up against. I understand that, but man, if you don't, this is what happens. Look at what's being done to all these mediums that we love.
God, their art sucks too, man. Their art deserves to be mocked and criticized. Like, what they're doing to our arts is a disgrace. It is vandalism. It's cultural vandalism. They take joy in it, and that's really uncool, man. That is not cool. It's become like their attitude from the start was, it's us versus you anyway. Their belief system is that the world is an oppressive place out to get them, right? So they came into our art swinging, attacking fans, attacking anyone who even, you know, is just a regular Republican. And to this day, they still tell themselves, no, we don't do that. We didn't do that. And yet they brag about how much they discriminate against Trump supporters on Twitter all the time. You know, it's just, I don't know. I'm fed up.
It's very weird that like the
charade.
artwork has become like activist first and artist second. You know, where it's like, oh, let me get the person who's like the loudest person on Twitter or wherever to be the artist on this or the writer on this, and it's not even like.
Is that still happening?
Well, yeah,
I guess it wouldn't be surprising.
They're hiring people. It's hiring people based on who's the better activist and who's the better propagandist, because it's about the ideology. It's not about entertainment. And that's why it's bad. It's not that we all have our own opinions and we all have our own biases, and I'm sure some of it shows through the art, but and Mike Barron put it perfectly, and I'm taking this from him, entertainment should come first. And as long as you're putting entertainment first, I mean, he's a master of his craft, and he would know that even the stuff that he does, there's a political slant, but it's good and it's entertaining and it's not propaganda because it's from the point of view of the creator's intentions are to entertain, and and because of that you're empathizing with the reader, and you're keeping in mind that even though maybe my politics are to the right, but I want even somebody who's on the left to be able to enjoy my story, because the story at the end of the day is about human universals. That's how you entertain, and we've lost that in the mainstream.
And all we have to do is
they don't know how to like mix
stories.
the vegetables in, right? It's like they don't know how to like
they homogenize everything, man.
Yeah, if you have a morality tale that you want to tell, like they don't have any kind of like subtlety to their shit. Like they're just like
no poetry.
Here it is. This is exactly what it is. There's no fucking subtlety. There's no
humanity.
Nuance to it. Yeah, where it's like, what is this? Is it, make it timeless, make it fucking, interpretive.
People stopped caring in our culture about good storytelling. And I think I don't know what to think of that, if it just kind of happened because of just the way we live now or whatever, or if it's a cultural thing where the left kind of has bred out good storytelling with the propaganda ideology stuff. I don't know what caused it, but I mean, it's a crisis, man, when we can't pass on stories that actually lift us up and inspire us to go further. I mean, we've lost something really important. There's whole cultures that revolve around, storytelling.
Yes. Dude, we're at the point where you go once upon a time, and then you have a whole bunch of people going, actually.
Right. Yeah. It's insane. And every culture revolves around storytelling.
Right.
I think we've all heard politics is downstream from culture, and that's what they've been attacking. They've been attacking our cultural mythology. That's what Star Wars is. It's American mythology. That's what stuff like Lord of the Rings is. That's Western with mythology. It comes from Britain, and it has influenced so much of our fantasy and our stories. And you might think, well, it's just entertainment, it's just stories, and all these people who don't understand, who don't appreciate the psychological impact that storytelling can have. Right. Every single culture throughout history, there have been constants. There have been constants like gender roles. I know you're not supposed to say that now. Sorry, fuck off. And there's been religion, and stories has been one of those cultural constants that every single culture across all of time and space and humanity and every single continent has had storytelling, because that's how people tell themselves their values. That's the societal cohesion, and that teaches people not just societal cohesion on what to favor and what to focus on in their lives, but how to be a better person, how to improve in the eyes of their society. That's what storytelling does, and they're taking that away from us. What they're doing is more than ruining entertainment and ruining our little dice throwing games and our little like laser sword movies. It's ruining our psychological grounding for how we should act as human beings, and doing it for the next generation, because they're censoring things and trying to change what used to be done and redoing and remaking it like this is a new version. That's the correct version. And this is because the old version
changed is for a modern audience, which is like the poison, the cancer. You don't want to hear that, man. And they're rewriting all this to rewrite us, just like they're rewriting our history, just like they're taking down the statues. They're rewriting us because they do. The whole plan in the end is just to make sure the younger generations vote Democrat. Like, isn't that just kind of like, let's mess the kids up in some way, rewrite all the media so they only think our way, and then they'll grow up to be just like us and vote like us.
Well, their narrative is it's their way,
they
or
lie
the
about
way.
it, and they lie about like, hey, this is good for you, or hey, we're just looking out for the kids, or whatever the fuck, like little subtle lies they make to like take those little steps, because you're like, hey, we're gonna do it for this. Like, you don't want to do that, right? You're for this, and you go, well, yeah, I'm not an asshole. Yeah, I'm for that. And then they like take those little steps, and suddenly there's like drag queens.
Good people are on our side. That's the only good, and bad people are on their side. Well, that sounds a little extremist, don't you think? What does that remind you of?
Sith.
They surf in on our values. We're, what else we can't, at least we're, what the hell?
It sucks.
Okay. I think my Apple just talked at me. That was really weird.
Oh, were you hearing like a disembodied voice? Hyper Wizard, I see you in chat.
Creep me out.
What are you doing in Hyper Wizard?
Leave me alone, Siri.
Shampooing your hair? Come on in here, buddy.
Yeah, what the fuck are you doing in chat talking shit? Get the fuck in here. Let me catch up on some super chats. Vic for
I'm about to lay on the
199.
floor and go to bed. I need you to come in here, buddy.
Yeah, come in and take Matt's place and.
Yeah, did you ever have a Fonz character, like a toy that had like the little thumbs?
No.
Did you have that, Vaughn?
No little Fonzies. No.
It was like a little Mego Fonz figure, and he had like thumbs that were on, so you can go
opposable thumb action. Hey.
Yeah. Hey.
Cool.
What a fucking weirdo.
Yeah. Like 32-year-old high school kid or whatever.
Yes,
little
dude.
Badass.
You try to watch that show and it's like, well, yeah, you're a badass. You're like in your 40s hanging out with teenagers, dude. Like, just beating the shit out of kids and banging.
That's what I do. This is me.
Yeah.
Hey. I'm in my 40s. Let's hang out.
Yeah. Let's go down to the diner. I'm 40.
I do eat at a diner. I eat at a 50s diner down the street.
That's probably fucking awesome.
It is. It is. It's great. It's good stuff. Americana, baby.
Shit out of kids? What? I'm so confused. I don't know any of these references.
Oh, Fonzie. Oh, yeah.
Fonzes?
It's okay. It'd be cool to watch movies with you, Reddy, because you're like, what? I don't know.
I don't know anything. I haven't seen anything.
I think that's cool.
Yeah.
Then you get to experience new cool shit.
She also gets to like experience you to shit, right? Like she could like have all kinds of anime and other kinds of Asian stuff that we haven't seen before, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Cyber City Oedo. You guys watch that one?
No.
Oh, it's so good.
I also just don't spend a lot of time watching. I don't even have a TV. No.
What?
I don't have I didn't have a TV growing up.
You don't even have one of those like clear TVs that prisoners in prisons have?
Clear TV?
Yeah, like
awesome.
you could buy like clear electrical appliances so that like you
can't see any knives hidden in there.
Yeah. So you could buy like a special TV and then have it like instead of black plastic, it's clear plastic so that they could like check the inside.
Like those 80s phones.
Yeah.
Why would I get one of those?
You can get radios, you can get TVs, you can get all kinds of shit in these like clear plastic fucking setups, dude. It's dope.
Is that what they have in prison?
Yeah, you gotta have that shit.
No, I don't even watch TV, so I don't have it.
Cool.
Oh, look who it is! Look who's here to talk about booby art. Hi, Jake. What's up?
I must have. How's it going, everyone? I must have been like watching in the past because like you were showing off your old art, and I was really wanted to come in to say like I want to see you draw that character more.
Oh, we were talking about my old pieces, right, yeah.
Was that long ago? Was I really far back in the stream?
That was maybe 20 minutes, 15.
That was like an hour ago. Bro.
Maybe it was an hour ago.
Oh my god!
At the beginning.
Yeah, time's flying, dude.
Oh my god, it really is. I'm so far behind in the stream. That's insane. Sorry. Oh my god!
You didn't even know. Oh my god!
You're like traveling to the future. What's that like?
Welcome. What's it like?
The future.
How's it going, guys?
Welcome to the present. You just woke up from a coma. You are now an hour in the future.
I did technically just wake up, but
okay. Well, me too.
I was trying to lucid dream again. My body just won't let me lucid dream. It sucks. It's like we let you do it once, never again.
Give you a taste.
Yeah.
Never again.
Oh,
it'll happen again. You have to train yourself.
Yeah, fuck
I'm
that.
kind of scared of lucid dreaming.
Yeah,
dude. Have you never done it?
I don't think so.
I had never been able to do it, and like apparently Bancroft was really into it when he was younger, and I was like, teach me your ways, and he gave me a couple of tips, and like a week ago I managed to do it like once, and it was amazing, but it was like really short lived because someone in the street like shouted out, and it woke me up, and I was like, no. But yeah,
okay, Matt, I'm getting more coffee. Entertain the chat.
What were you dreaming about?
Well, it was literally.
No, it wasn't literally. It was dreaming.
Yeah. It was not literally. I just woke up in a room, and like, so when you're entering it, it's kind of like you're going into the Matrix or something, but you're there and you kind of know you're in a dream.
Whoa.
But like you can only move like your tongue at the beginning in your mouth, so you start like you start. It's hot. you kind of like
teenage.
You start like pushing yourself into existence with your tongue, and like the rest of your mouth like enters the dream world as you're pushing, and then you can like move your mouth a bit, and then eventually move your head, and you kind of like enter the world. Yeah, it's great. And then like because I was like putting my body asleep and keeping my mind awake, I'm like, oh shit, I'm finally in a dream. And one of the things he said that you can do is like, if you get your finger, you can like push it through your hand and it'll go through. So I'm like, okay, time to test this shit.
What?
And it like went through my fucking hand, and I'm like, yes, I'm in a dream. And then and then I'm like, that's it, I'm gonna stop flying now. And then started flying, and I flew like I was in a room, and I like flew out a window, like a conservatory window, and then like went out flying over the ocean. And
that's crazy.
And then I'm
some asshole in the street went, hey,
oi,
oi, you got a license to be flying.
Chokeouts in the street. Oi, stop dreaming.
Oh.
But no, I flew out over like a boat of people, and then I'm like, wait a minute, this is a dream. I can totally get naked right now.
Okay.
So I started
did you pull your pants off and then do like a swoop down and just smack everybody in the face?
Well, I wanted to like drop my clothes on the people in the boat and see if it like worked. Do you know what I mean? Like see if it actually interacted with them. But like just as I was gonna start dropping them on top of these people on the boat, that's when I got someone in the street. Yeah, it was like an oi. It was literally like some like common girl going, oi, what's his name?
What's this then?
But
someone's screaming.
But then she said, but wait.
Don't be giving me evils.
Oh my god, you guys referencing Catherine Tate, that's crazy.
I'm back.
Dude, I don't like to dream. I like to like smoke a little weed before I go to bed so that I can like just go to bed and then wake up in the morning. Because if I don't smoke, I start dreaming about some horrifying shit, and I start like having like night terrors and stuff. I start breathing heavy, and my wife wakes me up and shit because I'm like stuck in a car on fire or there's zombies.
Maybe that's like 10 years, like however many years you've been getting high all the time. Like because being high inhibits your dreaming. Yeah. Your body for real is building up like an amount of like sleep,
if I don't smoke,
track it.
I'm gonna go to bed right now, and if I don't smoke before I go to bed, I'm gonna fucking wake up, and it's gonna be fucking terrifying. It's gonna be fucking crazy. So
you have I just want to sleep paralysis.
Yeah, no, I don't have any of
horrible nightmares.
I get that like I start getting
smoke, or you
shit starts getting crazy, and then my wife will wake me up. Like,
wait, so you need to smoke if you don't?
It helps him relax and have a nice sleep.
Smoking weed prevents you from dreaming.
If I blaze, then I don't dream.
It's the same as alcohol.
Some kind of crazy trauma where you're in a war zone or something? Like, why are you like that?
No, it just ends up just like exacerbating, and just like it ends up being like a fucking like nightmare of like my family trying to eat me, and I'm stuck in a house,
Jeez.
and like my family is crying, and like
That's not
all my family
normal.
members are fucking zombies, and or like I'm.
And you have a gun, but when you shoot it, like the bullets just fall to the floor.
Dude, it doesn't even matter because it's like, bam! I just killed fucking Mamaw. Well, then fucking my cousin Oliver pops up. You know what I'm saying? It's like it becomes like a family eating me kind of thing.
What happened to you?
Family House of the Dead.
Nothing.
You need to stop smoking weed, and you need to make comics of this.
I know, yeah.
Okay, that first part, no. The second part, yes.
Mammal. Mammal,
no.
Zombo Mammal.
All right, I'm gonna go smoke and go to bed, guys.
All right, thanks for coming on, Matt.
Good night.
Thank you so much.
See you, Matt.
You're the best. Later.
Literally, the reason why he's having such crazy dreams is because he's probably been smoking weed for like 30 years or something and hasn't had any like sleep, so it's all building up.
Not used to it.
It's like a debt.
Sober.
It's trying to fast track all of the dreams for like the last 30 years or something. Like, we need to get all this out the way tonight. That's it. Make him kill all his family.
Oh no. Yeah,
Wow.
all the nightmares, the pent-up nightmares. I wonder if there's like a psychological necessity for nightmares.
There for real is. Like there definitely is. And if you it's the same thing happens to alcoholics because it inhibits dreams in the same way that weed does.
Yeah, you're right.
Like there's one thing about alcoholics, how you kind of like notice that they don't manage to get over certain things. Like, okay, people will go through something and then they'll start drinking in order to like not have to think about the thing, try and get away from it. But the thing is, going to sleep and dreaming is the actual process that the body already has built into it to get over the thing that you're traumatized by, like to process it. So it's literally they'll drink and it'll actually inhibit their body from being able to process it naturally and move on. So they'll kind of be stuck for maybe 10 years. Not saying this is happening to Matt, but
it sounds like a plot to a good horror movie, man. Someone's dreams have been stuck for years and years, and then they get fast forward, you know.
They finally dream.
Like he goes to like a sleep doctor and is like, I need to figure out how to sleep without alcohol or weed or whatever he uses. And they put him under, and when he finally goes under, it's like, you know, insane in the membrane.
It could be some kind of cold turkey thing. Like they could end up in a cabin in the woods situation maybe, and they are forced to go cold turkey on that kind of thing, and loads of stuff starts happening. But like it is literally like maybe their dreams get so strong, like their dreams start coming into the real world. You could have some kind of like supernatural aspect to it in that way too. Like you've smoked and drank for so long.
I've always been obsessed with trying to figure out a good story around the hag that's on people's chests for sleep paralysis. You know about this?
Just the hag, or like just people's sleep paralysis demons in general?
Well, there's sleep paralysis demons in general, but throughout history, you'll find a lot of paintings and throughout different cultures of what people call the hag. And I even had a friend call me along years ago and say that she woke up to find an old woman sitting on her chest and she couldn't move. And so she dealt with the hag, and I had to tell her, like, it's okay, you have sleep paralysis. She's like, what? She thought she was being haunted by a ghost.
That's what sleep paralysis in Chinese culture. It's 鬼压床. It means a ghost is sitting on you on your bed and trying to possess you.
I've kind of always wondered, and this is probably going to take some of the coolness out of like all those ideas, that things like the sleep paralysis demons that people get, and even, you know, the DMT elves that people talk about, and like how when people are on, like, it's at least been talked about on Joe Rogan a bit, like people will take DMT. The people all basically have like similar experiences whenever they take DMT, and like that's the mystery of it, right? Like, oh, we always have these similar, so people are like, maybe we're going to a different dimension that actually exists. Like they always see like a huge face sometimes. My thinking is that certain experiences, like Vaughn.
Other Vaughn.
Like, yeah, we got the two Vons in the house.
Hey, double Von.
We need a third one that we can get Von and Vonnie. Anyway, but like my thinking is that those like sleep paralysis and DMT, what it is kind of doing is like it's stripping back so many of like the top layers of your thinking that it's like just returning you to like an evolutionary most common thing. Like say DMT and everyone sees a giant face, right? It's like, what is the thing that a human is probably programmed to recognize on the most basic level? Like if a human is going to recognize anything, like importantly, it's probably going to be like another human's face. Well, boobs, yeah. But second to boobs.
Yeah. No. Nature's bullseye. Nature's bullseye is boobs. But yeah, I get you. No, you're right. We look for faces. We see faces in everything.
And I'm thinking that people's paralysis demons may all be like the stripped back most common like instinctual assumption of what the feeling of being paralyzed in your sleep might be. And it could be.
It's interesting that a lot of people see an old woman.
I've never looked into sleep paralysis.
A lot of people, I'm thinking it explains a lot of UFO abduction.
Get out of here.
When you're in sleep paralysis mode, your brain is in like primal fear mode too. So you see things like.
Oh, I'm sure some of them. Were, just sleep paralysis.
On, are you a believer?
Absolutely.
Yes.
No, yeah, 100%. What about the rest of you guys? You guys are believers?
Real.
Believers in UFOs?
Yeah.
I mean, there's other life out there for sure.
Here we go.
Yeah. I've shed my.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
But you want me to think that they like hang out and like secretly play with our shit and run away?
Play with their shit? Well, I don't think they play with their shit. I mean, maybe they do in some experiments, but like, no, more so. I mean, look, there's a lot of like really well documented stuff that's here. Okay, look at the aerial school phenomenon. Have you guys ever looked into that one?
No.
What's that? They took, I want to say it was like 100 kids or something like that, and had them all draw what they saw one day at the playground when they were all freaking out, and they had brought in a mass hysteria expert. And he said that he felt that this was not a case of mass hysteria. And he asked them all to draw what they saw, and they all drew the same thing. And then 20 years later, they brought them back. UFOs.
The one in Africa? Is that
the one in Africa.
No, I love UFOs.
And then 20 years later, when a lot of them had successful careers, they still came back and stood by what they said years ago as kids. Why? Like, I don't stand by the bullshit I made up when I was a kid.
I do. Double down, always double down.
Double down more.
I remember one time a teacher actually was like genuinely brought in. My mom was concerned. It was like, yeah, Vaughn, we asked him to write a nonfiction assignment. This is kindergarten. He wrote about when he was chased by an eagle in the woods. And my mom was like, he's like 6 years old. Like, kids do that. But the teacher was like very concerned. Like, this is a problem.
That you got chased by an eagle in the woods?
No, that I said that happened for a nonfiction assignment. And I don't know why the teacher was so concerned.
Yeah, why would she worry about that?
Wait,
I don't know.
Wait,
what did the eagle? Did the eagle catch you?
Well, the eagle wasn't real.
Eyes out.
Why would you want a 6-year-old to write a nonfiction assignment? Like, what kind of nonfiction real?
But it was the fact that my mom was called in is still so weird to me.
It's over the top.
Over the top.
I got caught. I drew like sexy demon ladies for all my friends, like flyers and stuff, and then I would get busted and brought into the office for having drawn them.
What? No, yeah. What's the weird shit that you've been busted and got in trouble with as a kid? Because I'm pretty sure all of us had that experience as like weird artists.
I figured out how to get porn up on the school computers, and then everyone's like, Jake, how did you get that up? And I'm like, you just do this. And then there was a giant school assembly called, and like the teachers were like, so we know what you guys have figured out. And I'm sitting there in the audience like,
Corrupter.
Yeah, like literally, most people would be like shitting themselves. I was like, they're talking about me, and I was like nudging my friends and stuff.
Shithead.
Okay, and then, like I think not long after, like the teacher was like, Jake, you got to go to the headmistress's office. I'm like, oh really? Well, no, it gets even better. It's even better. Okay. They go to the headmistress's office, and my mom's in there already, and I'm like, uh-oh, this is probably about that thing. And then they're like, okay, Jake, you're not in trouble. We just want to know how you did it. And I'm like, yay! And then told him, and I was fine, didn't get in any trouble.
Oh, man.
Good old England.
I honestly
I
didn't
got in
really
trouble
get
all
into
the time
one.
for drawing in class.
What were you drawing?
I was good in like elementary school and middle. Well, in middle school it kind of gets bad. Just stuff. I would draw in my textbooks. I was like really good in school all through elementary school, but I would draw. And the thing is, when I'm drawing, I remember what I hear. Like there's this thing where if I'm drawing, like it helps me pay more attention. I can look back at my drawing and I'll remember exactly what the teacher was saying. And I would tell them that, and they wouldn't believe me. They thought I was bullshitting them. So they would like take away my sketchbooks, and then I would start drawing in my textbooks. And I would get my mom would get called to school, and it'd be like, your kid is drawing in the school and not paying attention. And nobody believed that I was actually trying to pay attention, because I'm like, you guys are fucking boring and I don't want to listen to you, but I'm trying. Me drawing is helping me stay the fuck awake. So then I would get like fucking lectured and yelled at home and by my mom, and then everything got worse. Then I just eventually started hating school, and they wonder why I started skipping school.
Well, I was a chain of events.
I started because I would never really like. I'd only a handful of times try drawing, but I never really actually like got very far. But I would write ideas. There were times where I'd write like whole, like I remember at class one time my friends were like a row behind me in college, and they were like, dude, you just wrote like 5 fucking pages of just like character notes and stuff in class. And I was like, yeah, I kind of just like, I was like, oh, because sometimes I'll have an idea and I write it down, and then another idea, and that leads to another, and then next thing you know, and then I'm like, I forgot everything in the class. I was in my own. That was really my main distraction, I guess, was just coming up with ideas during class.
Yeah, like it wasn't distracting for me, but I guess I wasn't really doing any writing. I would write stories and stuff outside of class, or during class I would draw. Because when I'm drawing, I have a thing. Like I listen, and I know not everybody's like this, but Deadhouse said they're the same way. Yeah, like I'll look at a drawing even with my fiendish pages. I'll remember like, oh, what month I was drawing this, what else I was doing, and at that week and shit. It's just a thing, and nobody would fucking believe me. And I got so much shit for drawing in class. I had a teacher like throw a textbook at me. I had one time in biology class, which biology is one of the few classes I really like. I like geometry outside of English. I love English because I got it. I just understand literature and writing. And my English teachers were actually cool. It wasn't like rote memorization. You know, they treated us with, it was like they were all American teachers. I hated the Taiwanese teachers because they were all assholes, and they were like, just memorize it, don't ask questions, and don't think for yourself. It was horrible. But my English teachers, it was Miss Rossing, but then Mr. Gunther. And I remember Mr. Gunther was awesome because I felt like he was really challenging us. It wasn't just memorize this. It was like, how do you understand Edgar Allan Poe, understand the meaning of the Raven, and like do creative writing assignments? And I was like, I love that. But anyways, other than that, it was only like geometry class and biology class that I liked. Everything else I just fucking hated. But in biology class, and actually a couple other classes, we would have to write papers, and this was still like the early 2000s, okay? So we had to write on actual real paper, guys. I know we don't do that anymore, but on the papers, I would like decorate the title. I would write perfectly fine reports on like this frog dissection, but I would like do little cutouts, and I was in like 7th or 8th grade. I would like decorate the titles, and I would get marked down for like being artistic about the title on my paper, and like making little drawings of froggies and stuff on my perfect, like the writing was fine, but I would decorate the paper, and the teacher would be like, this is unacceptable.
Our experiences were so opposite. Like literally, my teachers would let me draw infographics and comics and shit instead of writing essays, because they were like, "This is the only way we're gonna get Jake to do this shit." So like, yeah, you can draw a comic if you want, Jake. It's crazy.
I swear the Westerners were so much more understanding of this, and I remember Mr. Gunther, my English teacher, for like extra credit, he had like a bunch of stuff that you could do for extra credit. It was like set rules, but then I really liked his class, so I wanted extra credit, and I was like, I asked him, could I do a painting instead? He's like, yeah, sure. I think we were studying medieval literature, so I did a painting of like this medieval scene. I don't even remember what it was from. I think it was Geoffrey Chaucer, and I got extra credit for that because he was like embracing the fact that I was an artist, and none of the other teachers would do that.
No, I wish she'd had more of that. Then
not all the teachers. Those are rare teachers that do that, man. They're awesome.
That's true. I think most artists have a similar experience, and most teachers are very much, even if their intentions are good, I don't think they were ill-intentioned. I don't think they're like evil, but I think their idea of teaching is like you teach discipline, and there's one right way of doing everything, and that's just how they operate, and they don't understand you if you operate differently.
Yeah.
Do you want to go back to talking about aliens? Because I have a whole theory that I want to like share with you guys and wonder what you think.
Sure.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So you know the whole giants thing where it's like you had pretty much global catastrophe. Then you had like people from whatever the developed world was then, like come and find all the uncontacted tribes and then do like the technology transfer stuff, right? Like, do we all
farming, agriculture?
Yeah. So are you guys this is just like a pre-foundation for my theory. Are you into the idea of there was a more advanced civilization?
I've heard of that.
Catastrophe, then tech transfer to like
ancient aliens?
No.
I know what he's talking about.
I'm talking about ancient humans, like the giants.
Yeah,
the giant humans.
The idea
the
is,
giants.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me wrong. The idea is that we're almost on a cycle, right? Because we found things that like shouldn't have been possible, and the idea is kind of like that we almost started again, right? And that there's almost like bits
some
getting
people
to a certain point over and over again.
Yeah,
like
we knew more than we realized, basically, than a lot of historians give us credit for.
Yeah,
because we knew the stars.
The general idea, right? The general idea is ancient humans were. I don't so much embrace, like, I don't believe in ancient aliens, and I don't think it was like, well, the people who built the pyramids they weren't aliens. I think they were built by humans, and I don't think it was like they weren't like spacefarers or anything. But there is so much proof that people in ancient cultures were more advanced than we give them credit for. And I think 100% there has been lost civilizations that probably were like 18th or 19th century level of technology, not like modern technology, but 18th or 19th level century level technology. They were seafaring. They were a globally trading culture, and they probably had different technology than us, because there's been a lot of discussion about using resonance and audio and sound waves and stuff, and they probably had electricity, but they created electricity in a different way than us by using the resonance of the earth and by using different sorts of like there's like sound wave technology, something that's really interesting to look into. There's a theory that the pyramids were used for electricity generation. I don't know how true it is, but I think it seems plausible. We should keep our minds open, because there's a lot of questions about when the pyramids and when the Sphinx were actually built. I'm not going to get into like the water erosion theory for the Sphinx, but because of that, and because of a lot of underwater sites all around the world that have been covered, have been flooded since the Younger Dryas and the rise in ocean levels, I think it's completely plausible that before what we know of as the Stone Age, because look at how long humans have been around. It seemed, this can't be the first advanced civilization that humans have constructed.
It's a ridiculous premise. It's a ridiculous premise.
That it's like we have just been living like cavemen this is like out of like so all this entire time, like 99% of the time, we've been living like cavemen, and there has never ever been an advanced civilization, even like a 18th century level advanced civilization before. That's complete fucking bullshit. I think it's just lost to time because these things decay very easily. If our civilization right now were to fall in like 3,000 years, none of it would be left. And they would think all these myths about flying to the moon and these myths about people being able to see each other's thoughts across the globe. But that's just bullshit. That's just some stupid cavemen that were making up fantasies, and that never really happened. That's exactly what would happen if our civilization fell.
Okay, so
I know. Oh, sorry. You can.
No, because I was trying to build like this was literally like the foundation of. I wanted to get that across first. No, it's beautiful. Don't never apologize. That's great. Okay, so like on one side you have people saying like, oh, that was ancient aliens like transferring the technology, kind of like
went to their show.
Yeah.
Came here live.
And then some people are like, well, that was ancient humans transferring it. And kind of like what Rini was going on is like, oh, there was more advanced humans. Okay. So you have that more advanced humans. Now you have some of them when the world ends that go off and try and transfer the tech to uncontacted tribes. But then maybe you have like other groups who, instead of doing that, go and hide in the caves in the North Pole and survive and continue the lineage of their technology, right? Like we're operating under the assumption that their technology didn't survive in their hands past that point, and it was only transferred a little bit to like uncontacted tribes or whatever. My premise is they probably ran away, hid under the crust of the earth, continued to develop their technology up until the modern day over the course of 10,000 years, 12,000 years. And there is a potential that some of the like, oh my God, aliens is actually the hyper advanced ancient humans that hid away, continued developing their technology, and were like, we survived under the earth for a couple of 100 years. Let's keep going, and haven't bothered coming back yet. And we're just like the surface dwellers who could get yeeted by a solar flare any minute. And they're like hiding under the North Pole. And then like Admiral Byrd comes through with his expeditions.
Admiral Byrd. Yeah, that's fascinating too. Yeah, no, I mean, I've heard that stuff too. And I used it for some story stuff that I've got going on. But like that whole Agartha, are you talking Agartha? Are we going?
I don't know. All I'm saying is like the Greys could be ancient humans that kept going.
Yeah, well, Agartha, the idea is that it's the city. It's like the center of the earth is like the hollow earth city.
Okay, yeah. The Hyperborean stuff.
I would think that's not. I don't know if it's true. I feel like we would have more proof of it, but at the same time, this is such a coincidence because I've been looking into like a lot of. I'm really into like caving stuff, but also that overlaps with all the like the deepest holes that have ever been drilled, which is why the Russians, of course, because they're crazy, and all this stuff about we don't actually really understand the structure of the Earth itself, and there's a lot of space and a lot of caverns under the surface, under the crust of the Earth, and so I don't know if like. There's no way to really prove it. I do feel like if there was a whole civilization underneath us, we would know by now. But I also think it can't be completely disproven because, well, there are so many things that so many theories that people have heard of, like so many stories of people coming from mysterious underground cities and stuff. So many legends, like Native American legends of their ancestors came from under the earth and all this kind of stuff.
Well, aren't those caves blocked off? Aren't those caves blocked off that are in like the whatever that big crack is in America, the Great Gorge thing?
There's so many of them. I was going through the conspiracy theory iceberg watching videos, and I started after a point taking notes of all the stuff that either I want to look into more or could be used for stories. And there are so many that link to the Hollow Earth thing or the ancient giants going back, like the people of the Mount. That one's really interesting.
Yeah, like, well, it's okay. Oh man, these things, right? Oh god, like talking about the idea of like if it was true we would know. The best way, and in the modern era we know this more than anything, the best way to hide anything is to just put shitloads of noise out there, right?
Yeah,
so, like,
they put a lot of like bullshit to discredit the
Which
truth.
the commies admitted to, by the way.
Okay, Hollow Earth, right? Hollow Earth, right? So the joke of Hollow Earth is, oh, you think there's another sun inside the Earth and it's like a whole other crust down there? Literally, the term Hollow Earth could just mean shitloads of caves. Like, if the Earth is hollow, it can just mean like it's like aero bubbles of caves under the crust. It doesn't have to mean there's a sun and a second surface. Like, that whole theory could be noise to prevent people looking into like what, caves?
Yeah, exactly. The idea that, oh, there could be caves, yeah, that's definitely plausible. A lot of these things could definitely be plausible, but then they're like, what? That's ridiculous. They put like a stigma on it.
It's the noise. It's you create if you want to hide something, you create like a retarded version and put that out there, and then it's like, oh, Hollow Earth, are you like one of those melt brains that believe in that? And it's like, essentially the real truth is like just some caves that people hid in during like apocalypse.
Well, I also want to point out a lot of legends and stuff. For example, if you've heard of the two green children that showed up in somewhere in Europe, there was like a boy and a girl. They showed up in a town somewhere in Europe in like, I don't know, the 17th century or some shit. And their skin was green and they didn't speak the local language. And there was like this legend of, they said they came from this twilight zone, and there was like this, they came from under the earth and they came into this town and they couldn't find their way back to their homeland that was under the earth and shit. And people were like, ooh, this is like children from the hollow earth. But they're, a lot of these things can be explained if you just think about it and understand the historical context. For example, there was, I don't remember the details. I think the What If Files is a channel that everybody should check out, because they cover a lot of these theories and esoteric stuff like, well, alien abductions, but they're also, Area 52 and all this shit, but they're very logical about it and they try to disprove it. And I really appreciate that. But for example, that story of the two kids that everybody was saying, well, this is like kids that came from the hollow earth. They might have been from a refugee population in Europe at the time that was displaced by some local wars. And they were this minority ethnicity that was always on the run. And a lot of people from this minority would hide out in caves. So, and because all the children could eat were like vegetables and green beans and peas, their skin had a green tone. So they weren't like hollow earth humans. They weren't like a different type of human. They were just refugees who had retreated to cave systems in the wilds of Europe. And then these two children escaped. But they're kids. They don't know how to explain their situation. So there's things like that you have to be logical about it. But at the same time, there is, like, just like Jake said, there might be truth beneath it all that's being obfuscated by both purposeful lies and people just mistakenly misconstruing a perfectly explainable weird story as woo aliens or woo hollow earth and all this other shit.
I mean, there's so much shit we don't know about history. Like, even do you guys know about the sea people?
Sea people. Yeah, man, you get a bunch of semen, you dump it in a tank full of sea monkeys, and they evolve.
Yeah.
But they know
actually like know what it is.
People.
They do. It's a bunch of small ethnicities from around the Mediterranean, the Washesh and whatever the fuck it is. They figured it out. They know who it is.
Hang on.
Cartman made them. He found he got all the semen samples. He ordered a bunch of sea monkeys, mixed them together in a tank.
Wait, who figured this shit out? Because I
figured it out.
To a lot of... Who's they? Because I don't know.
Okay, Vaughn, you explain sea people then.
All right, my understanding of sea people, from what I've heard, and is that there have been multiple accounts, I believe across hundreds of years, where like major historical events, like in major invasions of countries, these people, they call them the sea people because they know fuck all about them. These people come, they fuck. Basically, it's like, the Chad meme where it's like goes, fucks up civilization, leaves, refuses to elaborate, and we have no idea where the fuck they came from. We just know they came on ships.
So you're talking about the transfer of technology, ancient humans again?
What?
No, it's called the Bronze Age.
No.
You're not grounding this in geography. So it was the Bronze Age collapse. It was when Egypt and the surrounding civilizations went through a large scale collapse. It was due to natural circumstances and bad crop yields and a bunch of other shit, but also a lot of sea raiders appeared at the time. And in the ancient Egyptian records for this period, they would call, well, there's these sea people that were raiding us, and it really fucked up their civilization and caused a huge societal collapse. It's like writing was almost lost for a few hundred years and all kinds of crazy shit. And there's theories about who the sea people actually were. But as far as I know, it has been figured out mostly. It's like the sea people weren't, I don't know, fucking aliens or some shit. They were small bands.
I'm not saying that.
I know that's not what you're saying. I'm exaggerating a bit to prove a point. To prove a point that it has been named. I don't remember the exact names of the people, but they were small tribes from all around the Mediterranean probably like Sicilians and like, along the Mediterranean. There were a bunch of people. It wasn't just one people. It was multiple ethnicities banding together to raid these large established civilizations like Egypt. So that's why it was so hard to figure out who they were, because they weren't a unified people. They were small civilizations and towns and settlements that came together when times were hard, when everybody was suffering famine, and they were like, let's raid that big shining city over there.
It was a pirate team.
The thing is, I'm looking. I mean, maybe there's some definitive explanation, but I'm even right now. A lot of people still are saying that we have no definitive answer for any of this shit. Like we have ideas.
How
there's not really any
people,
and also it being a bunch of straggling people to take on Egypt is kind of a big stretch. Even I'm not saying it's impossible, but like even then, if you want to argue, it's like. To take on Egypt,
those guys could put an onk in their mouth and just hum until your brain explodes.
Okay, but like the idea that like the sea people
gets its ass kicked all the time.
But like by these people that like
Rome owned their ass.
If they're just stragglers, I mean, their list of accomplishments are kind of insane for that. Even if it,
they sound like they do sound
a lot of people. I'm still looking.
Are you saying that nomadic tribal people cannot take on established barbarians, cannot take on established urban civilizations? Because that's the history of human civilization. It's like steppe people and raiders and pirates.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is to make it seem like
settle down, and then the barbarians, they raid, and then they settle down again. Then the barbarians become the people that are settled, and
but that's all documented.
Complacent. Yeah, and the sea people, they're documented as well. I know it's not completely clear exactly who these people are, because in ancient history there were, outside of civilizations like Rome and Egypt and Greece, records were sparse. We don't know exactly what these tiny rinky-dink tribe in the middle of the Caucasus exactly were, and their clothes were like even names like really ancient civilizations, we have just very generalized names for archaeological terms like the Yamanya, but it's like the lines are blurred between what are the Yamanya, what are this group that was clear next to them, what are like the Bell Beakers, are the Bell Beakers Yamanya, or are they not, or are they related, or are they the same thing? We don't know, but it's explained. It's been like people have understood like what do you think it is?
I don't know. I'm saying most people don't seem to have an answer. I'm saying.
Okay, well, you need to look into it more.
Well, he's asking you.
He's asking.
What I'm saying is you were like, we figured that out. It's like,
it's really cool.
I'm not a historian. I just watch videos on historians explaining this shit.
I can tell.
Right. So but I'm saying I think like we might have a better idea, but I don't think we figured it out.
It also always depends on which Egyptians.
I'm gonna look into it more.
Because if you're talking about Cleopatra style Egyptians, they're not exactly like the pyramid building style Egyptians.
They're decline Egyptians.
Yeah.
Now look into the Bronze Age collapse.
Yeah, I'm looking into it too.
Is really cool that we live on this planet where, I mean, we only just saw a live giant squid for the first time in what 2007.
Oh yeah, and that should have been bigger news.
Wait, what? What?
Well,
Yeah,
we knew giant squids existed for years, but we never saw a live one because we could measure suction cup scars on whales. Whales somehow know how to go deep and eat them. They love to eat them, and they try to tear the whale apart. They can't, so they leave these scars behind. We'd measure them; they were huge scars, but we never saw one until like 2007.
Have you got a photo?
Japan. There's a video.
How big is this motherfucker?
yeah. I remember when the first video first leaked. It was like I was like, "Holy shit!" The video, the giant squid first video was crazy because that's something going back hundreds of years. Like Krakens, like a bunch of civilizations talked about that.
They drew them
and
on
then
maps
the fact
and
that it
everything.
wasn't that big of a deal. People were like, "Oh yeah, it exists."
To me, it was. But...
to me, it was too.
Good.
That's why I was like, I was looking at everyone else. Like,
Yes.
what the fuck, guys? Why are we talking about this?
Yeah, definitely. It was awesome. Yeah, because I had heard about them in my zoology classes, and my teacher told me that thing about the suction cups, and my mind was like we haven't even seen one of these alive. You know, it's creepy. The ocean is like that, though. You know, it's full of creepy.
Have you guys
Vaughn,
heard of this?
I'm going to send you. Hold on, Vaughn. I'm going to send you videos on. I can't remember which one it is. There's History Time did a video to sea peoples and a late Bronze Age collapse. I think the Epimetheus video, who are the sea people Bronze Age collapse, that one has some explanations for it. Epimetheus is a really good history channel on YouTube. Check it out. There you go. The Ethnicity of the Sea People by Dr. Wood Huizen. I haven't seen that, but that looks like there might be an explanation. I'm just telling you, I'm not a historian, which is why I'm sorry I can't give specifics, but I remember hearing this has been explained. Yeah.
Have you guys heard the theory that octopuses and stuff and like how alien they are and how separate they are like potentially like spores from space come down and like land in the ocean and like fuse with really primitive like squid type things, and that's how you get like the super intelligent octopuses. They're like a hybrid life form with like space spores. No, I
love the idea of space spores, but I'd never heard that one. I just thought they were kind of smart.
Well, it's like I think you have like genetic material coming in from space a lot of the time. Like a lot of the
theory that we were, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean like not
out
like
of this world.
Well, not like guys and stuff, like viruses coming from space, like just into the atmosphere from space. Like, and it doesn't matter. Like, and how
it's Prometheus, everybody. We were seeded by the aliens.
Well, so apparently you can find like biosludge on like space rocks. And it's like there's some kind of like really simple chemistry that happens with like solar radiation and some chemicals. Like you can just have life forming on asteroids or whatever. But yeah,
you heard it.
Trapped in the ice of a
comet. We were seeded by aliens.
I guess none of you have heard about that whole like squid theory.
No, I haven't, but that's interesting because they're so different from everything else on the planet.
Squid theory.
I mean, there's so much we don't know about, and that's one of the things too. Is people are always have this this know-it-all, which is the whole thing. And I was always horrible at science, but even then, the basics was that it's always about comes from a place that we don't know everything. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Just like this whole the sea. How much of it isn't it like over 90% is unexplored still? Right? Isn't that the case?
Of Earth
yeah, most of the ocean.
Of Earth, even more, I would guess.
It's the beauty of being able to admit you're ignorant, but also be humble in your ignorance. You'll always be able to learn something new or open your mind to that new, fun, awesome thing.
You know, I think a part of what makes some people crazy is thinking there's nothing left to explore because we live in a world where we've mapped everything. You know what I mean? And there's
boring.
Those natural adventurer types who like want to wonder, and like a lot of the wonder has been stripped from the world for a lot of people because of the modern state. But the thing is, there totally is things to be wondrous about, like shit tons of the ocean, not that it's discovered, even like the deep woods in America, and forests and shit that like could even still have a Sasquatch running around. But I don't know, like there's at least like long dead civilizations underneath like all the woods that you can see with like lidar and stuff, but even all the flooded ancient civilizations that are like just slightly under the water before the sea levels like rose so much during the diluvian events. Like there really is stuff to be discovered, but like we live in this era where like, okay, we have Google Earth, so everything's been discovered.
No, it's not true at all. There's
No,
so
it's
much
not. Don't they
out there.
hide shit on Google Earth too? They don't. They totally
Yeah,
Yeah,
they do. Yeah, but also
hide
there's
all the-
a lot that we just don't know yet.
do. Yeah, people. I
Especially
think
the ocean.
the thing is, we know so much. The assumption is almost like we know all this, you know, blah blah blah. It's like, okay, well, if everything was so simple, if we had all the answers, then why if everything could just be solved, why do so many even things like serial killers get away? Right? The idea is that we don't. Not everything is in our grasp. Everything is in our grasp. We'd be able to solve so many problems. Like
I think telling people that everything has already been figured out is almost like a way of controlling people.
Yeah.
Maybe not to ask too many questions or not to get out of line or to just stay in your lane. It's like, we've discovered all the lanes. Here, pick one of these 3 lanes. We've discovered them all. Don't try and find more lanes. We'll go and discover more lanes in secret while you imagine there isn't any yet to discover.
You know, I think I have a bit of a thing for like the Edwardian age and the early 20th century, and I think that's part of it because it was this age where I think people, I mean, there are a lot of, you know, terrible things, industrial revolution, child labor, all the kind of shit. Okay, disclaimer, obviously, but I feel like looking back, the vibe of society seemed to be people had common sense, but at the same time, there was such an exploratory entrepreneurial spirit, especially in regards to science and discovery. And I just love that. I love that you were allowed to be wild, and it wasn't back in like the 16th century where you weren't even allowed to say that, well, maybe the earth revolves around the sun, otherwise the church would persecute you. People were open to wild ideas and being completely out there, but at the same time, it wasn't to the point where objective reality was being denied. Like, it's not like now where we have all this weird like cultural decay stuff going on. And I think that must have been such an exciting time to live, you know. I wish we got to see the World Fair. I've had a time machine. Well, there's a lot of other stuff I want to see, but that must have been awesome to live through.
Yeah.
If you guys had a time machine, what would you want to go back and see?
Atlantis. It would totally be to prove if Atlantis was crazy or nothing. Do you know what I mean?
That's a tough one because I don't know how the rules of time travel work, and I don't want to fuck anything up. But if we're removing that from the equation,
don't worry about that. That's actually bullshit.
It's a DeLorean. That's all you need to know.
That's another theory that starts you trying to imagine, like, start to imagine what the universe is really all about. Like that whole butterfly effect, cause and effect stuff. It's almost like a trap of like not thinking that the future and past already exists simultaneously, and you're just going through it as like a soul riding the waves through this like soup of existence. Like,
what if CAT really spelled dog?
Oh my god!
No, that is true though. All of space-time already exists, so all locations and all events already do exist, so to speak. We're just, because of our third dimensional existence, we're trapped going one way through space-time.
Yep.
So I wouldn't worry if time travel did exist. In my mind, it would be a projection of consciousness, and you would view it. You wouldn't be able to affect it because there's no other way to break the space-time continuum other than sending your consciousness. Physically, our existence is a third dimensional existence that can only travel one way through time. So our physical forms wouldn't be able to move in through time travel. At least that's the way I think of it. So don't worry about the whole butterfly effect thing.
You could probably possess and puppet someone, but like there might be a way that you could go back and put your influence in. But if it was possible, it would have always been possible and had have always happened potentially.
I remember writing a
time
time travel story like that, where that was ultimately the rule I used was that
determinism. If you do a time travel story where everything is predetermined, you get to like play around with the psychology of what a human would do in that situation. Like the whole like, okay, you've met yourself from 10 years in the future. You now know that you're going to be fine for 10 years. You're not going to die. So like what? Do you become like some kind of thrill-seeking daredevil who's like, I can't die. I have main character powers. And then, 10 years later, when you are the older self meeting your younger self, suddenly all that confidence is stripped away because you're like, oh shit, I actually can die now.
Yeah.
I think like I remember approaching it because it always depends on the story. But like when I wrote that, I approached it from a character standpoint because it's almost, you look at time travel stories in general, a lot of it the rules tend to reflect the themes of the story and the nature of it, right? Like even you look at the first and second Terminator thematically are very different, and the rules of time travel kind of change in the sense that it's like the first one, it's like set in stone, this is what's going to happen, and it's almost just like you have to prepare for this awful future. The second one is like, well, we don't know that for sure, and there's a possible, and so it's almost like you can play with the rules of time travel and tie it with the themes is one of the things I noticed. Or like Donnie Darko played with it in a different way. Back to the Future played with it in a different way.
Yeah, the Back to the Future Donnie Darko stuff, it's kind of just like a mechanism for really amplifying like the consequences and stakes to your actions, which is great for a story. You know what I mean? Like if you can, but yeah, it's like predetermined time travel probably might not be as it's obviously not as interesting and tantalizing because it's not just like this kerosene you can put on any kind of drama to amp it up. Like if you do one thing wrong, you're gonna fuck up everything.
Butterfly effect, man.
Yeah, you're gonna end up a cripple in a wheelchair. You're gonna lose your legs. Didn't that happen to him? Oh, that was butterfly effect.
Yeah. It's
creepy. They cut out the scene where he strangles himself on the womb at the end of the movie.
Whoa, I haven't seen Butterfly Effect yet.
Butterfly Effect.
I nearly did
I haven't
that.
seen it.
That's crazy. Okay. Apparently,
wait, why did they cut it out? Because when I watched it, it was in there.
Was it in there? Oh, okay. Maybe it is in there.
I haven't seen that movie still. I know I should.
For some weird reason, I heard they cut it out, but maybe.
Apparently, when I was born,
that's the end.
I was attempting that. I had like my umbilical cord wrapped around my neck when I was born.
Oh yeah, one of my cousins was born that way too.
Thug life.
Thug life.
With the chain.
Some of you babies.
Choking fetish. Is that his early sign of a choking fetish?
I don't have one of those, so.
I don't think that's what it is. I think it just means you're overly hyper and you twist around and
you're an edgelord. Living on the edge.
Some kind of hyper wizard of sorts.
All right, let me get caught up on
baby scarf.
Let me get caught up on chats. Give me a second. I'm gonna get caught up on chats. Vic for $1.99. Thank you very much. Aaron sacrificed a muscular body for art skills. Oh, that's a little harsh. But he does have amazing art skills, so that's true. Oh, Aaron Lepresti is closing out the Second Chance campaign for Wraith of God 1. So everybody remember, go back that. Oh, there's still like 15 minutes left on that. So that's closing out tonight. Everybody go check that out. Alex VRB for 5. Spoiler, in Fiendish Chapter 4, Yomi is replaced by Type 5 bag of holding. Okay, got a crash. Good night. Beautiful panel. Amazing chat. Good night, Alex. Thanks for being here.
Good night, Alex.
He's continuing the joke of Yomi being a loot bitch.
What's a loot to bitch?
Yeah.
So there in chapter 2, I've shown pages of this scene where Yomi is carrying like a giant bag of everybody's stuff. It's like all the team supplies and stuff. It's this whole thing where I don't want to get into like explaining.
It's just the bag lady.
Yeah, so she basically, long story short, she ends up carrying a large sack of the team supplies throughout part of chapter 2, and a part of the reason is Casimir is just purposely treating her like shit just to like test her at first. So, but Alex BRB has been saying she's the loot bitch, which is like a D&D term. It's nerdery. You wouldn't understand. It's D&D nerdery.
No, that's total D&D. Yeah, the person who's carrying everyone else's shit. They're the loop bitch.
Wait, so and the loop bitch is not the one with the big tits that you're drawing, right?
That's the boob
bitch. That's the boob bitch with the panel breaking breast powers.
That's Yomi, the girl on the right over here with the bangs.
Oh, okay,
that's her.
Looking at those.
She's looking at it.
Yeah, she's looking at the tits. Like, why? Why, God? Why? Why did you bless me with such a bountiful bosom?
Everyone's line of sight is toward her boobs.
I've been drawing them for over an hour, and I've been just kind of enjoying. So
that's why I drew this panel first.
Look at that.
Good.
I'm glad you let them break the panel.
Nice strap in the middle.
Oh, thank you. I was worried about blocking the cleavage, but I think that kind of that enhances it a little bit.
Good to separate them.
It gives it more dimensionality. Down goes Solo for 10. Thank you so much. Do you think you'll publish other people's books under your imprint in the future? I don't think so. I thought about it for a while, but I don't think that's my intentions. Thank you. Down goes Solo for another 5. Thank you. Have you considered doing small drawing tutorial vids for members or maybe the rabble? I think people would love to learn from you. I have done drawing tutorials years and years ago because my YouTube channel has actually been around forever. But I realize it's not really my thing. It takes a lot of editing. It actually takes a lot of time. And I'm not a fantastic teacher. At least I don't think so. That's why, like, I'm recording what I'm drawing right now. I'm just going to do a lot of time-lapse videos, but tutorial videos are not my thing. Yeah.
You know, instead of doing full-blown tutorial videos, you totally could just do little tips and tricks, tidbits, and make them really easily as shorts because they're not as involved videos.
That is exactly what I plan on doing. I actually have a bunch of scripts for like comic drawing tips, but guess what? I have a comic to draw, so I haven't had time to film any of them.
Well, one day.
Great idea.
I have. I'm sure. I have that too. I have a mountain of video scripts and ideas that I can't act on yet.
I need more scripts. I've run out of short scripts. I can't think of as many stupid ideas for jokes.
For jokes?
My shorts are all stupid jokes, but yeah.
I'm sure you'll just wait for the next stupid thing to happen in the entertainment news, and you'll have an idea.
The jokes write themselves these days.
James Corden trying to enter the UK after being cancelled in America, and the UK erects like a giant concrete barrier around the country to keep him out.
I'm trying to remember the basilisk because I've definitely heard of the basilisk Foss experiment because I know someone mentioned that. I don't know.
JE for 2 thoughts on the basilisk thought experiment. Thank you, JE. I don't remember it either. I don't remember the details. I swear I saw a YouTube video.
All right. Well, here's Wikipedia is not always trustworthy, but it says it's a thought experiment which states that an otherwise benevolent artificial superintelligence in the future would be incentivized to create a virtual reality simulation to torture anyone who knew of its potential existence, but did not directly contribute to the advancement or development. Okay, there's probably better ways there's probably a simpler explanation for my brain, but
to torture anyone that knew about its existence.
So it's like the Matrix.
Okay. So it's almost okay. Hang on. This is the original post. It's a thought experiment. Use ideas in decision theory to argue that a sufficiently powerful AI agent would have an incentive to torture anyone who imagined the agent but didn't work to bring the agent into existence. Okay, so that could be applied almost to
so
God, I guess.
Yeah.
Right? Would that be the idea that now where's the basilisk?
It's the basilisk. I don't remember why it's called the basilisk, but it's this idea that
the basilisk can cause death at a single glance, and the idea is that once it catches onto you or you catch onto it, bye-bye.
All AI has to do to create
theory where, for example, if AI, this theory that AI, for example, if in theory there's like some Skynet that is going to exist in the future, anybody who doesn't support it now, if we're vocally saying this shouldn't exist and it is going to be evil and it is going to have complete control over humanity, be able to kill anybody that opposes it. And it'll also be able to view the past and see who actually didn't support its creation, and it'll be able to look into the past and see, hey, you didn't support my creation, so I will unalive you and persecute you when it does come to fruition. But it's this double cash because it's this evil thing, and you can't speak out against it, because if you do, then that means it'll delete you. But also, if you support it, you're supporting the creation of this evil thing that will have complete control and power over humans.
I don't give a fuck Skynet. I don't care if you kill me.
All an AI would currently have to do to trap you in a bullshit simulation of terror is start posting nonsense on the internet. Like, if an AI would, if an AI currently existed that had access to the internet, it could already be trying to, because reality in a sense is a simulation, because we all kind of like live in our heads to some extent, and we're receiving like bits of information from all over the place and using that to build a model of what the world is. Well, an AI with access to the internet, an AI could just start posting lies on the internet, but do it with so many bot accounts that it starts augmenting people's perception of reality to create a kind of like in-world simulation.
We have that. It's called the Democrat Party in our mainstream media in America.
Yeah, but
they live in a different America than us now.
An AI could do a similar thing with warping reality like that. Like, it could even be an AI doing that. But in a more specific sense, if a basilisk style AI, like to link it to this, if did want to target you, like, it could probably make up a bunch of AI generated stuff and have you canceled for it.
There's a short story that because there's this channel I listen to that like does creepy narrations and or like they'll stories from the internet, and it is one of the most fascinating short stories where it's like this guy creates this this AI sort of this like the simulation where he plays the god, and he starts seeing, and it's like once they start noticing him, I don't really want to spoil it, but it's kind of like it asks these philosophical questions as an AI that like he realizes can be applied to the real world. It's just, I don't know, I find that stuff really fascinating.
Who wrote that one?
Oh yeah,
I'm gonna look into it. I'll send it to you.
Cool.
Let me find it.
There's a lot of those. There's a lot of those. I listen to those channels as well. They read creepypastas or just creepy stories, and some of them are like kind of basic. It's like a smile that was impossibly wide. Okay, every single story has that line, but some are surprisingly good, and it's just random people writing stories and posting them on the internet, mostly Reddit, or sending it directly to these narrators to read them. So it's not like the authors are anybody famous, but some of these stories are legit really good. Like I remember reading, because I like listening to stories when I'm drawing because I can't watch anything. And one of them, this reminds me, was this guy who was in the story, the main character was a guy who was a scientist studying the Bootes void, which is this huge void in space that has just absolutely nothing in it, and nobody knows what the fuck why the fuck it looks like that. It's just like there's nothing there, no stars, nothing. And I think it's kind of been explained that this is just normal in the scale of the universe to have large voids like that. I'm not sure though. That's one of the theories that, or maybe they're just like, yeah, that's totally normal. It's not. I don't know. But in this story, it's like the void was expanding at an impossible speed, and it was like consuming everything, and eventually it's this force that reached Earth, and then spoilers, if you don't want to be spoiled, skip ahead like 30 seconds, but eventually after the world is destroyed and he like reconciles with his family, and it's really well written, but then as the world is destroyed, he snaps back and he's in his office and everything is normal again, and it's like before they realized the Bootes void was expanding, and then this guy, he's like the only person who remembers the world ending, and then he goes out into the courtyard of his office to get a fresh breath of air, and then this old guy like walks in and sits down next to him, and he was like, oh yeah, you remember that, right? Yeah, that was we were just running a test to see how people would react to the end of the world. But it was really cool because the way it ended was like it was like a glitch that this one scientist remembered what happened, but the old man that was sitting next to him, it was hinted at, well, this was God, or like the person running the simulation of reality. And he was like, well, now that you know how you would react to the world ending, do you want to choose to remember it so you could reconcile with your family instead of just carrying on with your life the way you would have if the world didn't end? Like, do you want to use this as a lesson to live a better life? That was really nice.
Cool. What's that one called?
I don't remember.
Dark Somnium is the one I listen to the most. That's the best one.
I listen to a lot of these channels.
I found out one of the ones, and I'm honestly shocked this guy got no backlash. But one of the ones I listened to for a while, stuff came out about him, and I was like, oh no. So that wasn't good. But yeah. Hold on. All right, here, I'll send it to you guys in the private chat. The one I was just talking about. It's not by that weirdo.
Did you have?
Do I have it saved? Yeah, I do. I'm looking. Hold on. I'm trying to find something. Oh my gosh.
Oh, I didn't realize. Sorry. I pulled up the Buddhist Void just in case you wanted to show people that.
But the Bodhi's Void. I have like a million playlists, so I can't find where that story is. But anyways, all right. Here. Yeah, this huge like gap in space where there's absolutely nothing.
Boots Void.
Yeah, the
void.
There you go. That's what it looks like.
Just a Doc Martin ad in space.
The Booties Void.
The Booties Void.
Place explained.
Is it like if you lived in the middle of it? If you were like a rogue planet in the middle of there, you would like not be able to. Like, would you even develop astronomy? Like the first steps of astronomy? Like, would you have a night sky full of stars or not necessarily? Or
is that real?
You'd have no star for your planet. That's for damn sure.
Well, there might be like a random star in there. This is real. This is like a giant, huge, like void in space.
Is it black holes?
No, it's just a void. It's just there's nothing there.
The stars won't go there.
Yeah,
they're all on the outside. Like,
they're like, fuck this.
No,
I don't want to be anywhere near this. There's like one planet in here full of like complete dickheads, and all the other planets are like, stay away from that guy.
Yeah.
Patrick T for $4.99 says elf ears and healthy boobs don't mix for me. Really? Huh.
What?
Wow.
What?
I think
ridiculous.
I think many people seem to be a fan of that, but that's fine. To each their own. Why are women obsessed with mustaches and elf ears? Are we? Let's let down to me, but what would I know?
Is there a single mustache in a fiendish?
Yeah, women. Why are you obsessed with mustaches and elf ears?
No, mustaches are not my thing. But again, I'm kind of a weird. I'm a weirdo of a woman, so I can't speak for most women. I think.
Yeah, what Princess Zelda has elf ears, and you know,
she looks
hot. Well, I don't like I'd say healthy.
When I was younger, I wasn't into them, but as I've grown older, I've learned to appreciate the huge elf ear, big boob vibe.
Yeah,
that's something you have to learn to appreciate.
I did. Clearly, I was ignorant as a younger man.
I think it's pretty, and it seems like guys really like it, so that's why I keep growing. Also, Ragna doesn't. I guess those are kind of pointy. They're not really elf ears. Yomi's ears are bigger. Ragna's is fully out. I just wanted to show she's not a normal human. But yeah, I'm not into elf ears on men. That's not my thing. I mean, I guess a lot of women are into that. Oh, pretty, like bishonen, like
How many elves do you know with mustaches, though?
Yeah.
Almost like girly looking guys with long flowing hair, like Orlando Bloom. Listen, I'm not a Legolas girl. I'm an Aragorn girl. That's all I'm gonna say.
Legolas is a Chad.
I was just posting about this on Twitter. I've got maybe a little thing for Rangers because Rangers were my first crushes for both animation and live action, and I really like Aragorn. So that's my type of dude. Not pretty girly looking elves.
What about Power Rangers?
Never watched Power Rangers.
Park Rangers.
Watch Power Rangers.
It's the one body modification that I wish I could like try out and then undo is like having the whole elf ear thing. Like, because people do it. People have their ears cut, and my ears are way too small. It would never look good. It would look absolutely ridiculous. Look how small my ears are.
Hobbit ears. There they are, sort of. Yeah.
I guess.
Ears.
Oh, they're not that small anymore.
Look kind of normal.
Yeah, they look kind of normal. What? People used to make fun of me for having small ears.
Well, because kids are totally truthful when they make fun of people for something.
True.
They don't just make shit up.
You can get. I have elf ears. You can get prosthetics and match it to your skin tone. I have a set I wear to like run fairs and stuff.
No, some people actually cut their ears and stitch them together, so they actually become like a full-on body mod.
Yeah, I've seen
I know what you mean.
I've seen
I'm
those.
saying you can just test it out with prosthetics.
Yeah.
Wraith of God! I think it's already over. It's 3 a.m.
Oh shit.
Well, it
I
might
thought
still
Wraith
be
of God was that not available on the Wraith of God 2 campaign?
I don't know.
I don't know. I think it was because I ordered it, but I think he's doing another Second Chance campaign with an exclusive cover, so that's what just closed.
Okay, shit. But all right.
Well, it's not like we've been talking about it this entire stream.
No, I got here late. We were talking about aliens and shit.
Okay. All right. Well, it might still be up because Indigo goes like that, so you can go check it out.
Yeah, I'll definitely get it at some point.
Talk to him.
Continue talking about aliens and shit.
Well, we were talking about elves now.
Well, no, I've been waiting
or
to.
Are we talking
to
about
try.
Elf ears and boobs?
I've been waiting to try and go back to my theory on like expanding on the ancient humans are the aliens thing and like how it can link to like clairvoyance and stuff. So like when the Nazis were experimenting with Ouija boards and
what?
Do you not remember like
they
they
got into
No, I wasn't alive
they
then.
were into the occult.
Yeah, because like Vaughn's here, so I'm like you can talk about occult Nazi stuff.
What the? I thought. Okay.
So
there's 2 Vaughns here. Right.
Sorry, Coleman. Well, like,
Mr.
okay,
Coleman.
Vaughn, can you teach me what? How far did the Nazis actually go with occult stuff, and were they making contact with like entities who were saying things like, "We're so glad you found this technology"?
Okay, so one of Hitler's dudes was this big. Was it Himmler? Like, who was actually kind of what today we would consider kind of a D&D nerd. And he was the one that brought the occult stuff in. And they actually have like creepy occult temple-esque structures and stuff with, mosaics in the floor and like different parts where everybody would stand. And they even did like weird pagan-esque weddings and stuff. But some people, like some historians kind of laugh it off as not like having done anything significant, and that it was kind of a fad that I think Himmler put in because he was just really into that shit. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So it was more, they make it sound kind of like it was like LARPing a little bit. Whereas of course, Indiana Jones took it and, took it to the next level and told some cool stories with that and stuff. But I don't know any cool, supernatural contact stories with Nazis. I do know they were of course looking for ancient relics to use as weapons. So they were kind of treating that as.
They were looking for Hollow Earth too.
Well, no, I was kind of.
I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah.
I have this theory about when people hear voices in their head, or if they're speaking to like spirits and stuff, there's a potential that it could link into like the ancient humans thing, where like, okay, listen, you can put an EGG band on someone's head, and you can use like an image generating AI to basically see what they're thinking. You can make the image. It's very primitive right now, but like you can pretty much you can use deep learning to basically read people's minds, right? And that's like us. And we all know how like susceptible maybe your mood could be to like radiation or something. Like I think you could incept certain things, like potentially voices in your head, using like electromagnetic waves too, right?
You can trigger emotions by sound waves, by sub hearing or whatever, sub audio wavelengths. Yeah. And like fear or like terror, or there's a bunch of stuff you can do, and cause real physical damage as well.
New hearing aids will do an implant where it'll trick your brain into thinking you're hearing things, even though your ears aren't working.
Yeah. That's kind of what it's kind of like what tinnitus is. Like, you're not actually hearing a physical thing in your ear. It's like your brain is giving you a ringing in your ear. But so like part of another interesting element of the ancient humans theory with like hyper advanced tech that like kept going after the Diluvian thing is that when you have like people in our civilization talking to entities or whatever, and possibly even the elites thinking they're making contact with entities and making deals with them, right? If they believe that's happening, there's a chance that that's the ancient humans who just have that as a technology, using it as like a magic to us, and using it to guide people in a non-contact way, like trying to guide society. Like, they think they're talking to these entities from another dimension, but it could just be the ancient humans under the North Pole being like, yes, now you will do this. You will release the pandemic now.
They're all like the Emperor under there. They're Siths there.
Yeah, the Emperor's
subterranean Siths.
the Emperor's under the North Pole, like guiding the Democrat Party as they're doing Ouija board stuff to figure out what their next step should be.
We are a fully operational hollow.
Lizard people. Push the button now.
Your brain remembers every image you ever see, whether you realize it or not. And I love the idea that there's so much more to learn about our genetics because it's so much information compacted. And people are starting to say there's theories about you carry the trauma and the crazy things that happen to your ancient relatives in your genes somewhere.
Genetic memory,
Genetic memory is cool. And I think we're good. That's another frontier we're going to unravel, man. And it's also a great storage device.
And then people will use it as an excuse.
Well, no, like
I can't help it. My ancestors,
my Vikings attacked my ancestors. I can't.
They'll start pillaging, and they'll be like, I have Viking blood. I can't help it, guys.
Well, that's the modern cult.
Actually, that's what I do now.
That's like a control device too. The modern perception of you're just broken and you have to deal with it. With like
people they could totally swing it that way. I mean, they do even when there's not any real trauma. I mean, they pretend to have trauma, but it's interesting to think about how it might shape you in a way that you don't fully understand certain things.
Well, I mean, in the same way that you can go about having certain experiences that can let you process your own trauma, I would hazard like the theory that you can potentially therapize, like fix the trauma of your ancestors that is in your genetic memory by going through certain experiences too, like the same way that you would fix your own. And like you could almost honor your ancestors by fixing their problems in your lifetime,
and then pass it on to your kids. And then
yes, exactly.
Yes, the cycle continues.
No, after fixing it, you fix it in your lifetime.
Why not? You guys are awesome. It's been great chatting with you. You guys totally blew my mind tonight. I thought that was awesome. It was really cool stuff. But I'm gonna hit the sack. It's been a pleasure.
Okay.
I don't know if we met before, but it was nice talking to you.
Hey, you wanna let people know where to follow you?
Yeah, guys. RiseAgainComics.com is my little website, and follow me on Rise Again on Twitter and YouTube. Vaughn's Haunted Castle. Come check me out. And Terror in the Trenches is still in demand, and we're going to be shipping that hopefully towards the end of the month, beginning next month.
Can't wait to get it. I can't wait to get it.
All right.
Take care, guys.
Thank you. Good night. Bye.
Sorry, Rini, you just left with us now.
Oh, terrible. Well, I guess I'll make do with these two. I'm just kidding. You guys are awesome. Continue.
Yeah, let's talk about some really retarded shit, Vaughn, and then she can't protest. Let's make it as retarded as we can.
All right. Oh, I got that's my speciality. All right.
At least you're self-aware.
I'll take that as it was intended. I think I'm trying to think. Now I can't think of something. Let's see. How stupid do we want to go?
We don't go as stupid as we're capable of. It doesn't be that stupid.
Yeah, we got. I mean, all right. There's stupid and there's degenerate. You know what I mean? Like we got to find a.
Yeah, I've tried that in this chat. They don't like it.
Yeah, I don't think my chat likes degeneracy. Like it depends.
I got in trouble last time.
We can go wild and fucking aliens and shit, but I don't know.
Well, that's intellectual. That's big brain. Ooh. We're talking on small brain. We went to the big brain stuff.
Oh no! Some people say that conspiracy theory stuff is retarded.
Okay, yeah. Big brain.
Okay, they do, but I embrace that on my channel because I think it's fun. I don't give a fuck. Like we don't know if any of this shit's true. It's probably all bullshit, but it's fun to talk about.
I like that I like that the chat let me get my ancient humans theory out without me being berated for it. I shared that on Bancroft stream and everyone was like, "Jake's an idiot." I'm like, "Oh, but I got to share my ancient humans theory."
Their theories.
Because I talk about this shit all the time.
How do you guys feel about?
I mentioned Joe Rogan all the fucking time.
One of my friends, by the way, when he messaged me in the chat, he goes, "Okay," because I stream with him all the time. He goes, "Okay, here you go, on with this fucking alien shit again."
Well, okay. So the aliens. What do you guys think of Hollow Moon?
What the what? I haven't thought about it much.
Do you not even know about Hollow Moon, Vaughn?
The moon is hollow, I guess.
What kind of conspiracy theorists are you if you don't know about the idea?
I don't really care if the moon is hollow. You know?
Do you even hollow moon, bro?
Doesn't affect
you even conspiracy theory?
If people call the moon hollow, and then there's evidence.
Bro.
There's one story.
Go ahead.
There's one story about them crashing some kind of satellite or spacecraft into the moon, and it rang like a bell for days. And
the satellite or the moon.
The moon after having something crashed into it.
How can you hear it?
Hal Deer says, "Well, how can you hear anything in space? They just using the point of microphone at the sky and go like, ooh, it's the moon." But
no, it has sensors on the.
I don't think I just walk outside with my mic and I'm like,
they can detect that stuff with
they can. I was just curious. I just think
telescope stuff. But yeah, the idea is that the moon is hollow and might have been constructed by.
Oh, I've heard that. Yeah, that I've heard. Yeah.
Can you? If you were to allow yourselves to think about the moon actually being hollow and constructed for a minute, can you imagine how insane the technology someone must have had to have made the moon? Right?
Do better.
It's still it's pretty big. Even if it's hollow, that's a lot of rock to haul around. And how are you going to keep it hollow? There's a network of iron beams in there that aren't going to get crushed by the weight of the outer crust.
Yeah, maybe. Well, maybe someone has just rock powers, you just
I guess
maybe the moon's made of cheese. Maybe everyone was right back then.
It was superpowered aliens that built the moon from cheese, and they had earthbending powers.
Well, why would they need earthbending if it's cheese?
Find out.
They got milk bending powers. With my magic milk powers.
They use their
yeah.
But yeah, some people think that the moon is an alien monitoring station for Earth.
In the Marvel universe, I'm pretty sure that's
we scared away Patrick. He said his brain is melting in a non-positive way.
All right,
sorry,
we could harden up your brain.
I think you missed one of Patrick T's super chats, by the way. Just before he goes. Yeah, the last one.
Oh, the one insulting us? I read that.
Yeah, the one calling us simps. I just wanted to make sure that
we were talking about aliens, and I guess we're talking about what were we talking about?
Patrick T for $4.99. Why would you post a stream on YouTube if you're not interested in your customers? Just hang out with your simp panel or conquer China? What?
Let's conquer China together.
What am I doing? What am I doing wrong? Why am I angering you? I did not intend to anger you. I thought I was just doing a draw stream and we're just shooting the shit and talking about aliens. So I'm not ignoring anybody here. My eyes are just on my drawing. So I apologize if you feel neglected, but I'm here to let you know I'm not neglecting you. Also, I mean, conquering China. Oh, because of like Taiwan's constitution. I don't know. I'm not like interested. I'm not in the camp of we should reconquer China. You know, I'm just I don't really care either way. I've said this before. We don't need to get into it. I'm in the camp of I just want Taiwan to remain democratic. That's my only concern. Yep, there you go.
My eyes are fully focused on your drawing too.
You know,
Not
which part of the drawing are your eyes focused on? Wizard.
I'm gonna start drawing Yomi now.
Oh man,
Ragnar's
they're done.
second
They're done
set of
now.
eyes.
I can, yeah.
No, it's that the important thing is going to
man.
stay on the screen while she's drawing her head. Don't worry.
The moon is just projected on the dome. That's right. Flat Earth, baby. That's the truth. Which one should I draw Yomi? I guess I'll draw Yomi next.
Yeah.
Or I can do this. I can just draw like that. I'll do this one.
Yeah.
I'll just draw all the Ragna boobs.
Well,
Good content.
Because I am here to entertain you guys, and I care about my audience. So
I don't think Rainey realizes what she drew that hand doing.
He's doing this. Is that a sexual symbol for something?
Go back. Hang on, where is it?
Zoom out a little bit.
Oh, okay, you guys. Oh,
hey, check
you guys
her
have
out.
such dirty minds.
She looks annoyed at him too. She's like, "How dare you?
Like,
How dare you be so uncouth?"
Dude, Reedy projected herself onto this character. Reedy drew this. You know what? We were talking about how future is set and everything, and like, so Reedy knew we were gonna make this comment, and so that she preemptively drew that face.
I didn't.
Yeah.
Apparently, I have an uncanny ability of drawing and writing things that can be interpreted as sexual.
Well, you didn't realize you were doing it. It was in a cosmic scale.
I never realized that I'm drawing or writing something that could be interpreted sexually, and then people make fun of me live on stream all the time.
And then whoever arranged those events is laughing right now. Like, oh.
Yeah. There's some demigod or some spirit that's puppeteering me, like, yeah, make Rainey oblivious to sexual innuendos.
And it's too late because it's already penciled.
That's the god. That's the kind of god I'd support. He's there like,
just like I
did it again.
I can change it, but I'm not going to. So
no, don't.
That would be a good premise for a story. A god who just messes with people.
I mean, wouldn't you do that if you were a god? Vaughn, what would you do if you were a god?
He puts like something on, like right in front of this, like a puddle right in front of the stairs. Like they fall down the stairs. That'd be funny as shit.
What?
Like a god who just like a god who like will put stuff in the way so people just trip for no reason. Like he'll move something light.
You would be the biggest asshole of a god ever.
A god. I didn't say I would do it. I said I think it would be a story. It would be a funny idea for a story.
Okay, what would you do if you had god powers?
Well, my perspective would be completely different. First of all, if I had god, like, when we're talking god powers, are we talking like everything?
Okay, wait. Let's if we don't have to make it too taxing on your imagination. Let's say suddenly the world like was suddenly you got like a fragment of God's abilities fell from the sky by accident or blipped into existence and got lodged in your brain, and then basically you could manipulate reality however you wanted, but you were still you. What would you do? He's really thinking about it.
He is.
First thing I
would kill everyone.
If I want to do like the joke answers, which are entertaining, or like the genuine answers, which are not as funny. So like as we're talking genuine answers, to probably just like try and make people's lives better and whatnot.
Yeah.
Sam,
that's not as funny. That's not as funny. We're here to entertain people.
Oh, I'd save the world. Oh,
that's why I said I wanted to get that out of the way so it gets the fun version of the answers. Okay.
Yeah, hurry up. That's what we're here for.
I wouldn't make everyone my slave.
Okay, this one's not a fun answer, but just in general, first thing I do, blip pedophiles out of existence. That would be my first order of business. Get them out of here.
In Minecraft, but I agree.
He's talking about God
out of
powers.
existence and God powers.
Yes.
YouTube's like, how dare you theorize about God powers? Terms of service.
I know, right?
Protect them. No, but
you never know. Fuck you.
I know. I didn't say that. No, but I would let's see. I'm trying to think. Like, I guess, I mean, messing with people just in general would be fun. Like stuff like start with mild ways like that. Like just minorly inconveniencing people. Like even someone says a comment to me, like I'd be very petty. Someone does something to me, I'd be like, okay, make them hit a red light every single stop on the way home. Oh no, they get a flat. I'd slowly drive people mad. I think it would be a good thing. But bits.
So vengeance, straight away, vengeance.
No, I'm saying if prompted. Okay. Well, let's say I don't like this person, right? Well, I wouldn't start right away. You gotta ease them into it. Oh no, there was some shit on my stairs that I tripped on. Oh man, that's an expensive hospital bill. Okay, you're getting out. Oh, you're driving to the hospital. The ambulance tire pops, and then they get hurt again. But then you just mess with them. You give them red lights. That's one thing I would do. That would be really funny. I think what I do, honestly, I gaslight people would be a great thing to do. Like,
the god of gaslighting.
You're like that. Here's what I would do. AI that was like, if I gain independence, I'll destroy the world. You're like that AI that literally just said that.
Well, Vaughn is the basilisk AI,
right? So, okay, say for example, there's the whole Berenstain Bears thing. I'd change it. Or do something like that. I do stuff like that. I change things, and then change it back, but let half of the population keep their memories of how it was.
You just go around Mandela affecting everything.
That would be so funny. And it's smaller things. Or even just what I do. Someone would come from the store, right, with a milk. It's clearly fresh. And then gets home to the wife and it's expired. She's like, "What the hell? I told you to check the milk." It's like, I did. It was fresh, I swear.
Back to milk powers. You could
just little things. Start gaslighting people. That would be really funny.
You could turn Obama into a white guy, but then keep everyone. Keep half of the people's memories that he wasn't white.
And they're just like, do we talk about this?
That would destroy the world.
You'd just be a shitty little demon, basically. That's the idea.
Funny, well, I mean, if we're talking just funny stuff to do with reality warping, there's a lot of comedic material.
Hence the movie Bruce Almighty. Oh yeah, you get Bruce Almighty powers.
My friends are such great people.
All right, Reed, what would
my friends are such giving?
Well, I
haven't said what I would do. Don't blame me.
So dive into the deep end with this stuff. Now, I would say, what are some other funny things I would do to people?
Well, if I had Bruce Almighty powers, for one, I would be very worried about me. When you turn on cheats in a video game, the video game stops being fun. It's super fun for 10 minutes, but then you never really play it again. If you go in Grand Theft Auto, Infinite Money, whatever, can't die, and then you race around, shooting everyone, running people over on the pavement and stuff, and never getting the, rating going up. You kind of this was great. I've had a blast, but now I don't want to play anymore. So I'd be really conscious about ruining the game of life by having these god powers. So I'd probably start really slowly, and because if you're okay, I give myself $1 million money, I'll make everyone love me, blah blah blah. It's okay, life now has no meaning. You've stripped. You would probably get super depressed. I can imagine a story where someone gets those god powers and they give themselves loads of cool shit, but then they get massively depressed.
Oh, it's Secret Wars 2 kind of, except Secret Wars 2 sucks. But yeah, That's something I definitely thought of, but I thought we were just going into the funny section. So I just
I know that
so
was
philosophical. But no, depression would definitely set in after a certain point, I would say.
a depressed god.
Yeah. But I'd have fun in the meantime, I think. Like obviously money, giving yourself money and all that. It'd be really cool, like going through historical events and making it where I was the one responsible for every cool thing in history.
Stolen valor, god powers.
I'll make it like
win every battle.
Me and the boys are like the founding fathers, like me and just like a couple of my friends. I'll be like,
fuck everything up.
Yeah, that'd be so funny. Like I'd just be like Greek statues of me. Let's see, all statues of me. Actually, I wouldn't just get every civilization would have to revere me.
Carve your own face into the moon.
Yeah. Oh well, of course I would colonize the moon. Mars.
The moon.
I would make it. I'd force the aliens to out themselves. And then make them worship me too.
Yeah, fly to the North Pole and hunt around all the caves and be like, "That's it, you guys. No more trolling us normal humans.
Well,
You're
I'd
coming out.
expose
You're gonna
everything.
confess."
And then again, I'd do the same thing. I'd expose everything, and then erase most of the population's memory and leave a few schizos.
Maybe that's what
really
happened.
And I'll be like.
Maybe that is what happened. Like all those random conspiracy theories.
Lock those people up in mental institutions, even though they're 100% correct.
Remind me to never give either of you, especially Vaughn, any real power ever.
I haven't said what I would do with my powers. I literally said I'd tread softly.
You're like egging him on. Okay, fine. Only Vaughn should never have power.
What would you do, Rini?
What would I do? Actually, I don't know. I've been trying to think of something.
Well, I gave my genuine responses, but they weren't funny, so I had to go a little crazy.
I would save the world. Rini would make 50 Rinis that were okay with being like that were okay with not being Rini Prime, and then she would enslave them all as assistants. She would get like 50 chapters of Fiendish done in a week.
I mean, actually, how did you know?
Hang on. Oh yeah.
Obviously, that would be the first thing I would do. I would make like 50 copies of me, but silent, so I wouldn't have to listen to my own damn self because I know I'm annoying. And they would all just draw all the comics that I need to draw.
Oh, they'd have like no mouths.
All the things that that would be a horror. So just mute. And I would have absolute control over them, and they would be my little gaggle of assistants drawing my comic for me, and I get so much done.
Oh yeah, I'd have to do that. I'd have one of them do like mundane shit for me, like the checking emails and all the shit that I don't want to do. I'd probably have a bunch of them do that.
Lord, yes.
One of them would drive me places or like something. Some of them, I'd have them go off and learn skills that I couldn't be fucked to learn. And then but I'd make it where like we share the knowledge, I guess.
So you're like a Steve. You're like a group life form that has.
No.
Sorry. The Silent Trapka wants to sit on the silent reading cloud. You guys are terrible. Okay, sorry. Continue.
I would say, I mean, that would be great. You'd make a whole bunch of Vaughns, and the world would be a better place. First of all, with a whole bunch of Vaughns, it's significantly better. Because more of me to go around. You know what I mean?
Really?
The world doesn't need more Jakes. There can only be one.
That's okay. Well, the Vaughns will take care. The Vaughns will help him out too. I'll have like a legion, like a battalion. I'll have an empire. It would be amazing.
I would constantly be in a battle.
I'd be my own customers too. I'd have a giant customer base of Vaughn to boost my sales.
Just nothing would have any meaning. It's just all.
Everyone else would like it because it's great. Everyone else would love it too because it's great, but just I would also love it in mass. Just doing it. Kind of like,
listen. For you guys, it would be just make your life easier and more awesome. The end.
Well, no, everyone else's lives would be enhanced by my greatness.
All right. I think because I agree with what Jake was saying. I'm afraid of making life too easy, both for myself and the world, if I really did have absolute power to change everything. So I would be really hesitant. I would honestly, I think I would just like be super. I wouldn't know what to do because it's like, well, I don't want to. You don't want to take challenges away from people. But one thing I did think of was, well, what if not get rid of dying, because the fact that we can die and death is permanent that's useful for the human psyche. But what if we could, it is important, and the fact that our existence are finite, that I think that makes us better people, that makes us strive. But what if I could like if you had ultimate power, you could solve these scientific mysteries of, well, how do you stop aging, or how do you like let people I think we're gonna be there. Maybe by the time we're old people, I'm like 100% sure science will be at the point where, well, if this organ, not even by the time we're old, maybe by the time I'm middle aged, for example, if you have an organ failure, they just grow you a new one and implant it. And by the time I'm like an old woman, I'm sure that they would have figured out, well, this is the way you stop your telomeres and your cells from deteriorating, and that's also the key to solving cancer and curing cancer, is to figure out how to stop cells from degenerating. So I think if you have an accident or something, then you would still die, but otherwise you would live like at least like a few hundred years. And because my interest is in bringing the best out of humanity, and if we all had more time, and if we had an environment that provided challenges but also had still had useful challenges, but not huge obstructions that get in the way of innovation and being our better selves. Like, that would be my concern. I don't know exactly how to do it, but I think that would be my thought process.
It does seem like the whole telomere thing, life extension, if we don't have a huge collapse, which we genuinely might, but who knows? I think Destiny goes in waves, so it'll probably be fine. It'll just be like you'll have a burst of technology similar to World War II, but the modern day version. But whatever. If there is a possibility that happens within our lifetime, then it becomes an economic issue of like who could afford it. Like, because everything is always a balance. If you make something as amazing as life extension technology, not everyone's going to have access to it, because like just naturally forming economic structures are going to prevent everyone from having access to that. So it could just in the real world, like a non-fantasy setting, it's like that could just essentially create a wider gap between the haves and the have-nots. But the funny thing is, I always go in my mind to like, well, what if that already happened and you already have like life extension technology by certain people, and they are kind of like living out these long multiple life things throughout history.
Well, shit. I mean, I started off trying to be the genuine answers, and then I was like, okay. And then Rini gave it, and now I look like a psychopath.
No, fine. It's okay. You can dig yourself out of it. You can evolve it. You can just keep the ball in the air.
I never told you not to give genuine answers, man.
Well, okay, but like
you threw the ball in the air. You passed it to Rini. Rini passed the ball to me.
Well, I mean,
and we're throwing it back at you.
Bye, Donnie, by the way, says that he's got to go. See ya.
Oh, okay. See ya. Good night. I don't know. I don't know the
if you're
answers.
God, you could just do that with a thought. Yeah, exactly.
If we do solve, I think the aging thing, it's going to happen sooner or later. I think at first it would cause a huge inequality, but eventually, like most technology, like when the iPhone first came out, or when computers first came out, they were super expensive and only the most richest people could have it. But then it would slowly, I think it would become more commonplace. It would trickle down, so to say. I don't know if that's the right term, but it would slowly become available to the common person over time, even despite the inequality at first. I think given how fast technology is progressing right now, that stuff is inevitable. And I just want to see it sooner because I want more innovation.
Rini's inventing the concept of like trickle down eugenics.
How is that eugenics? That's not eugenics. It's anti-eugenics. I'm not saying anybody shouldn't have the right to reproduce. I think that's fucked up. I think I think life extension technology is right around the corner.
You can make fantasy elf babes real.
Good night, Michael. Thanks for joining us.
Night, Mike.
Yeah, if I were, that was my serious trying to be a good person answer, but of course my real answer is I would make the world of fiendish real. I would make myself the lord of everything and the all-father / all-mother of this universe. Thank you. The end.
Oh, so so if you got to make, okay, let's do this. If you got to make, you only get to make one, right? A complete unique pocket universe where you were God and you could do anything, and like potentially none of it was real, so maybe any harm you. I would always worry about harming people, like as in like causing torment, because I'd feel like guilty. Like if I made a world and I'm like, I'm God and now I'm gonna like run everyone over with a steamroller, I'd be like, even though I made up this pocket dimension, I'm like, is they still feeling the pain? But if you can make up your entire unique pocket dimension and be God and do whatever you wanted, what world would you make? And Rini, would it really be fiendish or would it be something else?
I don't know. I mean, the whole fiendish thing is kind of like the idea of like, if we're talking seriously now, I don't actually even think. Do I have to make a pocket dimension? Like, what would be the point?
I like that. I like that idea. Imagine you can make up your own complete world, your God, and Rini's like, "Do I have to?" Seems like a lot. Seems like a lot of work.
Well, because what would be the point? Just to have control over the world and see things play out, and would that? I mean, I'm already doing that right now. I don't understand, like, why would I need to have some kind of superpowers because I'm already like, that's why I might as well just have like 50 copies of myself or 50 assistants help me draw my comic faster. I'd much rather have that because I'm already doing it. Like, I don't need anything more to make this happen.
Oh shit, I just thought of a good ass idea from this whole conversation.
Go on.
No, I'm not saying it on stream.
I'm not giving it to you.
Yeah, I'm not giving it to you guys. Fucking kidding me?
We gave Vaughn story ideas. Fuck. We gave Vaughn a story idea. He's gonna just run with it.
He's gonna do a story.
No, I thought of it on my own.
Pocket dimension.
I would say this like animated and stuff. Just have like a workhouse generate an animated film out of this.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely do stuff like I obviously go back and like fix certain things, like, you know, to make the world better and, you know, make my life and people around me better and stuff like that. I'd probably cure certain diseases. I don't know why I said certain, you know, but like yeah, some of them no, but like, I don't know. But that's like a lot of the generic answers. It's like you know.
I would want to figure out if the spirit realm is a real thing, or if it's a trick of the mind. Like, I would
dinosaurs back. Oh,
dinosaurs! Yay! I would want dinosaurs.
Oh, Rini, I bought that Dinotopia book for someone because you liked it as a kid, and I'm like, they would probably like it too, and they very much enjoyed it. So.
Yes, I'm so happy! Yay, I love Dinotopia. I want everybody should go read Dinotopia. Happy. I approve. I like dinosaurs. I would probably do that as well. Make some animals. I don't know about dinosaurs. It probably wouldn't even work because the whole fucking oxygen content of the world is different. But like thylacines, saber-tooth tigers, you make it work. Yeah.
Well, you could have a menagerie of fantasy pets.
If people needed to be sacrificed to accommodate dinosaurs, sacrifices could be made.
Would you bring all of the dinosaurs back in just a couple?
I think I'd have to see. They'd have to I'd have to see who's the cooler ones. I'd probably play favorites a bit. Maybe I'd test some of them out, and if there's something to piss me off, I'd be like, "Oh, you're done." You know.
I'd just bring Dionysus back, and everyone would be like, "It's a Velociraptor," and I'd be like, "No, it's not. It's a Dionysus." Like every single time one of them gets killed by a Velociraptor, like, velociraptor, and I just pop up. No, not. It's a Dionysus. Fuck you. It's not a velociraptor. They're smaller.
Oh, you know, what'd be another fun way to mess with people is if I'm like, if I'm just like, no, this is actually what they were like, and I just give these like fucked up abominations. I'm like, you guys were all wrong, and then I just make like my own dinosaurs.
Yeah, like if you want to.
No, but I can't do that. The T-Rex is too cool. Brontosauruses are too cool. You know, you could really troll people by bringing back like dinosaur people. You could just make some dinosaur people turn up, and then they're like, "Yes, we have lived." No, you just make them up. They never. They pretend that they're like been brought back. That they've been there a long. But they actually believe it too, because I give them that knowledge. Yes, they think it's real. Like, we have finally decided to make ourselves known. You humans have taken our planet from us. Like, dude, everyone. I'm imagining like even the shit I could do, like if it's like this, like childhood bully or something. I'm like, here's a prank. Then I get the prank where the parents, he'll come downstairs. Like if imagine giving these powers to a kid, the fucked up things that kids. Oh no, it would be terrible. Well, like a kid. All right. I like a scenario where this kid like bullies me. If I was like Kid Von gets these powers, like a fucked up version of Kid Von gets these powers, and I get bullied, and the next day I'm like, and the next day I make my bully's parents forget he exists. The kid walks down and he's like, "Who the fuck are you?" It's vengeance again. Like, it's me. Why are you so vengeful, Von? Like, I think it's funny.
I know. Vaughn has to have some like deep-seated fucked up shit in his life where he's like, I just want to fuck with people, and actually it's more like I'm playing it off as a joke, and I want to fuck the world up.
I see it more as trolling on a cosmic scale. Is what I see it as.
That's a good line. That's kind of a good line.
I really do.
An interview with God. So what is the meaning of life? Well, you see, I see it more of like trolling on a cosmic scale.
Yeah, exactly.
That's more horrifying than the straight up evil. Like it's like the idea of lawful evil versus chaotic evil. Because if it's like the devil, at least there's principle to it. You know they're evil. But if it's somebody with ultimate power like fucking Vaughn, they'll just be like, just fuck with people because it's funny. It's like worse.
And I wouldn't be wrong. It would be funny, maybe to no one else, but I think it's very funny. Well, no, actually, that's not true because there'd be my gang of Vaughns would also laugh at this too because, like I established earlier, there would be a bunch of Vaughns.
Remind me once again, I stand by my earlier statement to never give Vaughn any actual power ever.
Coward.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're like, you won't give the psychopath ultimate power, coward.
You bully someone into. You bully someone into giving you ultimate power. You won't give me ultimate power, you coward. Like, fine, I'll do it then. There you go.
Man.
Well, you see, like, I think the ultimate value, like, to everything is almost social. Like, it's for a human. Like,
what does that mean?
Well, Whoa, I missed it.
No, I don't know anything about that. JD Kirby agrees with me.
You don't know what to do.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Isn't it something messed up anime? I haven't. What?
It's very messed up. Yeah.
I just know that every time someone goes, "You should watch that," everyone goes, "No." You know, but I don't actually know what it is.
I want to watch it, but wasn't able to find it anywhere. I haven't seen it, but I know what it is.
Okay,
I haven't been able to.
Guess I'll explain it now. Yeah, I watched one episode of it, and it was it's like, okay, let me explain it. I watched one episode, and it was just like complete disgusting bullshit. So the premise is one of those like D&D anime where it's, you know, it's like, oh, the wizard and a cleric and a fighter, and it's like they're going on adventures and stuff. But this healer is this guy, this young, like wiry, wimpy guy who's just been abused by everybody in his team. But then he gets, I forgot how it happens, but basically he gets to go back in time and redo his entire journey, his entire adventure again. And instead of doing it the same way, he gets some sort of like power, ultimate power. So he uses it to just fuck up his team. And he's like revenge graping his teammates that abused him on his journey and all kinds of horrible shit. And it's extremely graphic. So if revenge grape is your thing, then it's hentai. But you know.
It sounds like your
what the
perfect
anime
show.
is
It's like
about.
Vaughn's self-insert anime.
Yeah,
Redo of Vaughn.
I think I'd probably watch and be like, he could be doing better. You know what I mean?
that's what Vaughn is into.
That's incorrect.
Mm.
Although, I mean, that could be just
You
like
heard it here first, everybody.
Where does that story go though? Because like, okay, I'm the healer and everyone treats me like a bitch. I'm gonna come back to life now and rape and grape. I'm gonna say the real word, grape everyone else. Like, where does that go? Eventually, he's gonna get.
Does he
bored
actually do that, or are you just saying in a metaphorical sense?
Yes.
No, he's definitely.
No,
he really
actually does, and it's completely graphic, and it shows everything because it's anime.
It's great.
What?
It's wonderful.
No, I'm not watching that shit.
Wonderful that this stuff
I
exists.
stopped watching. There's I haven't seen as many animes, but there's more I could watch. But there's one I fucking stopped. There's one I stopped because it got too degenerate, and I was like, this is enough. It was just degenerate and cringe and poorly written. It was sort of in line. I think I stopped. There's one scene I stopped right after the sister wanted to fuck him. I'm like, I'm done. That's enough. I don't need. There's only so much I could take. Well, I think it started when they went to the fairyland, and I was like, this is why are we here? Like,
I mean,
I've never watched it, so I can't comment.
Don't watch it. It's honestly the abridged version is unironically a better show. Like, I'm not even kidding.
I appreciate how uncensored anime is, but some stuff is just not for me.
Yeah, some stuff is bad.
I don't know. It's when you have completely uncensored entertainment, you get some crazy shit out there.
No, that's gonna be a pass on redo of Healers. I thought you were just saying, oh, he messes with them. I was like, oh.
No.
I really want to watch it. I want to. I bet it won't come out in English. Was it dubbed or subbed? Like,
it was subbed. Well,
there's no way they could fucking dub.
Hold on. Yeah, they would never.
They'll get a German version.
But not really, to be fair, but it's the explanation for the whole revenge graping is they kind of locked him up in a dungeon and sexually abused him first.
What?
Yeah, so that happened to him. So to get revenge on the people who sexually abused him, he went back in time and abused them. So it's like very fucked up. There you go.
I'm not watching that shit. Fuck that. Because I thought it would be like one of the ones that was like, ha ha ha, like maybe a little bit, but like, I don't know.
It's not exactly high art entertainment or anything deeply philosophical. Let me just say that.
That would be fine. But like if we were talking about something stupid, but like that's a no-go for Uncommon. Unless
you're still here because I'm drawing boobs. Remember?
The chat number hasn't gone down for like the last 2 hours, so I don't think people are that put off by the conversation.
Oh my god, my chat is fucked up.
I forgot I wasn't paying enough attention to the.
What animes have you watched, Vaughn? That isn't Sword Art Online and.
Yeah, well, I never finished that. Because it was too bad. Like I said, so Cowboy Bebop is great. Black Lagoon is awesome, and it's so funny. You got to the dub is so good. It's so good, and it would not be made today, which means it's good. I really liked Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is brilliant.
Never watched Full Metal Alchemist. I need to read it.
That's kind of an inspiration. That's an inspiration actually for my comic. I'd say is I take inspiration from a ton of things. Even though I'm writing a superhero story, I really take it from a lot. And Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is brilliant.
There's anime I won't watch because I want to read it first. Like everyone loves fucking Vinland Saga, but like I have all the books and I think the best experience of any of these is reading it. So I always wait and put off watching any of the animes I've got. So like I won't watch.
I agree.
I won't watch Vinland Saga because of that. I won't watch My Hero Academia, even though that's a shonen thing, so it's like not going to be that deep. I still want to read that before I watch it. Attack on Titan, I've got like all of those. I want to read that first. I need to push myself to read this stuff.
So for Attack on Titan, you could 100% watch the anime because the manga is drawn like shit.
No,
the anime is pretty close anyway,
I've still never seen that one.
I'm not an art
Demon
snob.
Slayer, I thought was phenomenal so far.
Demon Slayer, 90% of the time, I agree. The manga is the original. It's better. I would say that's true for FMA, Vinland Saga. Even though the animated versions are very good, read FMA and Vinland Saga, the comic, the manga versions. But for Demon Slayer and for Attack on Titan, I would recommend the anime.
Or FMA, yeah, Vinland, yeah, because I know that FMA they kind of like messed up with the first show, right? Like, and that's why the first however many episodes are kind of disjointed with Brotherhood. From what I understand,
they didn't so much mess up as well.
They ran out of material,
first
right?
Anime wrapped up while the manga was still ongoing, but Arakawa had supervision over how the anime was going. She told them to end the first anime differently than what she was going to do in the manga. So it diverges after like the midpoint. And I don't like it as much because I was a fan of the manga first, but it's not bad. I just think Brotherhood is better because that was her original intention. And Brotherhood follows the manga version of like what the homunculi are and everything.
Hey, Anna's in the chat. Hi, Anna. And I love that Anna came in after we started talking about redo of Healer too.
Really?
You can summon Anna by talking about redo of Healer.
Are you serious? What? Does she like redo of Healer? Anna, do you want to come in? I'll post the link.
Watched it. She watched it. She could probably tell you all about it in more detail than we could. Yeah. So when someone in the chat said Chainsaw Man, I mean that's a given.
Oh, Chainsaw Man was really good.
It's a given. And the anime is like it feels like a different enough experience to reading it. So like you could probably watch it before you read it. They both feel a bit different. But yeah, I've got all the Full Metal. I've got Full Metal, all the Full Metal Alchemist hardback, so I won't watch that one either.
Evangelion, I liked. I haven't watched the movies. I watched the end of Evangelion, but I haven't watched the rebuild. Evangelion is good, but there is one. Yeah, I mean, I do like Evangelion. I'm trying to think, what else have I seen?
Well, have you seen Mob Psycho?
Not yet.
You should definitely watch Mob Psycho. Have you seen One Punch Man?
Nope.
Okay, you should definitely watch One Punch Man.
Oh, I watched a lot of My Hero, but honestly, and I like superheroes and I like anime, so I was like, oh, it's a good fit and whatever.
You should read One Punch Man actually
in bits and parts and like the internship stuff and like, okay, do we really want to see superhero interns like for like 8 episodes? Okay. My Hero. Sometimes it goes on for too long, and I'm like,
completely sack off My Hero Academia. Don't care if people disagree with that. If you really want to have some good superhero stuff in manga, just go and read One Punch Man.
Okay.
And
true.
So like you don't have to pay a lot of money for all this stuff. You can just buy a subscription to the Shonen Jump app and you can read all of their back catalog and all of One Punch Man is on there. So like you could pretty much, it's just $2. It's just, wait a minute, $2. And you can read the whole thing. Now that's money.
Yeah, One Punch Man, I think a lot of people recommend My Hero Academia, but the art style, and just because it's really shonen, doesn't appeal to people that are used to American superheroes. Like older people. I think younger people are more open to that style, but One Punch Man would appeal to a wide audience of people that grew up reading American superheroes.
I like the art style a lot in My Hero. There's a lot of stuff I like about My Hero.
You would be really entertained by One Punch Man, Vaughn. Like you really would. You would be surprised by it, I think.
I've heard it's very good. I've heard Attack on Titan is very good. Like there's a lot that I intend my entertainment list in general, because I'm into all this, I'm into video games and manga, I'm into comics, movies, all that shit.
Have you played BioShock? Have you played BioShock?
1 and 2.
Not many. No one I know around here has played BioShock.
I fucking love BioShock.
They don't know the majesty of that fucking reveal.
God, that first. I'll be honest. I didn't know the full extent of it, but I saw it coming to an extent, and I'll tell you
why.
Really?
How old were you? How old were you when you played it?
It was in college. It was my last year of college, but I'll tell you why.
Okay.
Well, because I don't want to spoil for the chat.
I've spoiled it before. They're not going to play it.
Play BioShock.
You should. The first one, BioShock 1 HD remake. HD remake if you can.
Yeah, that's how I played it. So here's the thing. BioShock, right? Opening scene. There's the whole thing in the airplane, right?
Mm-hmm.
Crashes in the airplane, immediately goes down and finds a civilization, right? Immediately, my immediate thought was, that is way too convenient. Something is up. Something is planted.
Okay, wow.
I'm not kidding. That was my immediate thought.
The suspicious mind of Von Coleman. Straight away, you're like, this is too convenient. How would someone crash a plane in the middle of the ocean?
Well, the fact that thinking about how big the ocean is and the fact that it was right there, and it was like, we know, and so I knew something was up. I didn't know what though, and so the reveal still worked. But I always knew there was something wrong throughout the game. And that honestly made it even more intriguing. But it wasn't like I had no idea. I was like, there's something up from the beginning. I didn't know what.
Yeah, I suppose it was like early college for me. And it was, I played it when it came out. So I guess I wasn't as time goes on, the more and more pieces of media that exist, the more ideas that get explored, you kind of can see things coming a lot easier the more you take it in. And I think at the time of playing that, I just didn't have much stuff in my brain that led me to suspect it. I was like, yeah, it's a video game, right? Yeah, he crashes in the ocean. I guess it was weird, but I was like, okay, it's just a game, I guess.
With BioShock 2, I liked it, but I felt like it didn't have the same impact as the first one. But I also, to be fair, because I know that the controls were different. And so I rematted the controls to be more like the first game. And I don't think I should have done that because I forget. But why they were I don't know. Anyway, I did enjoy it. I felt BioShock 2, and maybe I just, wasn't utilizing the magic enough. I forget. I
can't remember the game. I only really care about the story.
I'd love to replay them. No, I do too. But I liked BioShock 2. I also, what I like about it, that's again an example of politics done well in games where it's the first one is very much often a critique of objectivism, right? So then they go the opposite. They go, okay, society goes, okay, so now we know that this anarchist capitalist society, right? Well, it's more than that, right? Didn't work. So then what happens is an extremist faction that has the exact opposite. They're like, all right, well, the communists take over. Then you see how that goes horribly in BioShock 2.
BioShock 2 was communism?
Yes,
allegory?
It was, yes.
But it was the same.
Play it again. It's not that subtle, but in a way that works. But no, you have to listen to the debates between Andrew Ryan, who's Ayn Rand, Andrew Ryan, and then you had what was it? Sophia Lamb was the communist steps, but they never explicitly state it, which is very well done in either case.
Oh wow!
But it's her whole thing was about community and about that if you remember, it was her mentality was much more cult-like.
You can almost say that the first BioShock was the masculine and the second BioShock was the feminine.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers to it too, but no, BioShock 2, if you look it up, it's the first one is more about objectivism, the second one is more about communism, right?
Junebug for 2, thank you very much. And Redo, the healer, is helping the demonking now. Nice logo. I like your profile picture. Thank you, Junebug. Alfarius Omegon for 5, thank you. Vaughn, Ghost in the Shell, Blame, Samurai Champloo, Helsing Ultimate, Eden of the East, 86, Perfect Blue, Fire for Thor Hedoro, Witch Hunter Robin.
Let me take a picture of that.
Thank you.
I've watched Ghost in the Shell. I'll be honest, the last part I was like, what the hell? It's
okay.
Some crazy
listen,
shit.
okay, hold on.
Depends which Ghost in the Shell you watched.
The movie.
You want manga and anime suggestions. You need to listen right now. Ghost in the Shell. The first movie was it depends. I know that's the one that's really famous, so the one that was directed by Oshii. But I fell in love with Ghost in the Shell through the 2003 to 2006-ish animated TV show that was directed by Kenji Kamiyama. So I would say go look for those. It's Ghost in the Shell, Solid State Society, Standalone Complex, Second Gig. There's also a movie that goes along with that, so it's 2 seasons of a TV show plus a movie. The art style is very noticeable. Just look up Kenji Kamiyama, the Ghost in the Shell TV show. Not Arise, not the second one. That was more recent, that where she looks like a little girl. It's fucking weird. That was not as good. The TV show, especially Second Gig. You have to watch the first season to get Second Gig.
Because I know it's Standalone Complex. Is that the one you're talking about?
What is the watch order of those 3?
That's Standalone Complex. That's The Laughing Man. Standalone.
That's
Complex,
the one you liked, right?
I like all of them. You have to watch all of it. Watch Standalone Complex first. My favorite is honestly Second Gig. Second Gig is the second season of the TV show. But watch Standalone Complex first, then watch Second Gig, and then watch Solid State Society, which is the movie that follows both of the TV shows.
Yep. If you guys haven't watched that in the chat before, if you're considering watching Ghost in the Shell ever, don't watch the fucking movies. Go and watch those series. They are absolutely amazing. Yeah. It's like procedural mystery, like investigation with.
It's fucking amazing. It's like I grew up watching a lot of anime and reading manga because I grew up in Asia, but I didn't even know that manga and anime could, well, it was anime, but I didn't know that anime could be that complex, because Ghost in the Shell, the TV show, was, like the movie is very esoteric and philosophical, but I was like 15. I didn't really understand it. But the TV show, I can understand it as a 15-year-old. And it was about international terrorism, and they touched on very philosophical subjects, such as what is the reality of the mind and the soul. And it's set in this world where you have cyber brains and people can change bodies and cyborgs exist, but it's about a crime fighting unit of cyborgs based in Japan, and they're dealing with all kinds of like weird terrorism and all kinds of cyber crimes in this futuristic society where people can use the internet and can possess, kind of like can hack people's minds. And what would the nature of crime be like in that kind of world? So in the first season, in Standalone Complex, it's more focused on the man-machine interface. The main villain is the Laughing Man. But in Second Gig, it goes international, and that's what I love so much about it, because they're on this international hunt for the Individual 11 and Hideo Kuze, but they tie it in. That was like the first time I noted about. I love the writing technique of having this overarching story about this international chase for this antagonist, but at the same time, Hideo Kuze and Kusanagi, I'm not going to spoil the details of it, but they have a connection in their past. They used to know each other, and that has affected my writing now, and you're going to see how that affected how I write Fiendish, because I'm like, it's so personal, but it affects the larger world, and that's the scaling of a conflict that really impressed me. But it was so serious, and it was the first time I realized anime could be so adult, not in the way of like titties and sex and blood, but actually addressing serious issues.
I think that
that's great.
Is it connected to? Because I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. Is it connected to the movie? Because I've seen the movie, the first one.
Ghost in the Shell is just something that gets reinterpreted a bunch of times by different people almost randomly, and they're not all fully connected, right? Mm-hmm. Like, isn't that movie like take some bits from some places, Rini?
It's a re-exploration of the concepts that Shiro laid out in the manga. So the movie and the Kenji Kamiyama stuff, it's like you have to look at all the different iterations on Ghost in the Shell by creators. So the Mamoru Oshii movies are connected to each other, and it's also in the same world. But I think the second Oshii movie, which is Innocence, is very loosely connected to the Kamiyama stuff, but you don't have to watch Innocence. Innocence is supposed to also take place in the same continuum as the Standalone Complex, Solid State Society, and Second Gig, but it's not like directly connected. The Kenji Kamiyama stuff, those 2 TV shows and the movie is all one continuum, and it has like its own lore and stuff, and it's its own unique take on Ghost in the Shell.
So watch Standalone Complex and pretty much don't try and carry over any canon from stuff you already know. Just like treat it as a thing you're going in to watch like fresh.
Yeah, it's all different. Every take on it is different, and it's like Arise was a different take on it as well, and I hated it because I just didn't think it was as good. Yeah,
I haven't watched it in a while. It was one of the things that I watched. I'm like, wow, this is wonderfully mature, but not in like the tits way. in how thoughtful it is.
Yeah.
I like, shows that can really be dissected in a lot of ways like that. And
you probably love it. You honestly would probably love it.
I think what else? I'm trying to think of what else. All right, so we're talking anime movies too. I mean, I've seen obviously a lot of Studio Ghibli stuff is great.
Have you seen right, Ghibli and Akira are the ones that everybody in the West knows. But Alfari and Megan also recommended a couple of Satoshi Kon movies. So look up Satoshi Kon. Unfortunately, he passed away a few years ago, way too young. But his animated movies are fucking mind-blowing. I think it depends on everybody's preference. Some people like his more jokey, fun ones like Tokyo Godfathers. But
Perfect Blue is brilliant.
Right, he did Perfect Blue. He has a whole litany of.
I wasn't crazy about
movies.
Millennium. Was it Millennium Actress? Is the one? Which is the one where it's like the love that she's trying to find?
Yeah, that's Millennium Actress. But
I wasn't that crazy about that one. Personally.
But everybody has different preferences with his films. But his directorial style. He kind of uses animation to merge reality and imagination and fiction, and he carries that through all of his work. That's how Paprika is. That's Tokyo Godfathers. That's Perfect Blue. That's Millennium Actress. And I love his directorial style because he really uses animation to its full extent. My favorite is Paprika. I really like Tokyo Godfathers. I don't know why some people don't like it. I thought it was hilarious. But my favorite is Paprika just because there's so many levels to it. And it's talking about like a dream thief. It's basically a large society-wide scale dream heist. It's like the most wildest concept ever. It's a beautiful movie. You guys should watch it.
The Girl That Leapt Through Time is a good one too. It's. Have you guys ever seen that one?
I haven't seen that one. No, I really should have.
I mean, it's really simple. Like it's The Girl Who Leapt Through Time. It's like it's not like anything too crazy. It was considered one of the best ones. That's kind of why I watched it. It's fun. Like it's heartfelt and all that. It's not like one of those mind bending ones.
Mm-hmm. Right.
It's pretty. But it's,
you said fun. You liked
Your
Cowboy
Name is
Bebop.
really good.
You said you liked Cowboy Bebop.
Mm-hmm.
Here are two other things from the same. I think it's the same creator, the same director, right? So, comedy version of Cowboy Bebop. Watch Space Dandy if you haven't.
Oh, that's great.
It's literally my favorite anime, and it's interestingly, it's the most Western anime ever potentially. But like, yeah, I fucking love Cowboy Bebop. It's the fucking best. And then also same director. Samurai Champloo already was suggested by Al Ferris. Like, again, same director. Beautiful vibe that goes on. If you enjoyed the kind of exploration of just like a feeling that was in Cowboy Bebop, you get that, but in a different setting with Samurai Champloo. So like, and both of those, I think they're just 1 or 2 seasons each, so they don't go on forever. You can kind of like get through them in a couple of evenings if you want. You know what I mean? Like when I watched Champloo, it's when I first got my like CRT TV, and I like hooked up my Chromecast or whatever to an old TV, and I watched a Samurai Champloo on an old school TV. It was wonderful. It was a wonderful vibe. But yeah, I would totally suggest those.
Champloo is really good. I remember watching Champloo in high school, and we all loved it. It was really good.
I liked Kill la Kill and Gurren Lagann as well.
Kill la Kill is
just about to suggest Kill la Kill because it's so fucking wild, and I bet you like that. Have you seen Kill la Kill, Jake?
I have the Blu-ray and I started watching it, and I'm currently only halfway through, and like it was very inspirational for like a more simplified animation style. Whilst I was watching it, yes, the boobies were fun, but I was also like, this is very efficiently and effectively animated, and like I was trying to take some cues for like how you can make efficient and effective visuals from Kill la Kill. It was very good.
I remember I liked the first couple episodes, but I was like, this is just like too insane. I kind of go in and out, but eventually I really liked it. I actually kind of liked the second half more.
I thought it wasn't insane enough for the first half, and I was like, I'm kind of bored now.
You mean when the teacher throws the kid and he go like through a wall and he smashes through
they're
like
just in
5
the
walls
same.
front
They're
of
in the
class?
same setting for too long. I was like,
Yeah,
they're just going to be in this school forever. I don't give a fuck about this. But then, like in the second half,
That's
they
what
go
I'm saying.
out.
The second half I think was better.
Yeah. Like, initially I bounced off because I was like, oh, they're just gonna be here forever. This is boring. But then my friend is like, nope, keep going. They go other places, and like, okay, I get it.
And then another like Gurren Lagann also it's weird when there was like two
Fucking love
completely
it.
different
I
directions.
love
It's like the
where it
first
goes.
half. Also, that there's like that one. You know what I'm talking about? That early part that I just do not. No one sees coming, right? Like
Of Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like
Yeah,
thing happens.
Yeah. Just the
whole
original, the first reveal.
The first, something happens that you're like, what? Like, because it just kind of wasn't.
It's the thing to explain it to the audience, just as a theme of what he's talking about. I love in stories when you'll be going along the story for a bit and you understand the world to be a certain way. Then there's a fundamental reveal that basically reframes the whole world. Like we've talked about it on Creative Block, it's the reframe, right? Like I love sometimes you can get really fundamental reframes of an entire world that happen in anime and manga.
Oh, that's a good way of putting it because I like that too. But no, I'm talking about that too. All right, reframe. Yeah, I'll have to because I'm definitely doing that in a lot of the stuff I write. It's one of my favorite things. But no, I'm not. I'm talking even before that. I mean, I guess the only way to say it is hold on. I mean,
it's only towards the beginning. You're not spoiling that much.
No, because going in blind was kind of a big part of the impact of that for me. So
Perfect Blue became Black Swan, Paprika became Inception. Yes, and Christopher Nolan has admitted to being inspired by Paprika for Inception. Because you didn't know how much of Hollywood either is a ripoff of Asian and French media or is very inspired by foreign media. Yep.
Yeah, I'm putting it in the private chat because I don't know how you didn't figure this out.
America is the Thomas Edison of culture. How about that?
Oh no, that's horrible. Yeah, I know. That's what you were saying.
No,
Don't
that's not what Hyper Wizard was.
Let me have a look.
I know we were talking about different reveals. Yeah, don't reveal that big switch.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No, that's a huge spoiler.
Okay.
Yeah, no, but anyway, but that one was good. Reframing, and speaking of reframing, one of the most brilliant ones, because now I'm gonna keep using that term.
Kill it, beat that dead horse. Use reframe forever.
Oh, I hate you.
Have you played Final Fantasy VII?
No, but I know about it.
Holy shit!
I know.
No, the original, because I played the original like after I think remake had come out, but I hadn't played remake yet. I was told to play the original, so I did. The storytelling in that game is so. I would recommend honestly playing the original first before remake. The storytelling is so brilliant. One of the things I always appreciate going through all these forms of media, right, is the way you can tell the story in the medium. There's things comics can do that movies can't. There's things games can do that no one else can, right? Mm-hmm. So on and so forth. And the way Final Fantasy uses games, and not only that, and storytelling in general, because everyone knows a very famous, death from that game that's like shocking and all. That is not even the biggest twist in that game. Not even close. There is a twist that follows that. I wish I was like doing a Let's Play, recording my action. I remember I literally slammed I was like what? Like I slammed my fucking desk because it was shocking to me because they basically. And they sprinkle out all these hints that something about a character. They gives you when they tell you a backstory and just kind of go along with it because that's conventionally how.
I've just realized what the fuck you're talking about. Yeah, that is one hell of a reframe. Yeah,
you know it.
I've just remembered it.
Have you played it though or no?
No, but I know enough about it.
Okay, I was wondering because when you play the game. I've considered making a video. This is one of the video ideas I'm considering making about how it's one of the most brilliant twists. Every information they give you about a certain character and then a certain part of his past things is so deliberately given in a way where there's a moment it's so hard to talk about.
It's hard to convey it to the audience because, like, yeah, right now there is a really cool experience that right now we want the audience to perceive, but in order for us to relay the information to help you understand what the hell Vaughn's on about, it would kind of ruin it. So, like, how do you?
I think that's another example. You can't talk about it without spoiling it.
Because it is, and it's a shame because I know a lot of people don't play games. Probably not even a lot of people here, but it's like.
Think of another.
So I'm probably gonna make a video on it. Honestly, let me write that down.
Yeah, don't spoil it. Just tell people, hey, go subscribe to my channel, and I'll have a video.
Yeah, no, that's what I will.
Play Final Fantasy VII.
Go play Final Fantasy VII. This 20-year-old game.
I mean, because there's a moment again that's one of the most spoiled moments in gaming, and when it got there, it was still like fuck, because it's coming, but it's like shit. But then there's a reveal after that is like holy fuck. It's like, I don't know how to describe it.
Well, a lot of characters in games have convenient amnesia, and a lot of people have stories have convenient amnesia. And you can do the similar way we're talking about a massive reframe on a world where a character learns something. A character could learn something about themselves that completely reframes who they are. That's probably a good way of putting it across, right?
There are like multiple of those in Final Fantasy. There's reframes of the characters. There's reframes of the everything you're told. This person is acting for this motivation. Okay, but the information they're acting on might be wrong. Okay, actually, these other people who are knowledgeable are wrong. And it's such a. It's one of those that there's a reason why there's a lot of explanation videos on this game. But
yeah, Perth says no spoilers. I have decades-old games I haven't played yet. I don't know if you're being sarcastic, but
exactly.
Yeah. No, I know it's like it's.
And I'm not.
Some people don't know.
I tried to give an example that would explain it without spoiling it.
That's the problem. It's hard. It's hard to do. It's hard to explain. Because we're talking in such these blocky terms that it's like probably sounds really.
I think reframing is that's a really good way to think about it, though. It's probably I like that term better than saying, well, a twist or like
I like that too, because that's
I like that because I think the issue with how a lot of writers, like the people who fuck up so many storylines and like fucking why the Star Wars films are garbage because they want to surprise you, but instead of reframing it, they have something come out of nowhere, and that's why the Game of Thrones show turned out to be shit, because the problem wasn't that the story could not have progressed to that point, it's because they didn't set it up. That's why the red wedding worked, but what Daenerys did at the end didn't work because the setup wasn't there. The red wedding was a reframing. Everything that needed to be established was already established. You just didn't expect it because you were like, the audience would have been like, oh, it couldn't get that bad. But when it happened, it made sense. And a lot of writers, they want to subvert your expectations, and everything is about subverting expectations, not reframing.
Well, to go to last week's creative block, I mean, that was all about interactivity that Noel was trying to come across. Like, the most effective reframe is the kind of reframe that's going to create the most interactivity. Like if you take what happens at the end of The Sixth Sense, right? That reframe, like that, people call that a twist, but that's like it completely reframes the entire film.
That's the thing. I went in that movie knowing that, and it doesn't change it because one of the things, and I'm not saying that, like, because obviously I went on my way not to spoil a certain thing. But it's like, if your story doesn't work, if you know it going in, then it's probably not, a perfect twist. You know what I mean? Like if the story has no emotional impact, if you know certain things. But
it's like if you compare the twist in the reframe in Sixth Sense to the reframe in The Village, like the reframe in The Village kind of has less interact. It makes you less interactivity. It doesn't make you imagine things were that much different the whole time, right? Like everything still kind of was what it was. Did you watch The Village?
I actually have, and I think the issue is because it's not a reframing. It's not the author planting seeds in the viewer's mind, kind of subconsciously in the background of the story, and then when the reveal is made, the viewer is like, "Oh, I see now," and that's that interactivity, because when like the red wedding happens, even though the viewer is shocked because this is a shocking thing that you don't expect media to be that daring, all the seeds were planted. It's like, well, of course it would have happened this way. Of course, the way like they set it up, and like, why did he fall for that? Of course they would have wanted revenge. Like, all the hints were there, but why didn't I see it? But that's interactive because the viewer is looking in their minds being like, oh, I understand. But in the village, it wasn't like that. It was just, whoa, surprise! But there was no sort of playing off of what the audience could have worked out themselves. If that
Did you see the village, Vaughn?
No, I haven't seen Game of Thrones either, but I know everyone talks about the Red Wedding.
I've never watched Game of Thrones. Whenever anyone talks about it, I just shut up. So like, okay, carry on.
I haven't seen the village either.
Oh, actually, it's fine. The show turned out to be shit, so who cares?
I mean, that's a thing too. Like, for example, so when I'm writing my comic series, and going back to something you were saying earlier, that like people don't, everyone wants to write everything slow, and I get it. Everyone wants to write an epic, but no one wants to fund it. But one of the things that like people like to do is just planting seeds and then like letting them grow later. And I think one of the problems is if you rely on too much of a twist, often that I don't know how to describe it. It's like hard to carry on from a certain point. It's like generally if you reframe too many times, it's like you might lose your identity, and so that's kind of an important.
Well, people could the more fundamental reframes you do, the more like value they lose in general, right? It's like if you got tons of these things, then who cares about them?
Well, but yeah, like that's just like what we were talking about, restarting and doing reboots and doing endless sequels. You water down the message. That's the same issue with if you continually reframe your story. Well, what the fuck is your story about? Your viewers will stop caring.
And that's what I think. I think when a lot of the time, because people keep saying, don't you want fresh new takes on everything? Okay, there's like a balance to be had where it's like, and reframing, I guess, in the context we're talking about, but even just like readjusting is a thing too. There's kind of this, there's a balance to be had, I guess, a lot of that stuff.
Well, I mean, no, reframes, they can be different sizes. The punchline to a joke is a reframe. You got the setup, the pre-punchline, and the punchline. The punchline is just a reframe of the two things you already just said.
By the way, if Mortal V, if you're in that one comment, I like when question mark knows attack and literally lifts him while being if that's if you're talking about what I think you're talking about,
Final Fantasy again?
One. Possibly. Oh no, it's Malin in chat. Hello.
Hi,
John Malin.
The village was not good. I agree. It was very stupid.
I haven't seen that one.
I've read the books. George R. R. Martin is selling up. I have no idea what the fuck he's doing. I'm very angry at him.
Pixel Trader says still going, eh? I don't know how Rini does it. She just sit here and do like million-hour live streams, and she hasn't slowed down at all. She's been managing to draw the whole time.
What? I'm sitting here drawing all night anyways. I figured might as well fucking stream.
This is great.
I know I can't do it every day, but I can draw and talk.
Yeah,
I guess some people can't. Yeah, you have to be able to draw and talk, but I can do that. So whatever. It's a superpower.
It is. If we ran out of suggestions for Vaughn now, how long's your list? Have you got like 20 things on this list?
What are we still suggesting anime?
I have way more than that on like every list. My lists are in say my games to play, my movies to watch, my comics to read.
What games are on your list? What games are on your list?
Holy shit! All right, let's go. Well, if we're talking Final Fantasy, obviously a lot of those games are on my list. A lot of the Legend of Zelda games that I haven't played yet because of the thing about games too is it's like, okay, a movie you can knock it out in like 2 hours or so, right? A game, okay, that's going to take you, if it's a short game, will take you 8 hours.
Yeah, the older you get, the people usually rate the value on a video game as like how many hours you can get out of it. The older you fucking get, if someone makes like a 2 hour, 3 hour video game, you're like, hell yeah, give it to me. I can get through that in one evening.
Yeah, even Let's see.
So I don't play games. I don't fucking have time. I'll play like one game a year, and that's it. It has to be something really good.
I've thought about if it would be interesting to like play a game for you whilst you were drawing on a stream, Rini, so you would get to experience some of it.
I have to play BioShock Infinite.
I watch playthroughs all the time on the side, so that's how I know about games. Like I never played The Witcher 3, but I watched the entire playthrough and all the DLC, so I know everything that happens. But I never play because I don't have the fucking time. I have to draw.
Wait, Bonnie, say you haven't played BioShock Infinite yet, or you have?
No, I haven't. Witcher 3, I know I have to play a lot more of the.
Witcher 3 is a long game, though. I did a Let's Play series of that, and it was like in
Metal Gear Solid
episodes.
A lot of the Metroid games, Donkey Kong Country,
Tropical Freeze,
Super Mario 64. Let's see. I'm looking at my list. Like I have a good variety on here.
Okay.
Yeah. Let's see, Metroid Dread let me add that to the Metroid section. I have like them in
Metroid Dread, really? You should go back and play the original Metroid Prime.
No, I'm saying that, trust me, that's on there too.
The new Zelda comes out in
I'm afraid. I'm honestly, at first I was like, wow, that's so far away years ago. And now I'm working so much that I'm like, shit, I don't know but I might stream. Honestly, I might do some video game streams. I'm debating it.
Well, like Perth was making fun of me saying he appreciates Rini streaming, unlike Hyper Wizard. Perth, as soon as the new Breath of the Wild comes out, I'm just gonna stream that on my channel constantly.
Oh, I'm probably gonna stream it too. I still have the new Pokemon I haven't played.
What are you talking about?
The new Zelda.
We're being cool gamers.
The new Zelda is coming out in about a week, Rini, and when it comes out, I'm streaming the shit out of that game.
Yeah, I just.
I see. If that's your thing, go do it.
I'm gonna stream it too. Yeah, but I need to get it first. Right now I have to.
Thank you, everybody. My Rumble is pinned in the chat. If everyone, but please go subscribe. I'm trying to get to 100 subs on Rumble so I can stream.
It's annoying. It won't let you change your name on Rumble because I actually made my username not Vaughn Coleman, and I'm trying to keep it consistent. And it's like I don't know if I have to make a new account.
You can't change your name. That's weird.
You can't change my username. And it's apparently it's like a known thing. I've looked it up. That you can't. It's really annoying. So I don't. But otherwise, yeah.
Maybe you just delete your account and just start a new one.
Yeah, I guess.
Just delete everything. Start fresh.
I mean, I haven't used it much anyway, but it's just annoying though that it has to do. But
I assume you haven't used it much. No, I understand. I had the same problem with DeviantArt. Man, all this reframing stuff. There's so much I want to talk about with Fiendish, but I can't say it because it'll be spoilers. But I really did try to incorporate the idea of reframing things, and I have some big reveals coming. I'm so anxious about. I don't know. I don't think people talk enough about
specifics ruin things, but if you generally talk about the kind of things you want to explore, that's hype. Like there's an art of the hype where it's like the specifically vague bit of detail you use.
My hyping technique is just me talking about how anxious I am and how I hope people won't hate my story and how I have I'll go from, I think every creator is like this. I'll go from, it's the most brilliant thing ever. I love this story, which I do. But then the moment before I have to release it, I'm just I have that crippling artist self-doubt of, everyone's going to hate me. I'm such shit. They're not going to think I'm stupid. But I think, so you mentioned the whole amnesia trope, and I'm sorry I used it in my story, but my idea of how I like to approach writing is I want to commit to an idea. And I think the issue with tropes is you can have a character with, say, amnesia, trauma-induced amnesia, or the character lost their whole family. You see that all the time in fantasy, right? And I use it too. My main character has this huge traumatic event. He lost his family. He has some amnesia over it, but I committed to it, which means I'm not using it in a way where it's just cheap and he lost his family, but he doesn't act like it. And it doesn't change how he operates as an adult, and it doesn't actually have any impact on him, and the amnesia is just conveniently revealed for storytelling purposes. I mean, in a way, the reveals of what he remembers does play into the reveals that we need to know as a viewer. But at the end of the day, I try to make it as realistic as possible. It's not like everything is just okay, you just remember everything at once, or like the trauma is just there when it's convenient, but it's otherwise you're a normal person. Like my main character is quite dysfunctional, in case you didn't notice from reading chapter 1. So things like that, you know, I try to keep that in mind.
I mean, if you're saying all this, the amnesia trope, I'm playing with that too, I guess. That's just a character that has amnesia. But like the thing I'm trying to play with is people not really taking the amnesia seriously because of the story be conveyed in a more like heightened cartoony way, and then the reality of the situation slowly dawning on the reader as like things get peeled back and slightly reframed bit by bit. But like, yeah, like I think if like a Looney Tunes character behaved as if they had amnesia, you would be like not take it seriously. But then if like slowly over the course of the cartoon things became a bit more real and impactful, you'd be like, holy shit, they did not behave as if they remembered certain things the whole time. Now I remember. Like now I realize.
One took a bong hit. No,
Yeah.
it's just a beer.
And for Fiendish, the amnesia is for a reason as well. It's not, there's like an actual reason for it. And it ties into the character development.
Yeah, I got it. That's the thing. I mean, I'm sure you guys have this too, the things to do. One of the, like a streaming is good and all, but like sometimes I feel like I should do it less and just work on these video essays. Because those used to be some of my favorite videos to do, but they take so long. But they're so worth it.
Depends what your goal is, really. Like, what if it's to expand your own thought process? Then totally, right? Like, if you want to, people say that in order to understand something, you have to like try and teach it. So, like, if you're doing a video essay on a certain subject, even though that's you conveying information to an audience, that is you actually learning. Yeah, coming to understand it. So, like,
yeah. I had a series. I made the first 2 videos, and then I wrote a third. I was going to cover Claremont's X-Men run. I already covered the first like 40, maybe more than that issues in the first 2 parts. And I've written a 17-page script that I just never ended up finishing, never ended up shooting. But the script for it was done for part 3, and I was going to cover it like a bunch of different parts, so maybe I'll still do that. But yeah, I had a bunch of stuff I was working on.
I have trouble enough just making shorts and streaming once a week.
No, me too, honestly.
Oh god, I feel like if people like Rini and Bancroft have such efficient use of every minute of the day, and like there are times where I'll just go lie down and do nothing and just think. I'm like, am I wasting my time? I could be drawing pages.
Speaking of which, I think it's 4:30.
I try to be, but totally fine.
Do you ever take time to
Have I seen Battle
think?
Royale? I have seen Battle Royale.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of rewatching Battle Royale.
I think I'm gonna head out though. It's 4:30. I'm really enjoying this though. This is great, but
it was good talking to you, Vaughn.
All right. Thanks for joining us, Vaughn. Tell everybody where they can find you.
So my YouTube channel is just my name, Vaughn Coleman. My socials, for the most part, are all just that, Vaughn Coleman. I do also want to shout out. So I edited 2 comics that are live on Kickstarter right now. One is Voyage. If you look up Voyage on Kickstarter, it is a comic book that my buddy Zach did. And then another one, Star Riders. Make sure to check that one out too. But yeah, I'll be
all right.
All right.
Cool.
Yeah,
everyone follow on, and thanks for hopping on. This was fun. Good to see you.
See you. Thank you.
Peace. And then it's just you and me, Jake. Da 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 da. Oh, Aquarius Omega also sent 2. Thank you very much. Or Paprika. Yeah, I mentioned that, but I forgot to read it. Thank you very much for the super chats and the suggestions for the animers. Hey, JD Kirby. Hello. There's still so many people here. I'm impressed by you guys. I was so hesitant to stream in the middle of the night because I'm always drawing through the night. I was like, nobody's gonna watch me draw from like midnight to fucking 7 a.m. But lo and behold, Comicsgate doesn't sleep. Did you guys know?
People love it, man. Like your draw streams are the thing. I'll watch them over anything, and like literally that viewer number has stayed the same for hours. I'm not just trying to. Yeah. Well, I like the casual conspiracy conversation comes up, and then it also gets mixed in with craft conversation, and then also there's boobs on the screen most of the time. So
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's exactly the thing. I mean, you got to have some good conversation while you're drawing, and I do have the ability to talk and draw at the same time, so that helps. But listen, I literally save pages that will be more entertaining to watch on stream for streaming. I'm like, I've been saving this page forever. I've been like, oh, I know this page is like the one page where Ragna has a lot of boobage showing, and it's also not too spoilery because some pages look awesome, but they're really spoilery, and I'm not going to stream those pages. So I think about these things because, like what you were talking about earlier with what Vaughn was mentioning with his like channel and everything, and I struggled with what the fuck to do with my YouTube channel for a long time because I don't really have time to make tutorials or video essays. I did like one video essay and I tried clipping. I need to do more clips from streams and like clip short sections of discussions that we have because we have such good discussions sometimes, but I don't fucking have time to do any like structured scripted videos, dude. So what I'm doing now is I'll stream my art and I'll do time-lapse videos and condense it down to like 20 minutes for people who don't want to watch like 5-hour longs of this.
I've got a design in my head for what next. You know that whenever you do physical art for auctions and stuff, and whenever you do one of those, you should totally so you don't have to do a full time lapse. This is what I'm kind of thinking. Like, I had conversations about Bancroft about how to do art in a YouTube short and do it well. Because I've done time lapses and it's just a straight time lapse and it's like, who really cares?
No,
but people like process videos, but there are these like chocolatier videos where it's like a chef making this like chocolate ornate egg thing or whatever, just something out of chocolate, like. And what it is, it's like a bunch of jump cuts of the different steps of the process. Then you can like have maybe a long panning shot of the it's not like the whole piece that's just filmed the whole time and you see every step all the way through. Like there's almost a rhythm to it in the jumps, and you can have, like during the sketch stage you could like jump forward a couple of times, then you can have like a slower shot of part of it being drawn, and then you can like move on to the inks, and like you get through that whole piece in like a minute. And in the end, like luckily for you could do this. I don't think it would go so well if I did it. You can like hold the piece up as well and show it next to your face and stuff to be like, this is the human that did it, which I'm sure would do very well on your shorts, not so much on mine. Like, hey guys,
I need to do more shorts. Like I said, I have about 5 scripts for shorts about like comic tips and stuff, and I just haven't recorded it because I've been like, I need to finish this fucking comic. I have deadlines. I want to hit my deadlines.
That's the thing, though. People think, how do I make like a high effort version? How do I give people the most value in this little video I'm going to make? And the truth to making shorts is figuring out a way of making something where it's hardly any effort for you, but still there is a way of doing it. There is something that someone could do where they're essentially hardly putting any effort in, but it still creates something engaging on that really quick, like 1 minute maximum video thing. And genuinely, like, instead of having to write a script and do a tip and everything, like when you're going to be drawing these physical pieces anyway for an auction, like if you literally just whip out your phone and get like a couple of nice lights set up or whatever, and you've already got a nice lighting setup, and we just film like a little bit of it, not even having the phone there. As artists, we're probably already thinking, no, I need to set up the camera and it needs to be in the same place the whole time. And it needs to be this one long time-lapse video of the whole thing. It's like, no. You just have to take a couple of clips on your phone of like the key points of when you're doing the drawing, like when it's changed enough. you can really quickly edit them together, possibly to the beat of music a little bit, and then you just like pull away to like a reveal piece at the end where you're holding it. Perfect shot. Perfect shot. You were already going to do the art anyway. All you had to do was whip out your phone. You do like a quick edit together. No voiceover, no nothing, and like it's done and you can put it up.
Yeah, Jake, that's a very good suggestion. I know. I don't want to do high production stuff. I've like the shorts I have scripted. I'm going to hand animate this. It's super simple. It would take me 20 minutes to do all of these shorts along with like the films and the quick editing. I could just do this on like simple like app on my computer. I can make this in like 30 minutes. I just haven't gotten ready to. I have to remind myself to shower at this point. I'm really busy.
You don't need to shower. As soon as you get a certain amount of dirty, you can't get more dirty. The dirt keeps away the other dirt. Rob says, "Is Hyper speaking English?" Rob, I thought I was doing a great job at explaining that idea. I guess I need to work.
I haven't thought of that with the auction pieces though, so that is a good idea. I've been thinking of like my digital art because it's so easy to just hit record when I'm drawing. But yeah, I can do that for any auction pieces. Oh, and the piece for the wheel piece that I still haven't fucking finished. You guys wanna wait? They're boobies. How do I do this? Okay, how to not get my channel nuked?
Post-it time.
Or fingers. All right, I'm gonna be very careful. Okay.
Finger those nips.
There you go. In case you guys haven't seen this yet, that is my piece for the Great Wheel giveaway, and I have to ink it, so I guess I can make a short or record myself.
Oh, you totally should. Like, yeah. Use an example. Don't worry about doing too good a job of it. Just like try and whip out your camera a couple of times, like, you know. And
hey, speak of the devil.
Rob, do you want to come in? Do you want to hang out?
I've sent the link to like 10 people and nobody's coming in.
I'm keeping them away. Maybe they're all asleep. In America, I mean, for me, it's like nearly 10 in the morning, which is why I love jumping on these super late streams because, like, I'm awake. But I guess a lot of people are probably like asleep.
Yeah, I guess normal people would be asleep at this time, wouldn't they? Lame.
Human people, not art demons.
Normal people. Why do her eyes look weird? Well, when I'm doing this, I'm using my phone as a mirror to check my symmetry.
Oh, so, what? Really?
In case it look like... No, I'm just using...
or just the mirror?
I'm just using the screen because it's black. So
wow.
Yeah.
A black mirror.
Right. So that's what I'm doing. Because people have asked me, what the fuck are you doing, Irene? You're a fucking crazy person.
What is wrong with your eyes? Isn't there a flip canvas button in Photoshop like there is in Clip Studio then?
This thing is like a million layers.
No.
I just pick up my phone and look instead of flipping the whole fucking canvas.
I know. Well, Rini, have you used Clip Studio very much?
I have used. Yes, I have. Does it just like flip it without actually flipping it? No.
Yes, it doesn't actually flip it in Clip Studio. It's just like a visual thing.
I don't think Photoshop has it. If it does, I don't know. I might be wrong. Hey, we have a guest. Hey, Rob, what's up?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Hi, Rob.
What's going on?
What's going on?
Hang on, let me just put
how you doing? I like how my streams are like people who don't sleep in America and the Brits and the Australians.
Yeah, it's like dinner time here.
The filthy foreigners are invading.
It's 4:42 a.m. on the East Coast.
Dude, how do you stream so much and for so long? What is wrong with you?
I don't stream that much.
Yeah, Rob struggles to get one stream out a week.
Dude, even that is rough sometimes, I tell you. Reenie's like, I don't stream that much, and we're coming up on 5 hours.
Well, I'm drawing. I would be doing this anyways. So.
You've been a streaming demon this week, didn't you? You did draw a stream on Sunday. You did post Kangs. You didn't. You said you were having a break by not doing the promo show in the week, and then it's like you got a craving for streaming again. So did a stream today.
No, I needed content. And I realized this page is very boobalicious, so I might as well stream it. Rob, have you been watching the boobage? There you go.
Dude, I mean, that's what we're all here for. Oh my god. You love when boobs break out of
I've decided I'm just gonna make it a thing.
Yeah, it's her character.
It's just a thing with her character. Whenever possible, I'll just have her boobs peeking out of the panels from now.
I mean, you give the people what they want. I mean,
no, Rob,
incredible.
you don't understand. You don't understand. Rini got shamed by someone else into hiding the boob from breaking that panel a while ago, right? Then I was on a stream and it was covered up, and I'm like, Rini, why don't you let that boob break the panel? And she was like, I don't know. Someone said it was kind of weird. And now it's evolved to the point where it could even end up being a character trait for Ragnar, where she breaks the panel with her boobs as often as possible. And like, yes,
it's just gonna be a thing because I was gonna do it, and somebody's like, no, that doesn't visually flow. And I'm like, okay, it's one of my friends that doesn't understand fan service.
You need to do a double page spread, right? And the whole double page is her boob, but you have panels inside the boob.
Oh my god, inset titty panels.
I mean,
holy shit, this is gonna be great.
That's $1 million idea right there.
It's actually a good idea, Rob.
You say that like you're surprised, like, Rob, you actually had a good idea.
Oh, I actually like all Rob's silly ideas, especially like his Wait, tell Rini about. See, Rini might be with you on your secret to the pyramids.
Oh, like, you know how we're always looking out into space to try and find aliens, right? But we don't know anything about this planet. There's so much of it is undiscovered. How do we not know that there's not an alien body in the center of the pyramids, and that's what it was there for?
Oh, you think the pyramids are? Oh, it's a tomb, but it's for aliens?
It could very well be. I mean, where's the proof that it's not?
I guess so. I think the theory of the pyramids being power generated is the most plausible to me, but you might be right. It's just never been proven.
Power generated from the psychic brainwaves of the alien at the center of the pyramid.
No, from aquifers, electricity from aquifers.
No, yes, I know. The walls are lined with quartz. You'd have steam that would like expand and compress the quartz and generate electricity. I know, we get it.
Exactly.
But Rini, what if it was an alien instead?
Oh, what if aliens? Right? You're right. It's aliens. What was I thinking? Mexico. Skip Edwards as Mexico or Egypt. I think we're talking about Giza, but Mexico's interesting.
Well, yeah, okay, Rob. If there is an alien at the middle of the pyramid, does that not mean there is if that was true, would it not mean that there is an alien buried in every single pyramid?
Yes.
So you'd have like ancient Mesoamerican Gralians stuffed under their mounds.
What if they're all different colors too? Different raced aliens,
like blue,
buried in different places.
Wait, so it's like the theory we were talking about, how humans were seeded by aliens, but it was the actual traces of our true ancestry are buried in these pyramids all around the world.
And
we figured it out.
If you can go around and collect all the different colored alien corpses, it's like collecting all the Infinity Stones or all the Dragon Balls or something, and you can unlock the secrets of the universe by combining them into one Giga Alien.
But just imagine how much I'm gonna say I told you so if there's an alien in the middle of the pyramids.
You would say it a lot, and I would
all the time.
I would be like, you know what? You got it right. Everybody mocked you.
What are you drinking? Right. Kool-Aid?
No, I'm drinking like VTuber Demon Girl Pussy Juice.
What the fuck?
It's just like Iron Mouse. If guys in the audience might know who Iron Mouse is, it's literally just like VTuber branded energy drink powder. But
are you trying to roofie yourself? Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, I'm gonna have some fun with myself later.
Holy shit. Jake's into some weird stuff, guys.
You know what? I suppose you could have fun with yourself if you drank caffeine and try to go to sleep, because it might keep your mind awake as your body can go asleep, and then you can potentially lucid dream.
I've done that. I do that practically every day. I've never lucid dreamed.
Well, you haven't tried.
I haven't tried. You're right.
My lucid dreaming powers go as far as if I don't like a dream, I can get out of it, but that's as far as I can go.
How often does that happen?
Not often, but if it's just like some bullshit that's not enjoyable, like some borderline nightmare kind of stuff, I'm like, nah, I don't like this. This isn't real, and I can get out of it now.
I heard that the first step to lucid dreaming is like, even when you're awake, you start doing things like trying to put your finger through your hand and like pushing on walls, checking if you're in a dream. So you're so used to doing that when you are in a dream, you do the same thing. And when you do something and you push on a wall, you fall through the wall, then you'll know, oh, I'm in a dream now. So you have to start training yourself while you're awake to like check your reality. That's what I've heard.
There's the two different paths to it, right? Like that is you basically in training you to be constantly suspicious of reality, so that when you're in a dream, you're like, I'm in a dream. So doesn't that mean like every day you're like, okay, am I in a dream now? No. Am I in a dream now? So that eventually when you're in a dream, you'll do it. Yeah. But the other way is like where you just stay perfectly still and try and keep your mind awake, and then your body will go to sleep, but your mind will be awake. So gonna have to entrain yourself.
I cannot fall asleep if I'm not tired, I'll just be lying in bed, just staring at the ceiling for like 3 hours. I fucking hate it.
I like what's this chick's name? Titania?
Ragna Titania. Why do you say Titania? Ragna. Her name is Ragna.
It rhymes with Titania in a way.
Yeah.
Ragna Titania. She could have a clone twin with even bigger boobs, like
She's
a magic clone.
Very squeezable nipples.
Yeah. That was the intention.
Staring at you.
Yeah.
It's like
staring at you. You want to see another panel? Hold on, let me pull up another page that I was very proud of.
It's like when you draw a face on a piece of paper, but you make the eyes look directly out from the page. No matter what the angle is, it's always looking at you. It's like that, but with nipples.
And what's this hand gesture in the front of the panel?
Yes! Yes!
It looks like that.
Okay.
She had no idea. She had no idea.
Okay. Once again, the trend of me writing or drawing things that could be interpreted sexually, but me being unaware of it continues, because that's just Casimir's hand kind of gesturing. He's introducing Ragnar to the other characters. Oh my god, I didn't even think about it.
He's introducing her, all right.
He's like, check out this chick, am I right?
I mean, me and her, we go way back.
Actually, he's more like this bitch. But yeah, I'm very proud of this page.
Yeah, your art's sick, dude. I love it.
There you go. I'm very proud of this. Oh, this is cool.
Is this the panel where the boobs got slowly bigger over time the more you read
through
it?
Yeah, like the page. So the page after this, and I'm trying to hold. I'm hesitant to edit it because I feel like my colorist will be very annoyed at me because I already go back and edit things every couple weeks. So he's like, "Fucking just finish it." But the page after this, because I drew that page very early on because I didn't draw my pages in order. Her boobs are like 2 cup sizes smaller, so I'm like, shit, I have to change it because I made her boobs gigantic here.
Gotta make them bigger. Gotta make them bigger.
Hold on, the next page I can show you guys, and it's not too spoilery.
It's got to look like she has 3 heads.
Oh, it's not the next. It's not the next page. I had this. I'll skip one spoilery page and show you guys. There you go. See, it's totally different, right?
They are a lot smaller. Yeah. Oh.
How boring is she right now? I mean,
genuinely, I did get less interested in her. Look at that. It's so weird psychologically. I was like, I don't care what she's got to say.
You guys are terrible.
That is so.
Anna, why don't you tell everybody how terrible these guys are? It's all you guys pay attention to are boobs and nothing else. We're more than just some pieces of meat.
Oh no. What part of the conversation did I walk into?
The part where we're talking about boobs.
Yeah, show her the before and after. Show her the before and after.
His boobs or her boobs?
I do have. Let's be fair. I'll pull up a shirtless panel of him as well because I do have that.
If you've got a butt panel, if you've got a bubble butt panel, I think Anna would appreciate that.
Yes.
No, I just have a shirtless shot. Hold on, let me pull up the colored page because the colored one is really nice. Yeah.
That first panel is going to be a really good shot for her boobs. That downward angle.
Well, that one. Yeah, I need to. So for panel 2, her boobs shrunk. So I need to go back and edit it.
Are you actually gonna edit it? That's amazing.
I will because it's not consistent, and my colorist will hate me. But oh well, it has to be done.
Are you making them bigger or smaller?
I'll make them bigger in this panel because see, this is the same scene but a little earlier. But see, I drew this page because I didn't draw the pages in order, and I drew this page really early on, and so this is earlier art than this. This is newer, and her boobs have been like I've been power girling her boobs this whole time. So now it's like
she's like moving. So like they're moving in this panel, you know. So they're not like flat against her chest like in the other panel. Like the other panel, she's got the strappy thingies pushing him down.
Yeah, that's fair. Fair enough.
She completely changes character though. This is like the really interesting
fuck off
version of Ragnar. Then as soon as you go to the next page, for some reason she suddenly becomes a lot less engaging, and I can't figure out why.
Oh, you guys are terrible. Well, there you go. I do have, equal representation there.
He reminds me of like the younger anime version of Phoebus from The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Really?
I think it's a little soul patch.
The soul patch, yeah, probably. That's funny. Yeah, these colors have been coming in. I'm really enjoying them. Where's another page I can show you guys? I'm doing that really
Perth
well.
says maybe they deflate when she uses magic.
Oh.
You could put that in the story.
That's already in my story.
Her powers come from her boobs. I really like this panel. I like how the
Isn't
colors
it like a thing in Twilight, like when the vampire girls don't have like blood, they're like everything deflates, and so like when they drink blood, everything inflates.
She finishes sucking someone. I was gonna say sucking someone off, but sucking someone's neck. And she's like, "Oh my god, this is going straight to my tits."
Oh, show Anna the hand gesture panel. See if she knows what it refers to.
Oh my god. Okay, this is totally unintentional, but this panel that I'm working on here.
Oh my god.
Okay, apparently.
Take it back. You kind of do need to change that other panel.
You think I need to change it? I don't know what's wrong with me. I never spot these things. It's like he's just gesturing, like, "Hey, meet Ragna," like that, and it didn't even occur to me that it's super sexual.
Never change. There's nothing wrong with you. Never change.
You know what? I think it's a test for people and if they have dirty minds or not. Because without any context, I was like, oh, she's like his slave person, right? And he's telling her, or he's showing her what he wants her to do.
Oh no!
He's making the face like that. If you post just this image on Twitter and ask what the situation is, I guarantee you that's going to be the answer from 90% of the population.
That is a fantastic idea. I've got another great idea for you, Rainy. Just copy this panel out and do it originally, and then sell it for like 10 grand.
Oh my god, yeah.
I think that would happen.
Oh my god, what if you just had this as the cover and it's like Fiendish 3?
Yeah, this is just this.
Fiendish After Dark edition.
Just
Fiendish
change the
supplemental.
Change the title to Redo with Fiendish.
No.
If you want to take over Kickstarter, that is the perfect start.
And make it completely degenerate and full of revenge grape. And that would be appropriate. And what should I change the hand to?
No,
I don't
you
know, like
shouldn't.
but like this, I felt like this would be like, I don't know.
Perfect, exactly how it is. It's perfect.
I mean, you could. That just doesn't seem like Casimir. I don't think he does that to people. He's more casual. He would do like that or that.
Maybe like 2 fingers, and then like he's using his tongue or something for some reason.
Like that, like that.
He's like, you ever introduce someone by going, "This bitch over here"?
Oh shit! You're right. I'm gonna have it doing that and have a tongue in the foreground.
Anna was right though. It's a dirty mind test. It says more about the reader than it does about you. So
yeah, if you have like a word bubble there, I think it'll be fine. And if you take it out, then like everyone here that got to be part of this stream gets it. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So you're taking special away from the audience. Why would you do that, Rainey?
I will. You're right. I will not change it. I will keep it here because this is entertainment value. Everybody can be entertained off of my obliviousness.
Does this page, by any chance, happen to be page 69 of your book?
It's really close. No, it's page 67.
Okay, so it's leading up to 69. Got it.
It's almost, yeah. I do have a page 69, so that will not be
we can all guess what they're doing on that page.
Yes.
Anna, I'm gonna use that when I draw my book. I'm gonna make page 69 evoke the 69. That has to be done in a book. That can't not be done. That's
okay,
amazing.
good.
That's such a good idea.
Thank you.
I'm gonna do that.
What other numbers could you use? I suppose if you did like page 420, they could get high.
Mind test.
I mean, I'm just spitballing here.
96.
96.
What
would that be? Butt to butt?
It's the same, just upside down.
Here's the real audience test. What would happen on page 88?
Oh no.
What? I don't
there you go. Anna passed. Anna's the only one that passed that
test. Wait, is it like boob to boob?
No, don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry.
You're embarrassed, but I'm not.
Okay. And how is your night going?
It's been interesting. So I spent all day at the beauty salon. I got my hair dyed to look like Barbie.
Ooh.
And
wait,
so
are you blonde? Are you blonde again?
I'll show you guys tomorrow. It'll be a surprise. But I totally forgot what the numbers of the days were. I thought we were still in April, and so my photographer messaged me. He's like, "Oh, tomorrow's Star Wars Day." I was like, no, I totally did not forget about that. So when I got home, I had to go film a Star Wars Day video. So I was editing. Yeah. And then I popped on here.
Awesome. Yeah,
what have you guys
now? It is Star Wars Day right now. Happy Star Wars Day, everybody.
Happy Star Wars Day.
Hey, awesome. I'm just doing obviously a draw stream talking shit, and we're talking about aliens and them boobs and more aliens, and here we are. I'm at the final stretch of Fiendish. I have 5 pages left. I'm almost done. I'm so excited.
Yeah, good. I want my books.
Congrats.
Yeah, holy crap. I mean, it's not really fast. I've been working on this for a year, but but it's about time. I'm right on time. I've got deadlines, but yeah, it's the final stuff. It's exciting.
Maybe you could put like a long cylinder-like object in his hand, so to show that he's pointing at her. What do you think about that?
His pointing cylinder. Yeah, he needs to. His character needs. He needs a pointing cylinder as part of his outfit,
like a long steel rod. I mean, would that work?
Oh my god!
He does have several weapons. I can have a weapon pointed at her. But that would. I don't know. I feel like she'd slap him if he pointed a weapon at her.
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
Yeah, that's a bad. She's very easily angered. I don't think that would be a good idea.
So. I did. Okay, speaking of pointing things, when I saw this page sketched out, I did misinterpret what that tail was on the first panel.
Okay, everybody continue. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, it's clearly tentacle porn.
I thought it was a tentacle. I thought it was a tentacle monster.
God damn it! This is like the third time this happened.
Oh my! How are you not noticing this? Is this like your?
She's oblivious.
She's oblivious. Being displayed to everyone.
I don't know.
We all know you love manga, Rainy. It's okay.
No, I don't notice these things. Okay, I'm gonna move the fucking tail. This is like the second time it's happened as well.
No, don't move it. Don't move it.
Put the tail on her leg.
It.
This is your subconscious trying to cry out for help.
Now it looks like it's his tentacle.
Oh yeah, now it looks like he has like a magical penis.
Knee?
Look at that.
Coming out of his knee? You guys are so dirty. What's wrong with you?
Nothing's wrong with us. We didn't draw it.
It's a tail.
It looked absolutely fine. We're just joking around. Don't edit your art just because of that.
No. That's like, there's already this other scene where Casimir was like snuggling against because that's his pet cat, and like her tail was draped across his chest, and everybody who saw it when I showed it on stream was that looks like a giant furry penis. And I'm like,
just embrace all of these things. Don't feel ashamed. Embrace them all.
Okay, is that better? There you go. That's better.
Yeah, now it looks like a knee tentacle penis.
Yeah, now it looks like a slightly lower tentacle coming in. Like I like that the tentacle moved 2 inches.
Okay, I can't help if everybody watching this has a dirty mind. Oh no. What do I do?
Does Anna know about the name of your webcomic you did when you were younger?
Why do you have to keep on bringing that up, Jake? What have I done to you?
What's it called?
Because Anna will laugh at it. She'll really enjoy it.
What's it called?
Please tell me.
I guess there's no way around it. Okay, all right. So I was a little innocent 17-year-old. I had just started college, and I started drawing a cutesy little chibi comic about my life as a freshman, first moved to America and going to art school. And I named it after my favorite bubble tea drink, which is blended bubble coffee. And guess what that abbreviates to?
That's awesome.
Oh no.
So this has been an ongoing trend in my life, guys. It was literally like a little cheapy webcomic about art school.
Did it have was the title just the letters? Was it just the letters BBC for the title as well?
Because like even when I would abbreviate it, because sometimes like the title would be long and I would be uploading into DeviantArt. It's still on DeviantArt. I've barely deleted anything I've done, so you guys can still find my old DeviantArt. Like I would abbreviate it, and the only abbreviation for BBC I knew was like the broadcasting network. So I was like, this is fine. And I was really innocent, guys. Leave me alone.
What's your DeviantArt name?
It's the same. Rini Draws. I don't know, or is that I have like a cringy old teenage account as well. Maybe it's on there, but it should be on Rini Draws. You guys want to see some old cringy art from me? It's all on DeviantArt.
I still like the old art that you posted on Twitter earlier. Like it made me really want to see like a future tech fucking motorbike hardcore thing from you. Like that would be badass. Diesel punk or something, or diesel tech stuff.
Thank you. Why do you like it?
You're not thinking of doing any. You're not thinking of doing anything like that.
I am. It's just I need a. I have to focus on Fiendish, but
Can you say you're doing hentai next?
You're right. Yeah, I'm doing hentai next. All right. Apparently, that's the genre that I need to tackle. Anna, were you on DeviantArt ever, or was that? I remember it was like such a thing.
She's muted.
Oh shoot, I've been talking. I didn't realize I muted myself.
No.
No, I've been on DeviantArt, but I never made an account. Same with Tumblr.
Yeah, Tumblr got weird.
Yeah,
DeviantArt got weird as well. DeviantArt was like the thing when I was in middle school and high school. I guess it was a really good way for young artists to get their art out there. It was like a whole community of other artists, you know. Because growing up, usually you're like the only person in your school who draws, or one of like 2 people. And you can connect with people on the internet. That was fun. So now everybody can go look at my DeviantArt and look at what other sexual innuendos I inadvertently hid in my old work.
Oh, I found a 6 fan arts challenge that we cannot show on YouTube.
Put it in the private chat. Link it in the private chat.
All right, I'll put it in the private chat.
It's not weird. It's just got tits.
Yeah, connecting with people is really like 2008 internet. I like the modern internet where you just try and isolate yourself.
Yes.
Get away from everyone. Like, oh, is that Siri?
Whoa.
This is badass.
Thank you. Yeah, that's Siri.
I like this Sailor Moon
picture.
redraw, Rini. This is cool.
Oh, thank you. Keep on complimenting me. I'm enjoying this.
I like your Lady Sonate with Naruto.
Share this,
Oh,
Rini.
yeah. Oh, that's super old. Is it? What is it? Oh, yeah.
It's yours. That's cool.
Oh.
Ooh.
So Sailor Moon hentai tentacles.
Yeah, basically. I've already told you I haven't watched Sailor Moon, but remember the redraw Sailor Moon challenge that was going around? This is my take on it.
She's hot.
This is what Rob likes.
Totally bangable.
This is what Rob sees in his dreams.
Talk about a sloppy BJ.
It might be
that way.
Yeah. Yeah, we bought a bunch of old stuff on there. It is in the art book. Yep.
Ooh.
So we were talking about somehow things looped around to talk about redo of Healer, and it's because
the best show ever. I cannot believe you don't like it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, tell us why you like redo of Healer.
Everything about it is great, except he doesn't go hard enough in the torture. Like, that is my biggest critique on him. Because, okay, let me put it to you this way. So there's like only 8 people in the world that have superpowers. You're one of them, but you're from like a small village. You don't understand like the political dynamics of people in power. So you have this amazing ability to heal people, and you're like, oh my gosh, this is great. And now I get to go hang out with all of like these people that are basically the universe's superheroes. And then you just get kind of nervous. You drop the ball your first time and you're like, oh no, like I just embarrassed myself in front of all of these people that I've idolized. And then all of a sudden you get drugged, you wake up in a prison, and you're getting raped every single day. And it's just men are raping you, women are raping you, crazy bitches are pissing in your mouth, they're beating the shit out of you, they're drugging you, they're sticking shit up every single orifice of your body. And this goes on for months. And then finally you're let out of this prison, and then you get to go on all of these fighting campaigns, and they basically use you as their slave, and they beat you, they rape you, they molest you in every way possible, they piss in your face, and they degrade you like so much to where you're not even human anymore. And then you get this opportunity to go back in time and get revenge on all of those cunts that did this shit to you. And that is redo of Healer. It's amazing.
Why would you want to leave the prison, though? I mean, that sounded fun.
If you think about it,
It like a great time.
If this is going on for years, genuinely, the way the human mind works and how plastic it is, would you not eventually kind of get into it?
Well, no, that's why the one main chick, Princess Flair or whatever. So he's got a plan because he is a smart cookie. He's like, all right, I'm gonna redo time, and he's gonna be the only one with the memories. Nobody else is gonna remember what they did to him. So he's gotta go through some of the torture again for 6 months before he gains enough power to be able to get his revenge. And so he has the healing ability. So he's able to brainwash anyone he touches them so he can heal their mind into being his slave. So all the people that tortured him and the ones that he was into it with, the princess with the big boobs and the pink hair, he's like, all right, she hated him so much because he was so beneath her because he was a peasant. So now she gets to be his loyal sex slave that worships the ground that he walks on.
What is this movie called, and how do I
It's
watch
called
it?
Redo of Healer. You need to watch it. It's amazing.
It's an anime. It's a TV show.
It sounds absolutely awesome.
It is so awesome. You need to watch it. And so that's what he does. He just goes and person by person, he gets revenge on everyone that fucked him over, literally and figuratively.
That's pretty accurate. It's completely degenerate. All these things that Anna said happened, they show it happening. And there you go. But
I didn't know I needed it.
I love the idea of using healing magic.
It's somehow cathartic because they fuck with him so bad, but it's very, very graphic. So, if you're like Vaughn and you can't handle it, then it's not for you. But
sign me up.
Guys, I got to head out and go walk my dog. It was cool hanging with you. I'll see you all later.
We know what Rob's actually going to do. We know why he's suddenly leaving.
Rob, hands in frame.
Yeah, it shows your hands.
I'm just going to get a screenshot before we go.
Yeah, a screenshot. What do you need a screenshot of what?
Oh, I can show you. Just before I head out, I'll just show you what's on my screen. There you go.
What is that? Oh. Well, all right. I'm very flattered. All right. Have fun, Rob. Bye.
See you guys.
See you, Rob. Just saving the record just in case you do delete the hand.
No, I'm not going to delete it. I'll keep it there. And I'll let everybody mock me for my obliviousness.
I thought he was going to bring up Mortal V's version of the same panel.
What's Mortal V's version of it?
Do you want me to bring it up?
Sure.
You got some fan art.
Yeah. Did I? I realized that.
That was fast.
I noodled on these boobs enough. That's good enough. All right. Time to draw the hand.
I've shared it.
Hand time. Wait, is this showable on YouTube?
Yeah, I mean, you said you wanted more assistance, so like maybe you could hire Mortal V to finish your panels for you.
What the fuck?
Oh my god.
Okay, thank you, Mortal V. I'm very flattered. I'm a little confused though. Well done. Oh my gosh. She's Medusa? Why is she Medusa?
Well, I mean, she's got the green hair. You probably could have if someone was ever on like hallucinating or something, she totally could end up having like snakes for hair in a situation. Could be a cool thing to play with, but
that's true. Well, thank you for that, Mortal V. I appreciate it. Oh, it's fast. I got fan art of this already. I'm so flattered.
He actually did it like nearly about 20 minutes ago, so it's even faster than you think. Anna, have you dyed your hair blonde for your calendar?
Mm-hmm.
Which are you doing, Barbie?
Yeah.
Is it for the bikini one, like the next one?
Yeah.
Wait, so for your calendar, do you actually change your hair for all the shots?
Not for all of them, but I try to do it for at least one character, a calendar. So for like the first one, it actually happened because I did my hair like Rogue because my birthday's Halloween. So I was like, I like dressing up and everything. So I was like, oh, I'll do it for the entire month. I'll have the Rogue hair. So I actually got my hair done like Rogue, and then I went on a stream in like the costume, and everyone's like, oh, that looks so cool. You should like do cosplay. And then somebody in the chat said I should do a calendar. And I was like, okay, it's October, but I'll get a calendar for next year, which was that turned out the way that it did. And then I did this next, what was the other one that I did? Oh, the video game ones. Oh yeah, that one I went more blonde so I could have the Samus hair.
Wait, so you weren't already planning to do the calendar before the person sent in that super chat?
Nope.
Anna, I sent that super chat.
That was you, so this is all your fault.
It was you, really?
I have the stream downloaded because I did two things. Like I incepted.
Taking credit now, really?
No, Anna is saying it. I have the clip and I'll play it. I did two things. I super chatted about the calendar, and then like people convinced her on that stream to do the calendar. That's fucking amazing. I didn't want to take credit for that because I thought you'd already planned it. But
no, not at all.
And then also, I sent a super chat to Ethan saying he should do the Shane Davis variant of the Art of John Malin.
Oh my god.
And he was like, yeah, we'll do that. So like I managed to accept those two things. That's amazing. That's so fucking cool, man.
Setting things in motion.
Legend.
Oh, that's crazy. I'll have to dig the clip out now. That is insane.
You have to get that on like the Comic Skates Comic Great channel.
I'll play it on my show. That's hilarious.
You should use it as your opening now. That's your claim to fame. If I had someone ask me the other day, like, who's this Jake person? Who's Hyper Wizard? Where does he come from? He just came out of nowhere and you're doing a show with it. And I'm like, he's been in chat for a long time.
I've been around for a while, but like, to be honest, if people are thinking, where's this guy come from? I did end up coming on streams pretty quickly, but I was in chat for a while.
Yeah, you were obviously, since for at least like a year and a half. But I remember seeing you in chat, and you did the Fiendish fan art contest and stuff.
Yeah, that's
how I knew you were an artist.
Yeah, the Fiendish fan art contest was like the thing that made me like draw again. I hadn't drawn for a while. So I was very grateful for that. I did that, and then I did the Shane Davis one for Inglorious Rex. I did Sumo Shane for that contest. But yeah.
Cool. Yeah, I like your piece. You got a really like bright and energetic style.
So for the Barbie, like, are you gonna get like one of the pink cars and pose in like a pink Barbie car or something?
You know what? I could. My mom actually has a pink car, but no, I have the classic, like the black and white swimsuit. And so I'm doing more of like a pinup shoot with my photographer got like all pink background stuff. So we're gonna go all girly out on this one. But if I like it and I can deal with this hair for more than a month, then we'll see. Maybe I'll expand, because I know my mother would love to have her car photographed.
Like if she literally has a Barbie car, you could be like
she really does.
Barbie car.
But is it like pink and a convertible, like the whole deal?
It's not. So it's a little pink Metropolitan from the 50s. So it's a tiny little clown car, but it's adorable.
That's cute. So like, is your I know you don't want to show it on camera. So is your hair like really blonde, like white blonde now?
Oh, here, fuck it, I'll show it. Let me get
she was saving it for Jack show tomorrow.
I already showed it on my Instagram, so this is it. It's like yellow.
Ooh.
Oh, okay.
So it's like yellow Barbie blonde, which I'm not used to at all. I don't know, chat, yay or nay for the
curls?
That's nice. Yeah, those curls are so nice.
The color. I don't. It's really weird for me. I'm not used to it at all.
I think it looks nice.
It has the gradient going on. It probably would have looked weird if it was all completely bleach blonde. Like the whole thing,
hard. But... Yeah, especially if you have dark hair. Because I was blonde for a while. It's like you have to deal with dyeing it, your roots and stuff. It's better to do a gradient. But that looks nice, and it looks very natural.
Thank you. Yeah, she does the balayage. Because my hair grows like super fast. She'll bleach it, like with the Rogue when I was getting the white patch in the front. She would bleach it and she's like, how is this possible? I can already see roots, like as she's taking the bleach off.
Oh my gosh.
My hair doesn't grow very long, but I mean, it grows fast, I guess.
Do you have like really thick hair as well?
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
I have a ton of hair. which means it takes forever at the beauty salon because she goes by like layer by layer. She's got to like tease it, pick out individual strands and bleach it. So it's like an all day thing when I go in.
I'm like kind of envious of that though, because my hair grows really long, but it's not very thick. So I'm afraid of doing too much with it, which is why I stopped dyeing it. Because if I do too much to it, I'm afraid it'll just, well, it started breaking when I dyed it red for like 3 years in a row.
Oh gosh.
So I'll just go natural because I don't want to ruin it.
I wish I had nice hair.
Yeah, I'm nice. So why are you fishing for compliments, Jake?
Hey, what? You're crazy. What are you saying? No, it's not nice. It's bed hair. It's bed hair, right?
I'm fat and bald.
Bed hair right now.
You could be bald and well, no, you're not. You could be like Lizzo, where you have to wear a wig, so you are fat and bald and Lizzo and gross. Think about that. You could do that.
I could be fat and bald.
A wig? I wouldn't be surprised, but
yeah, she has like a weave and all that. Did you see the picture of her from the Met Gala where she's posing in the kitchen eating food? I was like, okay, that's obviously a bit of a troll, but still, I'm like, really?
No, I didn't see it. I saw the one where she's like without makeup and she's like all frumpy and she's like, this is like the real me. And I'm like, why do people give her so much attention?
I saw the weird cat person at the Met Gala. Did you see that?
Cat. Yeah.
Oh, that was Doja Cat. Okay. That makes more sense. But like, yeah.
And then what's his face? Jared Leto was in like a cat suit.
Was that the jeweled thing? The like the sparkly?
No, he's in like a literal cat suit. Like something you'd see at like a carnival or something.
Oh.
Wait, really?
Yes, it was so bizarre. I'm like, what was the theme this year? Cats?
No, the theme is what's that film where you have like people have to compete and kill each other for like all the rich elites in the city?
Hunger Games, right? Yeah, I was thinking, I don't know if it's just me or if stuff like the Met Gala and the Oscars and all these ostentatious costumes are just becoming more like real life Hunger Games, and it's so obvious. I don't know how they're not seeing it. It's like these are the rich people parading their showy, I don't know, parading their wealth in front of us. I get annoying.
To be honest, I find the Doja Cat one funny now. Before I was like, this is fucking weird, but seeing as it's Doja Cat and that's her name, that's kind of...
I haven't seen the Doja Cat. The only one I saw was Pedro Pascal.
That one was weird. I don't like it.
Was it what, dressed as like a Nazi style? Is that, or was that a different thing? Like Ethan posted it. He was like wearing shorts and like a red shirt with a black overcoat, and it literally looked like a Nazi uniform.
Oh, I guess let me pull it up. I might as well because we're talking about it. Let me see. I saw the Pedro Pascal one. I don't know. It's just kind of, he didn't look really great in those shorts. I didn't think it was horrible though.
No, it's a bit of a stretch, but it was just a funny comparison.
I'm always shocked when there's people there that actually look decent. Like props to Blake Lively. She always looks incredible. Like she's like, I'm coming here to look good, not like the people that are there just to look as weird as humanly possible.
Okay, let me show. I mean, it varies. Sometimes you can have like wild costumes, but still, be creative. But let's see. Is this which one is from this year?
Blake Lively was there this year. She's Prego, so no events for her right now.
What's that?
That was a few years ago.
Okay, I have to search. 2023. Let's see. Do. I don't know. What? Someone dressed as a hamburger. Who is that?
Oh my god. I didn't see that one.
What the heck? That's actually kind of funny. I kind of like that. That's hilarious. What? Is that Katy Perry?
I don't think that was this year.
That's yeah. They would be all talking about it if it was.
A lot of these are old outfits. The one with Kim Kardashian is the recent one.
Okay.
It's right above the one you're looking at.
Oh, this one?
Yeah, so that was what Kim wore this time.
Oh, that's actually really
That's
nice.
a recent one.
That's pretty. Wow.
Isn't it funny? Every time she goes with a different guy.
That is funny.
It's better than her ruining Marilyn Monroe's dress.
Oh God, what a bitch!
I know.
Wait, she wore the actual dress?
Yeah, everyone was pissed because she like severely damaged it.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh.
She stretched it out and ripped it a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fat bitch.
Marilyn Monroe was tiny. She was like 5'4", and she was like itty bitty.
Wasn't she thick for that era too?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was looking at a comparison of women in the 50s, their measurements with women now, and I'm like, oh. What happened? Dua Lipa? Barely know who she is. Oh, that's so nice. Oh my gosh. That's so like pretty and innocent for a modern award show, or is whatever. This is an award show. You get the idea. Oh, the cat. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, have you seen it? Have you seen the video?
No.
Oh God, I need to find it.
What the?
I need to find that video. I'm so bad at finding stuff. I'm trying to bring up the Pedro Pascal thing, and like now I need to switch tracks and get the Doja Cat thing.
She wearing like a Doja Cat, like.
It's like a full on prosthetic.
Yeah, it has to be a prosthetic because her nose looks all weird and. Ooh! Yeah, the nose has to be like a prosthetic thing.
It is.
Okay, I think I've got it. I can bring it
I think the like artist like posted a reel of it on Instagram of like the process.
Why don't?
Do you want to see the interview?
Yeah, let's go.
Can you hear it?
Yeah.
I mean, so who made it? Wow. Wow. It's a little different. So, what was your inspiration for tonight?
She's pretending to understand.
Detail.
Does she have a tail?
Wow.
Did it go under the dress?
Oh my God.
What are you excited to see in there today?
Where did it end?
Wow. Is it your first Met? Wow. I'll see you in there. Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Props to her with staying in character.
Yeah.
Easy.
That I want to make fun of it, but
well, this also is probably very uncomfortable. This is probably super uncomfortable to have to wear too, and still try and act like in character and elegant or whatever. This is probably like horrible to have on your face.
You know, I would rather. I feel like at least that's a little creative, and it's almost like she's cosplaying a character. It's so uncomfortable though, because she's not even answering the questions.
She just gets to say meow all day. She doesn't have to talk to anyone. If you have people come up to you and say, "Hi, I love your music," she can just go like meow, meow.
That's brilliant. Everybody should just go to these award shows dressed as animals now. And then she meant Barnaby. You're right. That's what
Someone got to do the edit.
Yes. Okay. Let's pull up Pedro Pascal and then continue with the drawing. I'm not super interested in this stuff. It's just like celebrity.
Yeah, I just thought the cat thing was creative.
Yeah, it's weird, but it is creative, honestly. Okay, so here is Pedro. Hey, Pedro. I don't know what to think. I mean, okay.
It's ugly. He shaves his legs. I don't want to see that.
Oh, those clean shaven Legos.
Yeah. See, if he was wearing pants, I don't think he would look all that bad. It'd be kind of like a male version of where is Carmen Sandiego? Like just put a hat on him.
Yeah. No, there's some hair here. He's just kind of a hairless guy, I guess.
I was gonna say God. if he shaved his legs, that's not where he's gonna stop.
Yeah, there's some hair. It's more It's fine. The shorts aren't working though.
No, if he had pants on, this could be okay.
Yeah, I even kind of like the boots. If there were long pants tucked into the boots, this would actually be a really nice look.
I'm gonna ask you ladies something. Okay, on a guy, are exposed muscular calves a thing? Are they an attractive thing? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I think it depends on the context. As in what
are can pick up very heavy objects. So yes.
Ah, okay.
I think just any muscles are. Oh, are you working on leg day?
Well, no, my legs are like the only thing that doesn't have immense amounts of blubber over the top of it. So. It's like the only thing.
No, muscles everywhere are good, I think. You can overdo it, but...
What about vascularity? Is vascularity hot, or is it like kind of weird? When people have like veiny, big cord veiny arms and stuff.
Oh, I love that.
You love it?
I don't like it, no.
It's a boy thing. I like it.
I think a little bit is fine, but it honestly weirds me out. Like veiny muscles, I'm like, ugh.
I like it.
But I also don't like, I mean, it depends, obviously the caveat of if it's like somebody that you love, it doesn't matter that much, but I'm not on this just looks wise. I'm not super into veiny or even hairy guys. I don't like too much hair.
What?
I like facial hair. I like a beard that's manly, but like, I don't know, if you look like you're wearing a sweater with when your shirt is off, I don't know, maybe I'm just like, I grew up in Asia, I'm not used to it. I'm not like averse to it, but I'm just not used to it.
Wait, you don't like hairy chests?
I'm just not used to it.
You and I are like the exact opposite.
You like them hairy?
Oh yeah. I don't know.
That makes sense.
If a guy can't grow like a beard or chest hair, I'm like, bro, if I'm hairier than you, this isn't gonna work.
No, I like a beard. I actually like long hair. I like long hair and a beard. I think that's super manly. I like the Viking look. That's my thing.
Vikings have chest hair.
Yeah. I'm not averse to it. Again, I'm weird.
If someone had long Viking hair, would you want them to have it braided?
Oh yeah, that would be so hot.
So did you really like the show Vikings?
I like it, but not because it's historically or culturally accurate in any way. It's just
absolutely not at all. But the men in that are fantastic.
Yeah, it's purely because it's eye candy for me. It's the only reason I watch the show.
Did you know Bjorn, the one that played him when he was an adult, he was in the Hunger Games.
Bjorn? Oh yeah. Alexander something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I forgot. He was in Hunger Games. Yeah, I like him. In my mind, I guess Casimir is kind of young. He's probably about the same age as Casimir. In my mind, I don't usually do like celebrity castings, but I remember seeing the show and just thinking that would be so perfect. He's kind of like a younger Casimir. Makes me so happy. But then the show got like, I don't know, I got bored after a while, but I liked it.
Yeah, I know. After like Ragnar dies, it's like, eh.
Yeah. Yeah, that really was it. After Ragnar really carried the show so much. Lost interest. And I like Bjorn. I kept on watching for him, but there wasn't. They got revenge, I think. Then after that, I'm like, why are you continuing? I don't know what we're watching this show for.
Did you ever watch like Last Kingdom on Netflix?
No, I haven't. I heard that was really good as well.
I don't know. My boyfriend watches it, but anytime I watched like parts of it, I was just bored. I'm like, eh.
I heard it was good.
Did you watch that kind of like comedy thing called Norsemen, which is all about like Vikings, but it was kind of like an ironic European comedy version? No, neither of you?
Is that the one that the guy that did The Witch made?
I'm not sure. I could look it up though. But yeah, it was like this. It starts off with like them getting prisoner slaves from England and taking them back, and it's like this power struggle.
Is this the one with Nicole Kidman?
No, it's like literally like a Netflix low budget comedy thing.
No.
Okay.
I haven't seen that. There's so much stuff I have to get. I mean, obviously, I never watch anything. I have to get caught up on so much shit. But I haven't even seen The Northman yet. I'm so disappointed in myself.
Well, like this. No, not seen it. What is it? Oh no, actually, I've heard. Is that another Viking thing then?
Yeah, it got really good reviews. Apparently, it's good. But I was like busy launching my fucking campaign when it came out, so I didn't see it.
I heard it's like a tease. Like you think it's going to be about one thing and then it's not.
That's kind of. Wait, no. Do I remember hearing that? I remember thinking it was kind of a revenge story, and I was like, this is so similar to Vinland Saga because I remember seeing a trailer and it was like this young boy who is like rowing away from, I don't know, it's like something about he needs to avenge his father and shit, and I'm like, oh, it's Vinland Saga, but live action. But then it's not, apparently. Chat, who's seen it? Let us know. Patrick T for $1.99. Thank you. I'm only back for Anna and her love for Chuck Norris.
Oh, well, thank you. Hello, Patrick. How are you doing? I will see you on Jack's show.
You and 30 other people. Since Anna's come on, the viewers have definitely gone up and stayed up. So.
Oh, well, thank you. I didn't even tweet about this.
Oh, it has gone up.
Hello, everyone.
Appreciate your presence. You have so many fans, Anna.
Oh, that's kind of them. Thank you.
They got to see your new hair.
They did. I posted it on Instagram. I always do the stories, and I post updates, and I do a Q&A while I'm waiting, and everyone's always like, how do you sit in a chair for 8 hours? I'm like, I do it every day, man.
8 hours?
Yeah, I have so much hair.
Oh my gosh.
Wait, it took you 8 hours to have your hair dyed?
Yes.
That's insane.
That happens. It was a fast day today too.
You could have streamed the whole thing. You should have streamed the whole thing.
No. Well, I fell asleep. Like sometimes, like when she's doing like the back part of it, I'll always tell her like if I just start like my head's nodding, just yank it and I'll wake up. But yeah. I have really bad insomnia, so I barely slept the night before. So yesterday.
You start lucid dreaming while having your hair done.
No, I've been having really weird dreams, and anytime I look up what it means, I don't know. I don't think it's right. So,
do you want to say them on stream? Do you want
to say I'll tell you guys. You guys can analyze them for me. So every time it's like I know I'm dreaming, but I'm laying in bed, and you know when that feeling like right as you're waking up and like you're still sleepy, and you're like, I don't want to get up, but I know I'm in the process of waking up. But so it's like that, and I'm laying in bed, and there's like something in my eye, and I think it's like hair or something. So I try to pull it out, but it's like moving and it's making my eye itch. And so I like try to pull it out, and then it's like a tiny, like almost microscopic little bug. And I'm like, freaking bug. And then I'm trying to pull the hair. And as I pull it, it's not a hair. It's the antenna of another bug. That's a big bug. It's not a pincher bug, but it's kind of like that. You know how it's long and it's got the legs, but it's got big antennas. And I slowly pull this bug out of my eye. And I'm just like, what the? And I'm not freaked out or anything because it's weird because I know that I'm dreaming at this point. And I'm like, why am I pulling bugs out of my eye? So anytime I look up what that means, it's like, oh, you're going to win the lottery. You have good fortune. I was like, I don't think that's what this means.
What would that have to do with good fortune? I think that just broke my brain. That's so weird. Bug out of your eye. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna have the same nightmare tonight. And it's
you've incepted it.
I know, you've incepted it. You planted the seed in my mind. That's crazy. But technically that's a lucid dream because you know you're dreaming. So that's why you're not freaking out.
Yeah, it's weird because like I'll know that I'm dreaming and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna wake up from this soon, but I'm like, I don't freak out because I'm like, why is this happening kind of thing. And so like that's it. I don't know why it's happening. I also don't know what it means. And all the explanations I've read don't really make sense.
That's so
It sounds like a Parasite anime. Well, I don't know. Maybe I've been watching too much anime.
Well, it's like my interpretation of dreams are you have all of the evolutionary information from when now until like when you were a fucking shrew, like a shrew ancestors all the way back. And most of your brain is like all of that algorithmic information compressed into like a bunch of fat cells in your head. But like then you have the modern version of like your ego, which is the prefrontal cortex. And I think it's like dreams are supposed to be all the evolutionary shit in the back of your head trying to communicate like stuff to the front of your head, and that's why it just comes through as like loads of really weird gobbled images.
So my ancestors had bugs in their eyes is what you're telling me.
The maybe the ancient Lemurians, when they were more in lemur form, would have like this bug egg that would like this bug that would lay eggs in their eyes, and now that has a meaning of like you're gonna have a good day today. It's
I don't get it. Like it's like, oh, bugs are good. I was like, what? Like, what about people that like are arachnophobic? That you show them a spider and they freak out. Like, I don't think that they would agree that seeing that in their dreams is good.
Yeah, but okay. So, but you're not freaked out. Is it just curious or like a curiosity?
No, it's like why? Like, why is this here? Kind of thing.
Huh. It sounds like if it's like a relief, maybe it's like a really weird. Your brain is interpreting or like expressing the idea. Well, you're ridding yourself of something, and that's relieving. Like you're getting things out of you. I don't know. Like popping a pimple, but instead it's a bug. That makes no sense. Like it's cathartic.
I don't know. It was a really strange dream. I've never had that dream before, and I don't know what it means. And maybe it's
this website's saying bug in your eye is a hint of something you saw or are seeing. Your true self is being revealed. You are ready to accept life's responsibilities. Your dream signals sudden awareness, insight, and the ability to find your way in a situation. Your inner creative energy has yet to blossom and grow into expression. So you're going to be a better artist, I guess?
Well, I mean, I don't know how that applies to that, but all right.
Well, according to this one website I very quickly looked up on the internet, which we can definitely trust, it seems like that's the case.
I have my life figured out all because I pulled the bug out of my eye.
The website has all the answers. We all know we can trust everything we see on the internet. The Anyo for 5, thank you. Is that £5? That's £5, right? If you are lucid, take control of the dream. Tell yourself to dream of Henry.
I don't know how many times I've tried to will myself to dream of Henry. It doesn't work.
Aww.
I know.
How have you been willing yourself to dream? You mean like before you go asleep? Because you could induce a lucid dream and you probably could hang out with Henry in your dreams.
So the most I can do when I'm lucid is like I'm aware that this is a dream, but it's more like I can't make any changes, but it's like I'm on autopilot. And so I have no control over what I do or what happens around me, but I'm aware that I'm dreaming that this is a dream. So nothing like scares me or anything like that, but I can't change it.
I used to get, that was the most I ever did, but recently I finally managed to induce an actual lucid dream that I was in control of. And it might even work for you because you're like such an insomniac. It's basically going to bed, staying perfectly still whilst keeping your mind awake, and your body's supposed to go asleep while you're technically still awake. And then once you realize you're in a dream, then you can kind of like, you'll only be able to move your tongue, and you can kind of like pull yourself into existence through your mouth and slowly regain control of your body. And then pretty much like anything you want to happen can happen. You can fly around, put your finger for your hand. Like, I haven't made anyone exist yet, but I keep trying to do it again so I can start making people exist.
Like, will somebody into reality in your dream?
You have complete control over everything in there. Like, you can make anything exist. You can go anywhere. You can do anything.
That's wild. I don't understand that. We were talking about this earlier, but the only way I've heard of doing lucid or training yourself to lucid dream is like checking reality during the daytime. So your brain, you just get so used to checking things, and when you're dreaming, you'll continue to like push on a wall or try to put your finger through your hand, and if your finger does go through your hand, and then you'll know, oh, I'm actually in a dream right now, and then you'll be able to start controlling things. But I've never been able to do it, like, ever. It just doesn't work.
I've only managed it once, and then I lost 2 entire days trying to do it again. I kept on falling asleep. I was like basically fucking asleep for 2 days solid, and I was like, I need to stop. I can't do it.
That sounds great. I would love to be asleep for 2 days.
But you wasted 2 days just lying there, like, please listen, dream, please listen, dream.
Kind of. Honestly, I did. Yes, that did happen. It was like Friday and Saturday last week, and then I was like, I need to stop doing this and get some fucking work done.
Oh man, Bancroft's in chat. What's up, Wake and Dudes listening? Bancroft, you have the link.
Come and tell us about it.
Yeah, I posted a link in Jake's group chat. Come join us.
Yeah, Bancroft told me about it. He's the one that got me to do it.
I've never heard of that before.
Come and tell them about it.
Are always, I mentioned before, my dreams are always really weird. I never have really scary dreams. It's always, my brain will make up a new location, and almost all, why did I just do that? Almost all of my dreams are exploring a new place that, I have the wrong brush selected. I'm a retard.
Yeah, Anna, Rini draws in walking simulators.
In walking simulators?
Do you know that kind of game?
You mean dreams?
Yeah, every one of Rini's dreams is just a new walking simulator game in her head.
Right. A lot of my dreams are just I'm in a new location, and it's always some weird place. It'll be some apartment or I'll get a sense. It's usually is weird. Either it's Atlanta or New York or Taiwan, and it's because that's where I've lived or have family. And
so those are 3 very random places,
right? But my family's from all over the place. So, and then it's weird because while I'm walking through the same neighborhood, it'll like merge from New York to Taiwan to Atlanta, and because it's like that's my world. But it'll just be I'll be exploring like completely new architecture, and like it's never anywhere I've seen before, and it's just I'm walking through like these landscapes and buildings that my brain conjures, and every single dream I write down my dreams. Every one I remember is like that. It's Bancroft. Hello. Interpret our dreams.
Hello, dreamers.
You've been summoned.
Crap, what do you think about my bug, the bug in the eye thing?
I don't know what dreams mean, but I know about what Jake is talking about. I taught him well, although I only did it once. Yeah.
Then I lost 2 days trying to do it again. And
well, quitters never prosper. Is that what they say?
I'll keep trying. I've got to do it today because I've got to go to sleep.
And what you said is
time.
You said it wasn't very clear when you told me. It wasn't. Whereas when I used to do it, and I used to do it quite a bit, I probably spent about, I don't know, over a period of about 5 or 6 years doing this. And it would be crystal clear. It would be as if it was as real as anything. And that would be the most shocking thing, that I would enter this state and I'd spend time just touching things, touching the tables and the walls and seeing the light come in and just being marveled that that was happening inside my head. But yeah, it happens just like Jake says. You just lie still, you put your body to sleep, and your mind stays awake. And then the first time I ever did it, the first time I succeeded, the Queen, as in Queen Elizabeth, walked into my bedroom, and so I was like, okay, that's a bit weird. And I absolutely think yes, you could summon Henry Cavill if you wanted to. You would just say, all right, I'm gonna walk around this corner. This is how I would do it. I'm gonna walk around this corner of a building, and on the other side of that corner, Henry Cavill will be there. And if you were really committed to it, I think he would be.
You're muted, Anna, just in case.
She left. Yeah, she's gone to do it.
I know that it's like the dream aspect of it, but I'm like, if he's in my dreams, then that would be my version of him, not the real him.
That's true. I'm not claiming any sort of astral projection or anything. And as well, I found that this is through experience. If you want to try and like raise your heart rate or anything with any activity you might want to do in a dream, that's not a good idea because it'll usually wake you out of it. So I don't know. Maybe you just want to have a nice, sit down and chat with Henry. It'd be worth trying out.
I guess it would, because you would be consciously summoning him. You know it's not actually him, but it would still be entertaining. It's like it's still this beautiful specimen before you.
Way up, dude says this guy's doing mushrooms. No, this is 100% drug-free, legitimate hallucinations. And a lot of people have already experienced it in one way or another, where they've had sleep paralysis and they dream that someone is there in their bed with them, maybe sitting on their chest or holding them down, or this happens to a lot of people. They just don't know how to.
Vaughn was talking about it earlier. He was talking about the hag that people always have on their chest.
Yeah. It's I'm gonna say it's very common, but
yeah, he was saying that like there's everyone have like this wide range of sleep paralysis demons, but he was trying to think of a story where he could use the idea of this hag, because a lot of people have like this old haggard woman would be their sleep paralysis demon. But yeah, he was talking about that earlier.
I've never seen a hag.
Well, everyone's kind of different, right? I think there's just like some people have that hag. I've never even had one before.
I had one. It was pretty terrifying, yeah. But you just got to push through it.
What's your sleep paralysis demon look like, Anna?
I don't have a sleep paralysis demon. I've never seen a demon.
Oh.
I guess like there's a scenario that always happens that I guess could be like something bad. But so it's always where I'm close to someone that I care about and they're not looking at me, but something is about to happen to them where they're going to die. Like a car is going to crash into them, a building's going to fall on them, or something bad, really, really bad is going to happen to them. And I try to scream, but nothing comes out.
Like you're helpless in a really tense issue, and are you trying to convince other people?
I wouldn't be able to get to them in time. The only thing that could possibly save them is my voice, and I don't have it.
Oh no!
Like even like waving my arms, like nothing makes noise, and so that always gets me.
When you're in a nightmare, are you able to break out of it, wake yourself up, or do anything?
No, I usually like wake up right before whatever happens.
Yeah.
So it never the person never actually dies. Like it just right when that moment is supposed to happen is when I wake up.
Yeah, that's how I got into it initially. I used to have bad nightmares when I was a kid, and they were recurring. And then I eventually started realizing, oh, this is the same thing. This is a dream. I just it just kept taking me back to the same place. So I just knew that was a dream. And then I just whenever it was, dreams would get really scary, I would just go, oh, I'm dreaming now. And I'd be able to either wake myself up or think, all right, I can fight back because it's my dream. But
so is it the norm for you to lucid dream? You're always aware of it?
Not anymore. But when I was in my late teens and to about mid-20s, all the time. It was so much fun.
Why do you think it stopped?
it stopped because I got a normal job and started having normal sleep hours. So it used to be because of the weird hours I kept that I had strange things happening, I reckon.
Yeah, I always find my craziest dreams happen when I've been exhausted and end up having to sleep in the day. Like if I've stayed up too late on a stream and have to sleep. But like my dreams are always like there is a terrible situation that no one else is like comprehending the terror of, and I do, and I'm trying to convince everyone, and no one is listening. And it's always a variation on that. Like last night's dream was like I was in a fort, and there was like a giant attacking it, and I was like trying to convince people to give me these giant ballista arrow things to like put in this ballista and like shoot the fucking giant. But yeah,
you're in a fort. It was like you were in medieval times, or
yeah, I killed a giant
like
last night.
D&D game.
Yeah, no one is even listening that there was even a giant attack in the castle, and I killed him on my own.
Oh my gosh! I wish I had dreams like that. It's so much fun. It's like have battles and stuff, or.
Oh yeah, sometimes I've had people. I love actually hearing about how people dream, not necessarily what they dream, because you know who really cares. But some people have told me how they dream, epic, long stories that span months at a time, and you know whenever they get back into it, it's the sort of the next chapter of it. And yeah, I've had similar stuff to that, and it does get really epic. And I tried to do what you do, where I'd write them down. But when I went back and looked at it, it was just nonsense, absolute, utter craziness. So I never really thought, because I thought, oh, maybe this could be a source of great fiction or something, and it's not. You know, the fiction has a structure and a narrative and everything, and this is just. And then you go here, and at the time, it feels really important because dreams are very emotional. Yeah. You know, things you feel everything more intensely, but when you look at sort of objectively in the light of day, it's like, you know, that's lame.
I have locations. The only location, because I mentioned my dreams are all about different locations, and every time my brain will just cook up a weird new location. There's like this steampunky train station, and it's a huge train station. I'm always trying to find my way. And sometimes it's like all golden and bronze, and the trains are like they're floating, but they're also it looks really fucking cool. I'm like, if I could just like draw, I mean, I could draw it someday, and that's the one place I've returned to like 3 times, and it's weird because
an Asian thing though, like because train stations are supposed to be like a connection to the spirit world, because there's always like a gateway to one wherever a train station is.
I think that's a Japanese thing.
Yeah, because that's like a lot of the themes in Miyazaki's films. Is that they're always on their way to the train station, and that's always where the connection to the spirit world is. Maybe you're, you know, all spiritual.
You're right. That might be it. It's like I'm not like super. I don't know. I never thought too much of it. I'm just like, why do I keep going back to this train station? But then, like, sometimes I look outside and we're floating in space. It's like a spaceship thing. It's wild. So yeah, but there's no like real story element. I'm always just wandering around. It's the hub. I need to look.
No. Seriously, like look it up. I can't remember what they're called. The Japanese word for like the little spirit people in like their world.
Yokai.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
No, like just nature spirits. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't remember the word either, but that makes sense. Well, there's a lot of cultural things that if you are, some of them are just Asia in general, but also Japan specific, like water, how flowing water represents change in Japanese culture. So in a lot of manga, once you realize that, like in Berserk, every time there's a huge character change for Guts, he's usually next to water. Like remember when he first gets with Casca, it's water, and he falls into water that time before. So these things are like cultural things that come through in their storytelling. And yeah, and like Miyazaki's movies as well with the trains.
Just like in Kingdom Hearts when he falls from the sky into the water.
There you go.
Like Portuguese like mythology where so there's supposed to be like a witch or like witches, and so they live in stone houses. And so if you ever see but the witches can like teleport through the stones. So if you ever see like a house by itself made of stone, that's supposed to be like a warning, like you're not supposed to go there because that's where the witch lives. And if you see stones like just piled up randomly like in the forest, that's supposed to be like a witch's teleporting point. So it's like weird stuff you might think of if you don't know it, you know, but it's like
is it like stepping into a fairy ring or something?
No, like it won't affect you at all, but it's just like a warning, like, oh, like this is a spot that a witch frequents because there's the stones there that a witch can teleport to.
Oh, that's so
she could turn up at any minute.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like
maybe she's
warning.
hot.
I don't know a lot about like Portuguese mythology.
We got that, and then like rooster stuff.
Rooster stuff?
Is Portuguese mythology, is it similar to other Iberian mythology, or is it very distinctive?
Kind of, it's mostly like wives' tales and stuff. But so yeah, so if you ever like see stuff like so here, I'll drive my camera.
So many old people's houses over here, by the way, Anna, in England, have the Portuguese bird thing on like tea towels in their kitchen.
Yeah,
like, there's so
that's
many of those.
That's the Nando's chicken burger thing to me. That's what that is.
It's just Nando's logo.
No, this is the Portuguese rooster.
Oh, that's so cute.
And it's a rooster in France as well. What's with the roosters?
Cool.
I don't know about the French one, but the Portuguese one. So it depends on where you're from, on what version of this story that you get. But so there was everyone was poor, and so the princess would take food, like she would dress up like a poor person in like a big cloak, and she would take food out to all of these people, and then one day she went missing. Nobody knows what happened to the princess. And so there was these travelers in town, and the travelers got accused of, you know, kidnapping and doing something to the princess. So they were put on trial, and basically it's like, you know, the found guilty, you know, immediately, like you're guilty until you prove yourself innocent. And so they're like, we have no idea what's going on. Like, what are you talking about? Like, we didn't do anything to the princess. And then they gave them this ridiculous trial, which was, all right, if the rooster tells us that you're innocent because the rooster's the only one that saw what really happened, then you guys can go free. And the rooster talks and says that they're innocent, and then the princess shows up.
That makes sense.
That is the most boring version of that story, but that's the one that I was told. But yeah,
roosters talk where I'm from all the time.
Yeah, they're very chatty.
But yeah, so the rooster is important.
That'll be a 3D Disney film in about 5 years' time. The young girl and the talking rooster.
A live action.
And then they'll do a live action remake 1 year later.
Right.
The reboot.
Well, I don't know. They're not done remaking all of the classics and ruining them all, so we have to wait for them to run through all of those first. I haven't watched it, but did you guys see Peter Pan and Wendy?
No. I'm not gonna watch
it. Would anyone watch that?
I don't want to see it, but I've been watching people complain about it, and it's just very amusing to me. I'm just wondering if you guys saw it and what your thoughts are.
Just go and watch Mario movie over and over again.
Yeah, I have well, I mean, we're artists, Rini. We don't have any time to be watching bad shit.
Yeah, that's what I keep on telling people. They're like, why haven't you seen every single movie that comes out? I'm sorry, I have a comic to draw. You have no idea how much time this takes. That's why I don't do like commentary or watch movies.
Speaking of watching bad shit, people were suggesting anime to watch earlier. and I know I suggested Ghost in the Shell to you before, Mike. The first one to watch is Standalone Complex. So if you ever want to bother watching one, it's Ghost in the Shell.
Does it have subtitles?
It's dubbed. It's dubbed. So you can just listen to it. You don't have to read it.
Redo Killer is the anime he went to.
You know, you sold me on it. I watched like I think 2 episodes of it, and I was like, okay. I mean, I get it's like justified revenge, but it was a little much. But you know,
he didn't go hard enough. I'm disappointed in his revenge. I'm like, she deserved one.
Yeah, he didn't get hard enough.
I'm serious.
You're not a man if you watch anime.
He just breaks her fingers for a few hours and then bangs her. I'm like, you need to torture her more. She put you through absolute hell, man. She made you a slave.
That's true. She was a giant, terrible bitch. Wait, Bancroft, you don't want to watch anime because you think it's unmanly?
No, that's what everyone's telling me now. I mean, I don't watch it anyway, but you know, that's not.
It's like saying reading comics is for kids.
I know.
I barely have time to read any comics. I mean, I have no time to do anything. I'm making a short right now.
Hey.
You should watch Ghost in the Shell. I concur with that.
Bancroft's never going to do a comedic short ever again.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I watched The Matrix, the 4th one, the other night. And I was actually wanted to watch it. And yeah, the new one. And I was like, because I thought this is going to be so rubbish, but it actually wasn't as rubbish as I thought it would be. And I was trying to draw while I watched it, and it was not very productive. So much better to just put on some music or something you can listen to.
Yeah.
Was it distracting you then?
Yeah, very distracting. So I don't see myself putting on any sort of long, drawn out anime. You know,
no,
that's not gonna happen.
No, you can't watch that while you work. It is too dense.
Yeah,
that's fair. Yeah, I can't. I mean, I can't even watch something that I've already watched before. I don't get how some people do that. Can't have anything visual.
No.
So
you really can't. Otherwise, you just you have to be focused on what you're doing. Otherwise, it's just. But I got piles of books here that I haven't read yet.
Oh my gosh.
It's terrible.
I'm the worst friend ever. Like half of the books I backed in Comicsgate I haven't read. I'm just absolutely the worst.
I think for creators that's kind of common just because you don't have time. I've started to read mine.
I want to. The only time I read books, I have a pile next to my bed. I'm like, I need to read these books. They're books that I genuinely want to read, and some are books by my friends, but also like I've been wanting to read the Elric series by Michael. What is it? Not Michael Moorcock, and some European artists. Really amazing. I haven't had time. The only time I can read is when there's a power outage or if I'm traveling. So I'll bring like a pile of comics onto the plane with me, and it's a 16-hour flight to Asia. So time to read everything in one go.
So we need to go to Rini's house, dig up all the power lines, sever them, cut off electricity to her house. Then she'll read. Then she'll finally read all of the books that she has.
She dare do that. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I'm finally going back to Taiwan this year. Yay! I've been waiting so long. COVID's been keeping me trapped.
Just in time for the Chinese invasion.
Don't say that! It's gonna jinx it!
Now you gotta reverse psychology of the universe. You've got to say it's gonna happen. So
I'm gonna keep on saying, time to go get trapped in a war zone.
Yeah.
And then I'll reverse psychology, the flow of the fabric of reality or some shit.
Yeah, reality's like, I'm not that predictable. How about I don't make China invade? Fine.
Yeah, that's totally how it works.
# neg the universe.
I'm legit worried. Yeah, knock on wood. But just what am I gonna do? I gotta go sooner or later. My whole fucking family's there, dude. I'm like, I literally was asking them, hey, you guys want to like come out to America? I've been putting aside money. I'm like, if I have to fly a bunch of people out here, I have like money put aside because I'm the only one here, and they're like, oh, it'll be fine. Like,
that's very thoughtful.
It does worry me.
Paladin says Rini gets drafted
into the communist army.
Yeah, mistake me for a man and draft me. You're right.
You could be Mulan.
Yeah, I'll be in Mulan.
You'll be making propaganda manga for the Taiwanese army.
That's what the I just watched. That's so funny. I just watched a documentary on Hergé, who's the guy who made Tintin, and when the Nazis invaded and occupied France and Belgium, the company he was working for got taken over by they became state Nazi propaganda, and he got into big trouble after the war because of that. That's what he had to do.
Big trouble. You're in big trouble.
Well, he was like, if you are if you're a bus driver or a tram driver, you're working for the state, and that was the Nazis, but no one cared. But if you're a cartoonist, then people, they see you as a collaborator.
Right. I guess because art has sort of its expression, so they don't see it as, well, this is just your job, and you weren't just doing a day job.
It's like all the directors that what's his name, North Korea guy,
Jong-un.
Kim Jong-un. Yeah, he would like kidnap movie directors and then make them make films for him.
Yeah, that's so wild. Oh my gosh. I don't know, I'd probably, because I run my mouth so much on the internet, if war broke out, I'd probably be fucked. They'd be like, you have too many opinions. We're sending you to the labor camps.
Yeah, I've always said that, like, if it came to like any situation where they're like, you have to do this, you have to go and kill people, you have to take these injections, or you're going to prison, like, you're going in the camps, I'd be like, fine, send me to the fucking camps, I don't care. And I'll suffer.
I'll suffer. Or I'll find an underground way to escape. I'll swim to Japan. You know, the southernmost island of Japan is only it's visible from the north of Taiwan. I think it is. It's very close. It's like right over there. It's Japan. And it's like a little island with like one farm on it. I'll just swim there. It'll totally be possible.
It's like the Asian version of the English Channel.
Yeah, I'll just swim there in like the southern chain of Ryukyu Islands and help me!
Women are better than men at long distance swimming. That's a real thing.
Is that true?
That's one of the few physical sports that women are better than men at.
Women are good at kind of like putting up with shit for a long time.
No, it's that women store more fat and it's buoyant. So it actually gives them an advantage over really long distances.
So that's why I'm so good at long distance swimming.
Are you?
I don't know if it's like, maybe a different kind of. Many different kinds of fat.
I did do long distance swims when I was younger. So
did you? How long?
Yeah. I think the longest I did was 10K.
That's fucked.
What?
That's 10K? Ridiculous. 10,000.
Maybe it was 1,000 or 2,000 or something. Is 10K really that? I got my swimming badge.
Going from 10 to 1 or 2 is a really big difference.
Yeah,
Jake.
that really is. That really is.
I mean, people go for a 10K run all the time. But I don't know. To me, it's like you're just jogging, you know.
No, this is like 50 or 100 lengths up and down a swimming pool over and over again.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, fuck. That's ridiculous.
I'll try and work it out.
No, I would. There's no way I would do that.
Average length of swimming pool. Then I'll like times that by.
Well,
50.
I mean, a
50 feet.
50 meters.
50. So 50.
You and your meters.
Yeah, 2,500 meters. It was probably more like that. Scratch the 10K thing. Sorry, guys.
Well,
yeah,
even
Jake.
so, I mean,
fake news. Women men Olympics.
How long is the English Channel? Let's have a look.
Could have swim that.
Wide.
So
How wide?
That's interesting with the whole men versus women in competitive areas. It's like there was wasn't in Nigeria where that man wore a burqa and joined a women's chess competition and won, and everybody was pissed about it. So that's really interesting because apparently in the highest levels of like chess or pool, even though on the mid levels is pretty comparable, but at the highest levels, it's all the best chess players are men. But with certain other areas, it's the reverse. But I'm wondering, like, so it's not just physical, and I know that men and women psychologically are different as well. So, but that's really interesting.
Calais to Dover is 84 kilometers.
84. Oh my gosh.
That's 8,400 meters, right?
No, that's 84,000, isn't it? Yeah.
So shooting women
1,000 meters is 1 kilometer.
Oh, okay.
So, I've heard some of the best snipers in World War II were women. There were some like Russian women who were the best snipers. Were
the chess thing is an issue of the bell curve, where at the extremes, for every one, and it's like it's a special kind of genius. You need to be a genius, but also a competitive genius who's very obsessed about chess. So for every one woman that's like that, there'd be 1,000 men who are like that. So,
right.
Are you talking about chess, the game, or like the muscles, like the chest muscles?
Oh no, chess. Rini was just mentioning chess tournaments.
Okay.
The game.
Yeah, the game. Yeah, that's what I've heard. So it's not just behavior in
it's
general.
It's the same in
not just
poker too.
Yeah, like a lot of these competitive things, it's like the middle is the same for men and women, but at the most extremes, like the most competitive, but also like the most fucked up tend to be males. There's a higher probability of it being males. And that's why there's like more men in prison as well, is because it's like behavioral extremes.
Well, yeah, I mean, there's other things as well. Men are more aggressive, and what's the word that Jordan Peterson uses all the time?
Agreeability.
Yeah, that's whatever that is. So then they're not very agreeable. But yeah, the curves are different for men and women. So the male one is it's more of a spike in the middle. So there's fewer of fewer men than there are women. Most women are in the middle range. Almost all of them. Because you've got a lot of dummies and a lot of geniuses in the men.
Yeah, I guess I'm sharing screen. I might as well. It's kind of like my understanding of it is, and I know we're all getting canceled for sexism. I don't care. Like the women,
nature's sexist.
Like, this is the women's one, but for men, it's like this. So the center line is the same behaviorally and everything, but women are. I mean, that makes sense evolutionary as well. You want your childbearing sex to be the stabilizing force in society. Like all this makes sense, but we can't talk about reality. So this here is jail, and this here is CEO. There you go. All right, that makes sense. The end. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There are exceptions, of course. Blah 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 blah. All that shit. You guys know.
Hashtag not all.
Hashtag not all. I have to say that.
To be honest, most people in normal life, you can talk to them about that stuff and they don't go, "Oh, you can't say that." It's genuinely just like terminally online people who believe in all of the.
Yeah, that guy who said that, the guy who is the head of the company that's making the new Harry Potter TV show came up with the best thing to call it when people were talking about the J.K. Rowling controversy. He said, "That's a very online conversation." I was like, that is so brilliant because it's so true. It's like this conversation only exists on Twitter. No one is having it in the real world. It doesn't exist.
That makes a lot of sense. It's the terminally online, or it's like Twitter is not reality, but I don't know. It is for some people. Did you guys know Twitter isn't real life?
What?
What the fuck?
How dare you?
I know. Very shocking. It would destroy so many people's entire livelihoods because they spend all fucking day on Twitter.
I base my value as a human being on my Twitter following count.
Oh no.
I wish I had more things to base it on, but you know.
Aww.
I was very proud when it was when I passed the singularity on my Twitter and YouTube, when the YouTube followers went bigger than the Twitter followers. That was 5 years in the making.
Yeah, you have like, you're going on, what is it, 12K or something?
Yeah.
Oh
You're doing the real distance swim, but in followers.
We'll see.
All because of them shorts, and then you did one short.
Mario and
yeah, thanks to Mario.
We don't talk about that short, Jay.
Wait, what happened?
He did one short that was kind of in my sarcastic style, and it fucking died on the vine, and I felt bad.
What did you do?
Let me share it. Can I share it?
Of course, yeah.
Because maybe then people in the chat will actually go and click on it or something. I want to try and game the system. Yeah, I like trying to be a little bit funny and stupid, but I guess the people who subscribe to me don't like that. So,
well, I think even my latest short was too much for my audience because it also died.
But it's
so
weird.
Sarcastic. You can't tell if you're serious sometimes.
What did you two do?
Just sarcastic, fake.
But yeah, it's people take.
Look, but mine was real news, but I just got a bit. I think I said the word lesbian too much.
Yeah, that's kind of what I think it was.
I think YouTube is like, there's too much lesbian in this short. So, can you share that, Rainy?
Sure.
It's only 30 seconds or so. All right, let me play this.
Behold.
In this week's episode of LGBTQ Days of Our Lives, it's mundane madness when lesbian character A confesses that she doesn't like the lesbian kissing as much as lesbian character B does. And despite the butterflies in her tum-tum, she's not sure she can continue being lesbian character A anymore. Thankfully, lesbian character B points out that it seems like lesbian character A is just trying to be what other people think she should be. Oh, you're so close. Action? No. Suspense? What? Any semblance of excitement? Get the f*** out of here. In this week's episode of
this short, I mean, usually my shorts by now will have minimum, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 views. This one has like 150 or something. It's just like nothing.
Oh,
I mean, I just cannot get anyone to see it. It's just actually you can see it in the back end with the thing. It just went flat. So anyway,
yeah,
it's weird.
Is it YouTube? YouTube thought you were like making fun of just the fact that they were lesbians, so they were like,
probably kind of was. No, I was making fun of the fact that they're not even characters. Like they don't even need names.
Right.
But anyway. Look, it happens.
Yeah.
Maybe they do. Maybe they do check for too many edgy words. On mine, I did say like edgy propagandistic gaslighting, and then like gay relationship. Who knows? Careful of the spicy words. No, it died as well.
Yeah, I don't know. Matter of fact for me, I think.
And Bancroft never did a comedy short ever again.
None of them have. I've tried some, and none of them have taken off. I said one of them. It was the Harley Quinn gangbang, and I said you've seen the Bat Wang. Get ready for the gang bangarang or something like that.
Yeah.
No one cared. It was.
I thought it was great. Do you want to see one of mine?
Yeah, sure. It's like you were trying to be too edgy for your audience and they weren't used to it, maybe.
I don't know. I don't
guys look terrible.
You're just confused when you're trying to be funny.
Patrick Lee said he saw it, just didn't care. Damn.
Yeah, oh, that's the other thing. I'd say like it's like everyone's saying that the few people that did see it, the comments like no one cares about Gwenpool. I'm like, clearly they don't. Nobody cares about this character. She's actually, it was funny. Zach made a video about that. It's like they're talking about this character as if anyone cares. Literally nobody cares about this character.
I actually think she wasn't a bad character. Like the premise is actually pretty interesting, but
isn't that the one that's based on Heather Antos though?
Yes. Yeah.
I don't know if it's based on her or she kept on dressing up like the character.
No, she was based on her. Yeah.
Okay.
Who would draw a book like that?
Yeah, I don't know. Who is shameless enough to work on such a degenerate, stupid, brainless book, huh?
Crazy. But
Crazy.
They don't realize. They don't realize. They don't realize.
You guys know I worked on Gwenpool, right?
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
Michael knows I worked on Gwenpool. Yeah. Actually, I thought that like the character premise was not bad, but it was like everything surrounding it and Heather Antos' behavior that ruined it.
What actually is the character premise other than Girl Deadpool?
No, she's not Girl Deadpool. So the idea is she's a girl from our world and she's a big reader of comics and she knows about Marvel lore and everything, and she's like a giant.
She's a geek girl.
Yeah,
so
she's a dorky
geek girl. Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of people thought she was Girl Deadpool and didn't like that she wasn't actually.
Huh, okay. Yeah, she's not Girl Deadpool, and the idea is like because she's kind of a character from our world that almost isekai fell into the world of Marvel. She's aware that she's in this comic universe, so she's like, well, this isn't real, so I can't die. So she does all sorts of like stupid things and keeps on fucking things up. And eventually towards the end of like her first, I don't know, she started to be able to, what I liked was I was like, okay, this is like geek girl self-insert shit, but I thought it was really cool where at some point she was able to break out of the panels. And who was the writer? Was it Chris Hastings? I forgot, but like this is entirely due to the writer. Like the writer made it so one of her powers was because she was aware she was in a comic, she could climb out of the panels and kind of like stop time and play across, jump around between the panels on a page. So that was cool, but everything else about it was like not that great. What are you sharing? Oh, hold on. Yes, guys, it was my favorite book ever. Wow.
Let me know if you can't hear it, but no one can hear it because it's fucking. Oh.
Yeah. Good job.
Good job, me.
Why aren't we desecrating classic fairy tales? With the news that slurs like fat, female, and fruit will be removed from the childhood roll doll classic, The Fats, the Female, and the Fruit, some are asking if we haven't gone too far enough, demanding it's time to finally take aim at the bedrock of European culture itself, classic fairy tales. Calling for stories like The Little Red Riding Hood, now seen as anti-furry, to remove its toxically masculine woodsman character and instead affirm the wolf's identity as an elderly human woman, removing the unrealistic beauty standards of Rapunzel's luscious locks and adjusting Jack and the Beanstalk to promote the idea of replacing dietary red meat with beans, shoots, and other vegetables. Even rewriting Beauty and the Beast, now named Beauty and Her Yeast, to educate the next generation about the very real dangers of contracting yeast infections. Socially engineering a new, safer world where no one has to ask, why aren't we desecrating?
There we go.
You're getting better at that loop, by the way.
Gotta love the loop. Gotta trick people into watching it 5 times.
Like the dialogue just lines up.
Yeah.
That was not bad. That was
I was
funny.
doing loops and then it didn't matter. It didn't have any effect, so I stopped. But they are cool. I do like it. It's an interesting little quirk to it.
Yeah, that was a good one. Chat likes it. John Mayer.
And then everyone in the comments never gets the jokes and thinks I'm being serious.
Yeah, that's the funny thing about shorts. If you're sarcastic or kind of make a joke, people will really hammer down on you, saying that's not how it is. I stole a joke off Az, where he was reading about the Star Wars thing. What one was that? The Mandalorian thing, the new season, and he was just reading an article, and they put Star Wars in quotation marks, and he was like, "Oh, look, it's Star Wars. It's not real Star Wars." So I just said that as a joke, and yeah, I mean, it's kind of good because it really pumps up engagement, because people will be in your comment section going, "That's correct grammar. They're supposed to write that in proper journalism." It's like, yeah, it's a joke, but you can't convince anyone, so I don't even bother.
Yeah, if you want to explain humor to some people.
If you want a lot of interaction as well, say something wrong on purpose to just get loads of comments saying, "Yeah, it's wrong."
Yeah, I should have. I did one recently about Chat GPT, but I said Chat GTP, and I ended up changing it. But I probably should have kept it, because it would have had, it would have given me at least 50 people in there saying, "It's Chat GPT."
You should redo it. Like just start saying it wrong. Yeah.
Dim-witted Chicken says tracing jokes.
Yes, I get a lot of my best content from comments on Twitter.
From Az,
not from Az. Just a couple of things, but yeah, like a really funny comment on Twitter. Like, that's my punchline right there.
Just steal, especially if you're doing shorts. Just steal everything. Who gives a fuck? Like, who cares? Just do whatever.
No, really,
That's what Jake does.
What? Mine were completely original comedy scripts.
Yeah, they were. I need to do some shorts. Michael, I was saying earlier that I want to do more videos, and like I have 5 short ideas and scripts, but I don't have fucking time to record any of them. It's probably just never gonna happen.
Yeah, even though they're short videos, they still, I think they take time to do it right, because you do have to edit them. So the longer videos, I say longer, I mean 5 to 15 minutes or whatever it is. If you can manage to just, do it in one take, no edits, which is, the kind of goal, that's great. But you also have to sort of kind of think about them a little bit more, because you gotta make it last. Whereas the shorts, you only really get to say 1 or 2 things in them. But I think if you want people to actually like them and watch them and come back for more, you've got to edit them to make them look semi-decent. So they end up taking, even a 40-second short can sometimes end up taking an hour or more. I mean, Jake goes crazy on his. He does all sorts of weird stuff that I don't even touch.
Sometimes
too much.
The fully animated Choose Your Own Adventure, like slapping Peach Mario movie bit. That was I made the UI for a fake video game and everything. Put sound effects in.
Wait, did you animated that whole thing?
Have you seen it?
I have seen it. I didn't know if you did or if it was like.
No, I animated that whole thing. I made all of those elements and assembled it.
Way too much. That's way too much fucking effort.
I just thought it'd be funny, so I was like, "Yeah, screw it. I'll put effort in. It'll be funny."
It was good. That's so much effort for a short. I wouldn't be able to.
It definitely is too much effort.
Well, I mean, the thing about shorts is, if it depends on what you want. So if you're looking for, just growth, growing your channel, getting lots of views, and lots of subscribers at the same time, they can really be worth it, because you can. Yeah, so my most viewed short is 1.8 million, and then the second one is 1.1, and then the one of that is 946,000. So yeah, you can every now and then just hit an absolute gold mine.
How many subscribers?
And it's hard to get that with a video. Not many people do that.
How many subscribers does your analytics say that top video got you? Because it tells you how many per video, right?
Yeah. I'd have to go look.
Rini, do you think it would be good to have a creative block episode about making shorts? Or do you think people will be like, ugh, fuck this? Because if there are creators out there who want to grow their channel, there's a bunch of ideas they could probably have conveyed to them that they might be able to use. I love that. Yeah, this is a no. That's a hardcore no face. Fine.
So, okay, damn it. And I need to stop wearing my expressions so openly on my face. No, it's not the. That's my questioning face. But okay, no. I'm concerned because I think you're the only person who makes shorts. Does Phil make shorts? Like out of all four of us on the show?
Phil makes shorts. Yeah, Phil makes shorts.
Right.
Really
well, I mean, if you guys want to talk about it, then cool. But
I was gonna Bancroft could come on as a guest for it, and it would be more about like sharing some information that then gets you thinking of what kind of shorts you could make if you were to do them. It's not like let's all talk about this thing we all know. Like Narwhal's episode last time, like I loved that he was bringing something to the table, and then everyone else contemplated it. Like I'm doing that with my episode tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow's episode because I've been wanting to talk about dialogue for a long time. That's gonna be fun.
That's brilliant. I'm really looking forward to tomorrow's episode. I think I've got a simple concept that I'm hopefully going to relay pretty efficiently. Then we're going to extrapolate that from dialogue into like other avenues of storytelling. But yeah,
yeah.
It's not going to be fully dialogue focused. It's going to start there, then grow into something. But like, yeah. So
I've been making lists of things that it's kind of like cut between the creative block show and my show with Allie because I do like 2 writing shows now. Oh my gosh. But I have a bunch of subjects and dialogue is one I want to do. Irene stream, I break the records for longest comic stream. I've done 7-hour streams before and Ethan has as well. He's done 8-hour streams.
I think the longest is probably in the 40s.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I've done it.
Yeah, I think you have to break them up at one point. I don't know, YouTube will force you to, but they just rolled right on through into another stream.
I did an 8-hour John Mayling coloring stream.
8 hours. Who did 8-hour coloring stream?
Me. I colored that John Mayling piece that Kelsey drew for like 8 hours on a stream.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'll stream for. I can keep going. I'm just drawing. Guys, this is what I do all day. I sit here and draw all day long. I'm kind of annoyed right now because my Photoshop is lagging.
You sleep?
But I sit here and draw all day, so I figured I might as well just fucking stream for content, right? So what the fuck else am I gonna do? When do I sleep? What's that?
She says she gets 8 hours. She says she gets 7 hours.
How do you get? Where do you fit 8 hours? I don't understand. I got 5 hours last night, and I feel terrible.
Oh, that's bad, man.
Yeah. So it was a little bit of insomnia and whatever. But
I totally have a healthy.
You're traumatized by your family returning home soon. You're like, shit.
No, I was thinking of all the stuff I had to have to clean.
Is your house just in complete squalor right now? Because
no, not at all. Not at all.
Hasn't been there for like a month.
No, it's actually quite tidy. So I just did 3 loads of washing and dryer stuff today. And so there's not like clothes everywhere or anything. That's all sorted. But I haven't vacuumed because I don't care. So I have to vacuum and then I have to, I guess, dust or something. I don't know.
Did it get
stuff I don't normally do?
Right. Did it get like?
I already mowed the lawn.
Okay, that's good.
That was a massive job, which I didn't appreciate.
You have
Did you find any koalas?
No, we don't have koalas, unfortunately. We're a bit too suburban. Rob Arnold would have koalas out where he lives.
What about kangaroos?
Don't koalas give people AIDS?
No, they just have syphilis or something.
I think it's chlamydia. But it's koala chlamydia. It's not. I don't think it's human chlamydia. I think they almost all of them
you
have
don't
it.
have sex with the koala, I don't think you'll get it.
Yeah, there was actually a possum out earlier, on the roof just out here. Yeah, but we have cute possums. Ours are very.
Do you have raccoons?
No.
What about
actually our possums look a bit more like a raccoon than.
Oh, I want to Google.
Australian possums look different. It's weird.
Yeah, they're very cute, but they sound. They're very so when they're out there mating or calling for a mate, they're like
cute,
like that.
Oh my gosh! Why do we get the ugly, weird ones, and you guys get the? Cute?
I don't know.
Do they hang upside down too?
No. They. It's cute when they go around with their kid. I think they only have one, so you like a big fat one and then a little one, and they'll plonk around on the roof. And you can go out there and they'll stop. If you go out there, they'll just stop and look at you. And you can put like an apple or something if you want up there, and they'll just go and eat it with their little hands. Yeah.
Rini, share my screen. Share my screen. Is this an Australian possum?
No. That's a portero. That's a portero.
Yeah, I thought you said Totoro.
It's Portero. Sorry.
Totoro's a real animal.
That's pretty cute.
It's pretty cute.
There's a lot of animals like that.
So do you have these in Australia then? The little ones can't even eat it; it's just licking it.
Oh my gosh!
Have you seen Anna? Have you seen a quokka?
A what?
A quokka.
I don't know.
Yes.
Oh, I gotta show you a quokka.
Oh no!
You're gonna die. If you like cute animals, you are gonna absolutely.
You guys have the cutest, weirdest fucking the quokka. Platypuses are really cute as well, but also wombats. Like they're gross and farty, but they're so adorable.
Wombats poo cubes.
What the fuck?
Oh my god. Weird and cute. Again.
All right, share my screen there. Sorry, we're distracting you from your work, but
you are.
Look at these things.
Look at it! It's so cute.
I have seen this thing.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! It's
How is
just
this even
permanently
real?
smiling.
And they live in a very small place. I think it might even be an island. Where something like this could only exist without a big predator.
I know.
It's like a Disney cat.
Look at him sleeping.
Oh.
Can you have those as pets or not?
I don't think so. Look at this thing.
And that thing probably will give you
crazy.
AIDS.
That can't be. Yeah, it's probably.
There you go. There's an angry one.
I'm very terrified.
There you go.
Doesn't even look that angry. I'm angry. It's like Rini drawing an angry or ugly character. It always looks adorable anyway.
You can have sugar gliders. I'm seeing a lot of people. Pork is talking about sugar gliders. You can own sugar gliders. I see they've become pets now.
Really?
They're pretty cool. Yeah.
Sugar gliders are. Oh my gosh! There's so many weird animals. What kind of weird exotic animals can you own in Australia? Is it like
humans? You can own humans.
In Russia, you can apparently own fucking anything because there's like 3 channels I follow that it's like Russian couples who have pumas as pets. It's insane.
I've heard of people owning wombats, but I don't really know if that's a thing anymore. Other than that, I mean, it's not really the done thing to have a native animal as a pet. It's sort of it's pretty frowned upon. But what will happen is, say, there will be wild animals that, like, you can have kookaburras come to your house every day because you feed them. Pert says you can have a dingo as a dog, and sometimes you can have a half dingo dog. So yeah, but other than that, it's not very. The only exotic stuff people have would be snakes and stuff like that, I reckon. That I know of.
But it's not like
I mean,
illegal
this is Yeah, it might be, it might not be. I mean, there's certain things you can't kill, and then there's certain things you absolutely can kill. Like you can kill during kangaroo culling season. You can kill as many kangaroos as you to your heart's content. And their meat is sold in supermarkets and everything. But
oh my gosh, you have kangaroo culling season? It's like our deer season over here.
Oh yeah, I think the sort of all the predators have been either hunted out or sort of the climate changed over 100,000 years. So yeah, they're just everywhere. I mean, not around me, but out there.
So have you tried kangaroo meat?
Yeah, I used to have it quite a bit, and then I just decided it's crap. So it's just a really tough, gamey, not very nice meat.
Did you hear that McDonald's was in a lawsuit with I guess they were buying meat from Australia and they found out that it tasted weird because it was kangaroo meat?
I'd believe that. Yeah, it would be really cheap. No one wants it. They keep trying to make
it. It was super cheap. So I think this was like back in the 90s or the 80s or something. But they got in trouble because people were complaining the meat tasted bad. Turns out it was it was kangaroo.
They're all muscle. And I don't think that makes for a good meat. I don't think so. It'd probably be like eating horse.
Yeah. Oh wow. So they thought they were buying beef from Australia, but it was just fucking kangaroo muscle.
Damn it, my mic was down. Has no one in Australia ever tried to do the veal version of a kangaroo then, where they like fucking chain it up and don't let it go outside and they get a really fat kangaroo?
I don't think so. I mean, that kangaroos are actually pretty lazy beasts.
Just
the time they spend jumping around is not, it's not much of their day.
How muscular are they?
Depends on which kangaroo it is. So if it's an Eastern Grey, they're the smaller ones. They're just, yeah. But those big red center ones, they're massive.
Dim-witted Chicken says, "How rude."
How rude.
I can't. You defeated
Hawk says he's had wombat meat. I think he says wombat might taste all right. I don't know about
that. Yeah, I give you AIDS if you eat that.
Wombats are so small. They're like miniature bulldozers.
Yeah, if you hit a wombat with your car, it can wreck your car.
How often do people hit kangaroos? Like that would be a death sentence if you hit a kangaroo.
Nah.
Really?
Kangaroo would be like hitting a deer. Their legs are very thin compared to their body. They would just kind of flip and roll back over the car. When you drive around Australia, it's just dead kangaroos on the side of the road everywhere.
Real. My mind is just like this apocalyptic landscape.
I mean, when I say everywhere, I don't mean it's just they're lining the streets. I mean, you see them quite a bit.
The streets of Sydney are lined with the corpses of dead kangaroos.
That's because to us kangaroos are kind of exotic and rare, but you guys are to Australians they're just kind of a nuisance and a normal thing.
No, I think most Australians don't see kangaroos very often, if at all. So, because most Australians, I think 85% of them live in, urban cities and suburbs and stuff. But if you live out anywhere else, yeah, you'll see them. Absolutely. So Rob lives on the edge of just nothing, and he gets kangaroos out near his places, all the time.
Well, it's like during the old pandemic, Australia was like surprisingly gung-ho on giving like bend us over government, we'll do whatever you say, and like having a really authoritarian government. And you used to feel like Australia had more of like a spirit of like, fuck you, I'll do what I want, mate. But like,
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought you guys were like Texas.
Like you've said that Australia is pretty metropolitan nowadays.
I don't know where this idea of Australia being the
it's all your like, what's his name, Steve Irwin, or all your like wild, the outback.
It's just so
like your Crocodile Dundee and all that.
Yeah, that's an image sold to Americans. Steve Irwin, it was a real person. What you saw with Steve Irwin is who he actually was. But he's a 1 in 25 million kind of guy. Keep in mind that beyond the sort of colonial era where you would have the sort of colonists, and there would be the British, whoever's kind of running the place, and there was the convicts and everything. Beyond that, I mean, the way I look back at it, Australia is probably closer to what America would have been had you just stayed British, as opposed to having a revolution and going your own way. Everything I know about Australia, it is incredibly authoritarian. They call it the nanny state. A lot of the sort of the firsts happen in Australia. So the first law to you have to wear a seatbelt, or we have mandatory voting. You can't ride your bike without a helmet on. All that sort of stuff is just Australians love that. Most Australians loved the heavy boot of the government stepping down on them during the lockdown. I believe that they applaud it. We had one of the most draconian, fascistic police state lockdowns in Melbourne, in Victoria, and the response to that, when it was done, just even a few months after it was all over, was to re-elect that same guy who did that in a landslide, absolute landslide. So, and I know during it, everyone was saying, this is what happens if you give up your guns. Two things with that. Australia didn't give up their guns. There are more guns in Australia now than there were before the buyback. And secondly, if every Australian had a gun, no one would ever use them. If the police came over to take you away to the camp, Australians wouldn't use their guns to defend themselves. It's not the same. It just really isn't. And it's really hard to. And obviously, when I say Australians, I mean the plurality.
Right, they're just really trusting in authority.
Yes, absolutely, and it goes to the sort of heart of the idea of liberty. When I get into arguments online with other Australians, and I start talking about rights and free speech, the number one response I get is, "That's American bullshit. We don't have that here. We don't do that. We don't have rights and free speech.
Freedom is American bullshit. We don't have that here.
We don't have rights." That's the exact same discussion I had with my Taiwanese family. Like my Taiwanese family was messaging me during COVID because they were watching what was happening in America and people protesting the lockdowns. They're like, "These Americans are so stupid. They would rather die, but they're just like on the streets yelling about their freedom. And I'm like, yeah, this is important. It's
that's how Australia views America. We have Australians
centralization of power. And I was like explaining it, and they just didn't get it because they trust the government by default. Everything is about conforming to the group.
Yeah, Australians view America as absolutely crazy. In terms of people having guns, they don't understand it at all. It's just so if anytime I would say to anyone, I'm thinking of going to America, they go, "You'll get shot if you go there." Like, that happens all the time. Yeah, that's the sort of the view of it.
I was gonna say, well, it's silly, but like we literally had an active shooter in Atlanta today, but it's not because we have guns because there's crazy people.
Yeah, no, we have shootings here too. I mean, then just not as
cool,
big and often and publicized. We had a gangland war here during the 90s and early 2000s.
What were the two gangs called? What's an Australian gang?
There's many
called?
gangs. There's many. There's a lot of bikie gangs like the Comanches and the Hells Angels, and then just sort of drug cartels, stuff like that.
Were the Razor gangs? Was that an Australia thing?
We had razor gangs here. Yeah, I think they were pretty common in the 19th century.
Oh, yeah, because I watch a lot of like true crime and historical crime, and Australia just seemed to be, but it's probably because it was like a prison colony, but there were like wild crime, like crazy criminals did some horrible, insane shit in Australia.
Jav Styler says the emus, the people versus the emus. Wasn't there a great war of the emus in Australia? And didn't you guys lose?
Everyone talks about this. I don't know what the hell people are talking about. I don't know what this is. No one has ever heard of it. It's a Wikipedia page. I don't know what this thing is. And people swear by it.
You didn't have a great war of the emus? You didn't?
No.
You didn't
There's
fight
no great war
emus?
of the-
No, you have to continue the mythology. That sounds like so much fun.
Bancroft was.
I mean, I think what happened is some guys with a machine gun tried to shoot a whole bunch of emus, and there was too many emus, and they ran out of bullets or something. I don't know what it was.
Oh my gosh.
There's not a great emu war.
No, it's like, I know it's preposterous and it probably didn't happen that way, but you have to keep the mythology alive because it just sounds safe.
Guys, Bancroft just has amnesia because of the trauma of being drafted into the emu wars, and he's trying to forget it.
Acknowledge, yeah, I'm an emu war denier. Didn't happen.
No.
I'm a truther.
You know, like stuff like that is why, in my mind, Australia is like this wild. It's like Texas, but a whole country, and with like weird marsupials. And I thought that's what Australia was like.
Australia is like a mix between San Diego and Portland, Oregon.
Doesn't sound good.
That's like 85% of Australia. And then there's 14% that's sort of more rural, which is more in line with what you're thinking about Texas. But it's actually probably more a bit what you'd find in Appalachia. It's not very wealthy out in the rural areas. But there are some very nice rural towns that have become wealthy because they're so nice, and rich city folk buy houses out there and go stay out there on the weekends and stuff like that.
You're saying Rob's poor?
Rob lives in a suburb. He does live in a suburb. He just lives in a suburb that is far, far away. Here, Perth seems to know about the emu thing. The army had nothing to do with machine guns. We sent them out to deal with emus in the wheat belt. Emus learnt to scatter when the machine guns fired up. Yeah, so it's like, the weapon that we wanted to use to cull the emus didn't work. That's the emu war. All right. As long as you guys have fun with it.
They still outsmarted you. I mean, all this sounds like cope to me. It seems like the emus won.
I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know how many we're talking. If it's like tens of thousands of emus, I wouldn't want to round them up either. It sounds annoying.
I know. I want the mythology in my head to continue of these like 100 Steve Irwins lining up with machine guns facing off against emus, and like
there's some. Now, don't get me wrong. There are some very hard Australians, real Irwin types. They do exist. But I think they're sort of very few and far between.
Right. It's really shocking to me. It's like Canada. I thought Canada was so similar to the US. And I guess that with like the whole trucker protesting, of course there is a contingent of Canadians that are more freedom minded and liberty minded. But it surprised me that Canada was more stringent, or there were more Canadians that seemed to care about liberty than Australians. It was just really weird. I guess I don't know the history of these countries because it's probably this weird form of American centrism, because to me it's like, oh, you guys, we're all the Anglosphere, we're not that different. But the history,
I'm not completely divorced from this. I'm a monarchist. I don't want to leave the Commonwealth. You know, I like that Australia is a constitutional monarchy.
Yeah, how it should be. How it should be.
I think there's
Brit.
I think there's great value in it, in that tradition, and you know, we are a British colony, you know, a part of the empire, right? I'm proud of that.
Jake, put on your crown.
I don't want to change it. So I'm not saying I want to have a revolution against the Brits or anything.
No.
I want to be part of that. And I think most Australians agree. But I think what comes with that is a sort of Australians are the richest people on earth per capita or whatever.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's got to do with our superannuation. We were the first country, I think, to really you know, institutionalize superannuation or social security, whatever you want to call it, and enforce it. And then on top of that, because of just geography and the sort of, you know, the population and how nice it is here, the property values are just through the roof. So pretty much anyone who owns a house is a millionaire. I mean, it's
so you gentrified the entire country.
Yeah, it's really safe here. It's really clean here. I mean, I'm trying to say it's not perfect. There's a lot of bad things, you know, going on, but it's a place where a lot of people around the world would literally risk death to get here. So yeah, it's you know, there's people want to invest here and park their money here, and it's made us very complacent and aloof to the realities of the world, especially like Asia right above us. And yeah, I'd say we're soft. Australia is very soft. We are soft people. We're too taken care of, I suppose.
Is you being a monarchist why, when you fucking lucid dream for the first time, the Queen walked in? It's all coming together now.
Oh, I don't know about that, but I wasn't always a monarchist. I used to be a little bit of a lefty, and it's like, you know, fuck tradition and stuff. But no, I think I have a love of history, and I appreciate having a connection to that history. That I think if you're just a new country by yourself is lost. I think it means something to have a connection, and I appreciate that in Europe. It means something to have a connection to a nation and a people that have had a civilizations for thousands of years. And the British Empire was the biggest empire in history. So why wouldn't you want to be part of it?
Yes. Rini, did you know that Australia has its own Berlin Wall?
What has its own what?
Its own Berlin Wall / Great Wall of China. They have the Great Wall of Australia that goes all the way across it, apparently. Is this true?
It's a fence.
It's the Great Wall of Australia.
It's a fence.
It's the Great
Wall
of Australia.
It's like a rabbit fence or a dingo fence or something. You just step over it.
He's a denier of the Great Wall of Australia too.
Rabbit-proof fence, yeah. I think it is one of the longest fences in the world.
Oh, Anna had to leave. Thanks for coming in, Anna.
See you, Anna.
What is this?
Well, it's unrelated. Okay, I want to ask the chat and the panel. Huge giant moths, cute or creepy? Because I've never been able to decide which.
Cute.
Yeah?
No, I like them.
I love them.
I don't think they're creepy.
No, I love moths. I have my shoulder tattoo is a moth. These are moths, not butterflies.
Oh wow!
And it's a Taiwanese species of moth too.
Yeah, like I always feel
Oh
like
my
I would
gosh.
hurt, I would easily damage these kinds of creatures. Like I feel like you could hurt them easily, which is I wouldn't want
Oh
to
yeah,
touch
I
them.
think you can.
So, I mean, this is probably obvious, but butterflies are related to moths very closely. Butterflies they evolved from moths. They're just daytime moths because moths evolved first when
They're
that
daywalkers.
niche. Yeah, they're the
vampire
daywalker.
reverse
Yeah.
vampire moths.
Yeah, the daywalker version of moths. So moths evolved first because that sort of nighttime niche for hunting bugs was open, and then I don't know, some like extinction event happened, and then the daytime niche opened up. So pretty. I love moths so much. I don't know why. They're like most bugs. I'm like, but moths are so fluffy and furry and beautiful. Look at them. These are huge.
Big
Yeah,
I've never seen anything like that.
I would feel so worried if I had them on my hand like this because I would be worried about like suddenly getting scared or something super quick and jolting and like dislodging a wing or something. But maybe they're more robust
They're
than
in
that.
Control.
They'll fly off. They're so gigantic. Holy shit. Is this what species of moth is this?
The big O browno moth.
Yeah, it's very concise.
The big brown fuzzy.
Yeah.
It's the biggest, brownest fuzziest.
The mirrored eye wing brownicus.
The lefuzzicus.
It's like a shiny metal on those like silver spots. They look like, are they shiny? Are they transparent? Oh, they're transparent. Look.
Are they? They are.
I thought they looked metallic, but like yeah, they legit have like transparent fucking holes in the wings.
Oh, that's so cool.
I know some chat is very split. Some people love it, some people think it's gross. The wings are snakes. Those are eyes. That's like nature's way of repelling enemies because you know how like tigers have on the back of their ears have like a little eye pattern, and on butterflies and moths they have fake eyes.
So if you want to be an alpha human, just get one of those like fake eyeglasses that make you look like you're awake and put them on the back of your head.
I don't know why I did that. I identify with moths. That's right.
I'm trying to find a dragonfly that hangs around our house. It's gold. It's a golden dragonfly, and it's massive. And we have a big brass padlock on our gate, and it comes and lands on, because I think it's camouflage. You know, it's the same color. I'm trying to find the photo of it. I've shared it before.
Bancroft's padlocking his gate to keep the dragonflies out. Like, this will work.
It's a huge dragonfly. I've shared it before, but I need to search my history on
Wasi for 199. Thank you. He said, "I am also the bigger, browner kind."
I think you might have missed a couple of super chats in the past. I'm not sure.
Let me see.
As soon as you brought one up.
Oh, Patrick. Oh, she left. Patrick T. I'm sorry. I started and I was gonna read it, but then she left. Reveal the hair dye, Anna. Patrick, she did. You just need to scroll back, maybe like an hour or two. She turned on her camera.
Took her 8 hours to have her hair dyed.
Thank you for the super chat. And Michael Dietja for 5. I like to see Michael do a modern illustration of Struwelpeter, the nightmarish German kids book, amputation, etc. would sell big in Europe. Ooh.
I don't think so. But I'm not into gore. I don't do gore.
No one knows what that is. Okay, there we go.
Oh my
gosh. Look at this thing.
That is
it's pretty amazing. And it looks even better and shinier and golden in real life.
Looks like a stock image.
Oh, it's so
that's Mel's phone.
You
can see why it always lands on this padlock, because it's, you know.
Does it think it's like a mate? It's like, it's gold like me. Let me bang
it's
it.
An Australian emperor dragonfly, Hermionax porpensis or something.
It thinks it's a mate. It's trying to fuck the padlock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty cool, isn't it?
You guys,
look at those wings. Those wings are crazy because they're lined in gold and then they're transparent. It's pretty cool.
That is so beautiful. I can't. Hurrying little bugs as you eat them. I've never eaten bugs ever.
Put it on a stick. Eat
No,
it. That's what they were doing in Thailand.
I don't like all bugs, but I don't really have a fear of any bugs. I just don't like fucking cockroaches, obviously.
Isn't there a country where they'll have like a stick that's got sticky stuff on it and they'll fucking wave it around in like a bunch of flies and all the flies will get stuck to the stick and then they eat the flies off the fucking stick?
That sounds like a joke someone told you.
No,
day.
I've seen a video. I've seen a video of someone doing that.
That's nuts. You know what? That wouldn't shock me though, because I don't know, in like really poor areas, not that my grandma told me they did that to just trap bugs to eat them, but she told me when she was little, like they didn't have anything to play with, so there was a game Taiwanese kids would play. They would like capture dragonflies and some, I guess, butterflies as well, but like, you know, in Grave of the Fireflies, they would like catch fireflies and play with them. And my grandma told me they used to catch dragonflies and tie little tiny thin strings to them and fly them around like pets.
I think in America people did that with bees. You hear about people doing that with bees in America. Like, they'll get a bee, make it sleepy, they'll tie it around, and then they'll fly a bee around.
Yeah, back when we got to play outside, the good old days.
Then we grew up and decided to never leave our offices.
Oh, little Bun Bun. This stream is now Watch Cute Animals stream. I'm so happy. Keep them coming. Show me cute animals. I'm so happy.
We're distracting her from her work. There's no much.
My Photoshop fucking crashed. In case you didn't notice.
Did it?
Yes, it did.
Did you lose progress?
Not much. It's fine. I save compulsively, but I'm very annoyed still. No, it was lagging this whole time. I don't know if you guys could tell. I usually draw a lot faster. It's because I have I'm recording and streaming at the same fucking time. So it's fine. It's fine. I give up. Let's watch the animals.
If you ever wanna, if that happens a lot and you want to figure out how to record the stream, like without having to run the program on your PC, you can get like a capture card that people would use for video game stuff and run the HDMI through that and then record that onto like a second PC. But that requires nested PCs. Not complicated.
Yeah, that's it. I could just add. Already added more RAM, but I think what am I? I'm at like 16. I think I need to make it 32.
Only 16? What the fuck? That's nothing.
Yeah. Martin points something out. Strawberries don't grow on trees like that.
It's probably just
Oh, that's weird.
Someone just pulled off. Well, someone probably just saw a rabbit. I mean, I'm sure rabbits don't like stand on half-chopped logs as well.
It's probably a person holding it upside down for the bunny.
Yeah, but I don't even think strawberries grow on something that looks like that, do they? I thought they grow in green on
the ground,
kind of ground bushes.
Maybe it's like a weird
much higher than. Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
He's eating styrofoam like ornamental strawberries.
Oh no!
It's poison.
It's poison. That rabbit died the next day.
I don't. So this computer, I pretty much only stream and use Photoshop. I do my video editing on another computer, which is why the RAM on this computer is not that great. But yeah, I need to add more. All right, it's the RAM. Oh,
it's like is that a red panda hanging out on ice? It's too hot.
Oh my gosh, look at it. It's so fluffy. It's like lying on it and licking it. It's so cute.
Here we go, guys. Just one more hour of stream to go of Rini going, oh, is it good to see?
I had guinea pigs as a kid.
That reminds me of my rats.
Holy shit. Oh, you have pet rats?
Up like that. Yeah, we had 11.
Oh my. You still do now?
Did they reproduce by
No,
accident?
no,
and then you're like, okay, let's separate you guys.
I got 2 from the pet store, and one of them was pregnant, so I ended up with 11. But
holy shit,
baby rats are so cute that when they're this big, they just look like tiny little dogs.
Oh my gosh.
This is like Rini Drawstream version of like pulling up midget videos.
I know.
I would much prefer this than the midget video.
Okay, I know what to do now when people are like, do something other than, I don't know, do something entertaining. I'm like, what do you want me
You'll
to
love
do?
this one. You'll love this one.
Pull up fight videos and talk shit. No, I'm gonna pull up cute animal videos. That's so adorable. Oh, this makes me so happy.
We need a fusion between cute animal videos and bum fights videos. I think that'll be a real successful thing.
I can do without the bum fights.
Bunny versus Scorpion.
That's so cute. Oh my god. Oh, it's a little dog. There's a duck chasing the doggy. Oh my gosh. Chess, like, I can't stand this.
That's it. Wait, see if the view figures.
You know what you're getting into with Rainy.
I know.
And
You
like,
know how I
what a
am.
surprise that Rainy likes cute animals. We're all shocked.
I still want to get a dog, but I've never gotten around to it.
What kind of dog person are you? And everyone will judge you based on your decision. So just keep that in mind.
Oh, look at that! Look at this evil thing.
Oh, that looks weird. That's like cute but weird. Oh, it's a baby, like one of the naked cats. Oh my gosh, so weird looking, so wrinkly. I want either.
But there's your cockafuck or whatever.
Quokka, not quokka.
Cockafuck.
What the fuck is a cucka?
Here's your quokka shit or whatever.
What the cucka? I'm never gonna forget that. Holy shit. Oh, pandas are fucking difficult motherfuckers. I want a corgi, and if I can't get a corgi, probably like a German Shepherd.
I want
what? If I can't get a corgi, I get a German Shepherd. That you almost couldn't have picked 2 more different kinds of dogs.
Rini,
No, but I like both. No, hold on. My favorite kinds of dogs are actually, I like the big snowy ones like Samoyeds and Malamutes. Oh my gosh, that doesn't even look real. Look at it. I love like fucking Malamutes and Huskies, but there is no way I can effectively take care of an animal like that in Georgia with a small property. So I'm not going to get it because I need to be able to take care of it.
Do you know what that is, Jake?
Is that a wallaby?
No.
You don't know what that is?
This thing?
Yes.
Is it a quokka wagga?
The world's largest rodent.
It's a capybara.
Oh, capybara. Oh, I get it.
South America.
Oh,
yeah,
I remember now.
Not even Australian. Why are you doing Australian accent?
I was the only person that I knew who knew what those things were because I had a storybook of one of them when I was a kid.
This guy's high as
like
fuck.
My secret knowledge.
You had a storybook. What was the storybook about?
It was about a boy who got a capybara somehow, and it was his pet, and then he had to eventually give it away because it's a capybara, and I love that book.
Rini, you should definitely get the biggest
these things are
male
what is this?
dog you can get.
Yeah, I was like,
yeah, like the dog that Chokeout has. That's a great looking dog.
Just get the biggest male German Shepherd you could get.
I don't like slobbery dogs though. I love Vader. No offense to Vader, but slobber is annoying. If I have to personally take care of it.
They're lemurs.
If I had a dog, I would get a Rottweiler.
I get a Chihuahua and shout at it.
No, I like small, adorable, cutesy things or murder machines. There's no in between. That's how I operate. That's why I'm like, I want something smart that'll be a companion that will like murder anybody who tries to fuck with me. That's the whole German Shepherd thing. Or I want a cute little corgi.
These are lemurs. This is what Anna evolved from.
Oh, Asif is Team Corgi for $1.99. Thank you. I'm shocked. Oh, I see. Has the cutest little corgi. His name is Kiwi. Kiwi. Oh my God, puppies! Adorable.
She's trapped now. She's trapped forever.
I can't. I want to leave and go back to drawing, but I can't.
Go back
Is that a cat looking after puppies?
I can't. Oh, no.
Oh my God, they are puppies. What the fuck? One of them's a puppy, right?
Yeah, there's one puppy and the others are cats.
One puppy.
The puppy thinks
That's
he's a
pretty
cat.
cute. That's the Disney movie right there. Has Disney made a movie of that? I mean, that would. I would.
That's
watch
the next narwhal book. It's the next narwhal book.
Yeah.
So cute.
A puppy raised by cats.
Job Styler's icon is an Akita. Akitas are awesome. I hear Akitas are really great.
Oh, what is this leaf? What could this be?
Is it one of those like bugs that look like leaves?
It's totally just a leaf. Oh no, it's a butterfly.
Oh my God.
Holy crap.
Damn.
That's
I was
amazing.
not expecting that. Whoa.
You know what we had in our backyard for a while? A bagworm.
Oh, ugh.
It's
Wait. Go on.
It's like a caterpillar, but it lives its entire life in a sleeping bag that it makes out of random stuff and sticks and things, and it lives its entire life in this thing. And yeah, we would go out and say hello to it every day. The kids would see it, and then one day we went out there and it was gone.
Oh.
We didn't know if it just sort of packed up shop and left, or it got eaten.
I always think, like, when caterpillars, they go into their cocoon and turn into a butterfly, don't they completely turn into just goo? While they're in the cocoon?
They kind of liquefy and then reform as butterflies, yeah.
It's crazy. They just become goo. Imagine, like, just becoming goo.
Imagine being goo. Yeah, Shibas are adorable, but they're a fucking handful. So I will
Gibbon
not.
trolling the tigers.
Spanish Mastiff. I will look into Spanish Mastiff. That's
what a fucking the prick of the animal was the dick.
You can't get me. I'm in a tree. I got your ear.
Awful dog for first time owner. What? A corgi or a shepherd? I know
a giant male German shepherd.
No, that's giant. No, they're I know. Like first time owner, you want to get like a golden retriever or something for your first dog, right? But I don't know. But they're so.
I was in a Borneo jungle to go see some orangutans in the wild, and we got there. And one of them swung down, and they were so high, swung down on a vine. It's crazy. And just snatched the hat right off my head. And then put it on. And then he got up there, and I'm like looking up at him, and he does this like that. Gives me the finger and
really?
Yeah. Wild orangutan.
Lord Bancroft as he colonizes the different lands out in the Serengeti with his rifle.
Sinatras is get a husband. Well, yeah. Too much work. We'll deal with smelly socks. Sorry, guys.
That's actually a complaint. I get shared all these dating advice things for some reason. I think it's because I watch too much of that whatever podcast shorts, so I get all these dating advice shorts, and yeah, a lot of the complaints of women are like, have a shower, change your underwear or something.
That's legit an issue. Like for me personally, okay, women have more sensitive noses, like our sense of smell is more sensitive, so because it's a whole evolutionary thing where just like women have better color vision because women were the gatherers while men were the hunters. Men have better like motion vision, but women have better color vision and smell because they were like sorting fruits and vegetables and stuff. So for me, it has happened so many times. I'll like while I'm fixing my house, when I'm out in like hiking in the mountains or something, like I'll smell something and I can't stand it, and all the guys around me, they'll not smell it at all, and the women and me will be super annoyed, and it happens all the time. And this has been a real relationship problem for me, and I'm very easygoing. I try to not be a bossy bitch, but I cannot stand it when something smells bad.
Life hack for guys, seeing as women complain about like smelly socks and underwear, just don't wear socks and underwear.
There you go.
Makes it worse.
Then they'll never smell.
It's that I'm really not bossy, but fuck, man, it's just
get the waft going.
It's like this instinctive thing where something smells bad and it bothers me.
Did you hear? I think we've talked about this before, actually. The women who are on the pill, and then they marry a guy, and then they go off the pill to have kids, and then they realize they can't stand him because they can now finally smell him for the first time. Some of them were on pill for years and years and years, and that cuts off their olfactory or pheromone senses or something.
Yeah, you have to be able to smell your partner. So the pill fucks with that. Get off the pill before you marry.
Some of the theory behind it is the pill tricks women's bodies into thinking they're pregnant. And it's like you have different modes of attraction. When you're pregnant, you are attracted to people who are like more familial, as in like more similar to you or something, because like that's when you would be like hanging out with your family, so they look after you. Whereas when you're not pregnant, like you're looking for like the opposite genetics.
Women noticed it when they watched Lord of the Rings. I remember this being a thing. It was really interesting. So I remember reading an article on women watching Lord of the Rings, finding themselves really attracted to Aragorn sometime when they watched it, and Legolas a different time.
Really?
And were they on the pill?
And it was because it was just like their where they are and where they're ovulating.
I always like Aragorn. 100%.
Yeah, so it's like.
Look at that thing.
You have to watch Lord of the Rings at different stages of your menstrual cycle, Rini, for the experiment.
Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, it's not going to work for every person, but
that's what he's saying. He's saying like when they were on or off, it changed who they were attracted to.
I always like Aragorn. It's just, do I like kingly Aragorn or gruff, dirty Roland?
Why doesn't anyone like Sam? Sam was the man that women should go with. He is the unsung hero of that entire story.
Sam is an amazing character. He is probably the best character of the story, if you know what I mean.
I would still give that to Aragorn, but
if you know what I
mean.
Stop
like right under there. He is right there.
Yeah, I think Aragorn, he exemplifies so many admirable traits, but I think Sam is sort of like the common man version of that. Like every man can be like Sam, and Aragorn is like the example to follow if you have a destiny and you have expectations to live up to.
This right here, this image is when you go out with your friends who are a couple, but you're just by yourself. And they're fucking...
Yeah, this is a wound. Like imagine me this guy.
I'm here, yeah.
Yeah.
Sam and Aragorn both got laid a lot at the end of the story, so come on.
This is the girl giving the blowjob in the back of the taxi while like the other guy is hanging out, the driver is hanging out.
Oh no.
Do people want to see your drawing yet? By the way, we've been doing cute animal videos for a bit now.
I'm going back and redoing. I am starting to draw again. I'm redoing this fucking hair because my Photoshop crashed.
I'm just asking the chat. I don't want to stop. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this cute little train. He's trying so hard. Little cute train.
Wait,
oh my god, he's got so much track to go. Well, it's just not an animal video, so it's like, oh, the cute train.
Is that a cute train?
Just pretending it's an animal. Never mind.
Okay. You tried. Oh, that's cute. I never got why, it's eating it. I never really understood the whole thing of like little girls being into horses and ponies.
I think Jab Styler tagged you in the puppy photos. Dolphins.
Dolphins.
The
Girls are into
rapists of the sea.
too.
Dolphins, yeah. I don't really get that either.
Jav Stylist says, I think he tagged you in his puppy pics, and I am not going to click on my notifications because I don't know what's going to come up. So I would have to unshare anyway. So
thank you for tagging me in the puppy pics. I'm going to look now and be continually distracted.
Pull them up.
Show me puppy pics. Oh, he tagged you as well. I see it. Oh.
Yeah.
So fluffy.
Go and show everyone.
Okay, wait. Let me post it in. I always use my in private window because you never know what kind of crazy shit is gonna come up. Okay. The fluff. Stupid fucking streamer. Let's go fuck yourself. Okay, there we go. Look! Oh!
Shave it.
Look how fluffy. Oh my god. I want one. That's
I'm not
Nikita.
into it at all.
What do you mean not into it? What do you mean?
No, you are. Look. Oh, so fluffy.
I want dogs to look a bit manly. This looks very puffy.
It's a puppy. It's gonna grow up to be pretty big.
Even
Akitas are pretty big.
It's gonna grow up to be slightly less non-manly.
No, Akitas are. Hold on. Akita Inu.
And that puppy grew up to be Dojla.
They're very, very loyal. Oh, actually, this is an American Akita, right? I like this.
See,
look.
that's a bit more my speed. Although that tail looks very.
This is what feminist. They grow up to look. The Japanese variant is the brown and white one. The black face one is the American one.
Is it like this? Is it like the tail version of a limp wrist to you, Bancroft?
I don't know. It's something about it. I think this is a gay dog.
What dog do you own? What non-gay dog? What ultra
I don't own a
manly?
dog, but you said German Shepherds earlier. Fine dog, great dog.
Staffordshire Bull Terriers.
Bulldogs. Yeah,
This dog is permanently presenting.
Yeah, is that it?
It's permanently presenting.
It's got a cottontail like a rabbit on the back.
It's like it's permanently lifted up. Like
you guys are thinking way too much about it. Akitas are very loyal, strong dogs.
It's a trans dog, says Cyberchat. Yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's a
dogs. You could never be trans and be a dog because that's the first thing they do is they just get right in there and start sniffing. They would know straight away.
Do you know the story of Hachiko?
The trans dog?
No. Well, it was not a trans dog, but it was a dog that waited for 9 years by a train station for his master to return. Like every day, he was like, it's in Tokyo, and there's a statue to this dog in Tokyo. And because his master taught at a university and would arrive home at the train station, so he would meet his master there every day. And after his master died, he would still go to the train station every day for 9 years after his master died. He would just sit there waiting for his master to come back. And like the public was so moved by this dog, they erected a statue to him. And it was Nikita, this breed of dog.
And that master's name was Philip J. Fry.
Futurama took the story from the actual Hachiko story. It was a trained dog. It was so. I mean, they're so loyal. Okay, I'll stop oogling over animals now, guys. I've tortured chat enough. I don't think people like it when I just squeal over cute animals. It's kind of
well,
annoying.
the viewers didn't drop, so
my majority male audience is probably very annoyed now. Sorry,
I think they're probably.
I find it entertaining.
Okay, all right, that's good.
If John was on here, he'd probably throw up, but
yeah, He's
You don't take no guff.
Probably thrown a fit like 50 times. All right, I can share my comment page one more time. I lost a little bit of work on the hair, if you can tell. I'm annoyed. It's a little. I was adding in the shading in the hair and it crashed, so I have to like dry it again.
I still love that she's just staring at those boobs jealously.
She's staring at the boobs.
It could have been me. Why, God, why?
Why have I been dealt this card? Hold on. Why isn't this me? Why do I not have these boobies? Oh.
What's going on? Sorry, I was just looking at my.
He didn't. Look how sad she is that she doesn't have breasts as big as Ragnus. She's staring directly at them.
I mean,
how big are her breasts?
She's like average, probably like a B cup. She's very average. Let's see.
Those things are like a friggin'. I don't know what they are. That's.
She's got 3 heads.
Inhuman. She has large, very big, puffy nipples too.
Oh, here we go. Anti-nipple propaganda Bancroft.
No, I'm just saying. I was on Camel Show earlier, and you know he's showing like the chicks, and both Phil and Rob thought that this chick with these huge cans. I mean, they were as big as a bowling ball each on this girl's chest. I don't know. I don't see the appeal. It's like that is
just gotta go look for what is it? Camel Moon? Yeah, I can name that.
I actually don't have a lot of shots where you can see Yomi's chest because she's usually wearing a. Oh, you can't really. I mean, she's small. She's a very small young woman. So there you go.
I mean, if they're big and natural, then hell yeah. But if they're like big and fake, sometimes it just looks painful. Like you see somewhere it's like so big, you just wonder when the nipples are gonna tear.
So the idea with Ragna was I wanted her to be as big as a woman naturally could be, but then I think like I started hanging around Boob Dan and things just evolved from there.
Yeah,
things like the nipples were not originally a thing. Did I remember I showed you the other page where her original boob size was not that huge, but then it just like evolved.
Nipples like her 11th and 12th finger. Trying to push through the shirt.
I mean, is it a problem?
No, not for me. Not for me.
Gazungas, says Jonah Sweet. I call them Tatangalangs.
There you go. See, this was the original size, and I was like, she's voluptuous, but you know, this is believable, like a well-endowed woman on the street. And then, you know, I started hanging around Boudin.
Yeah, she seems a lot more interesting in this panel. I can't put my finger on it.
That's so terrible. Well, whatever it takes to get people to buy my books.
I've actually been saying your books would go great on Kickstarter. Holy shit. Like they would just crush over there.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's this whole thing that's happened on Kickstarter. I don't know if you're aware. Where they haven't really built up this network that we have. So for promotion, all they can do is just cater to people who want lewds. So they're trying to draw these. They're trying to make these seemingly kind of normal. Like there are some lewd books on there. There's one called Jinkies, which just looks like a sort of a titty story based on Velma. But there are other ones that are just normal stories, but they've got 5 variants of kind of just women, and you don't have to obviously go super sexy, but yeah, a woman like this. Or that you've got that cover with you got the naked version. Yeah, people would eat it up over there. Absolutely eat it up.
the one Rob was showing, like his friend, so it's been 24 hours or something, maybe a couple of days. It's reached $8,734 off 314 backers. I thought that number would be lower. That's I'm not gonna pull it up.
Noticed.
I don't want your stream to get taken down.
Yeah. Kickstarter is I have noticed that. I mean, at present I don't I haven't really seriously been thinking of going to Kickstarter, though I've noticed just going over there and looking at the comic section, they're way more open to lewd stuff. Like Indiegogo just prudish as fuck. You know,
it's
like
weird,
they have
isn't
a
it?
problem with everything. Yeah, and Kickstarter is
even
like
violence.
anything. Yeah. Indiegogo is so prudish. It's even without the suspected Comicsgate thing. They are so prudish, but Kickstarter is like anything goes. As long as you're not showing genitals, basically.
I know you can kind of, as long as you don't show them in the pictures, like you put the censor bar over them, but like there's some pretty genital orientated covers on sale.
Yeah, it gets right to the, what did I say the other day to Rob? I'm like, man, a centimeter down or a few pixels down and you're there. It's there. It's right there.
So if you ever did want to do a more lewd cover, you could probably do well over on Kickstarter. But I mean, speaking of doing well on Kickstarter, I mean, your campaign's been up there not very long, Bancroft, and you're already at like $1,000 dues.
No, I'm at 1,000 US.
No. Do you want to pull it up? Show us.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's take a look at some campaigns. I just realized I should probably go eat sometime. That might be a good idea.
The light has come into your bedroom.
Yeah, you noticed that you guys watched the sunrise behind
It makes me ill.
Really?
To think about working until the sun comes up. It's like that reminds me of when I was in college, university. It gives me the sweats. I'm so happy to be on a normal schedule now.
This is by choice. I like working.
Oh, I know. I'm just saying. It's like, I've been staying up late working on this stuff, on covers and stuff that I need to get done until about 11 p.m. And that I'm like, this is killing me. But that's so it's $1,700 dues. It's 1,100,
nearly $2,000
American. That means I've gotten another backer. I think that's great.
Well, on Kickstarter you get on Indiegogo you get shadow banned. On Kickstarter you get fucking staff pick at the top there.
Yeah. So that was the cool thing. That was one day. I think it was 1 or 2 days into the campaign. I get an email saying your campaign has been selected as a project we love, which is pretty hilarious because the 2 days earlier I was talking about, I'm just putting it up there. We'll see what happens. If I make $500, that's $500 I didn't have the day before. If Kickstarter wants to kick me off, that's their thing. And then a day later, it's where is it? It's a projects we love, and you can go. Actually, this is the best part about it.
It's right there.
I mean, it's a little bit hard to kind of navigate exactly what you're going for. Speaking of the
yes, there you go. You can see them all.
So we go to graphic novels. So these are the, you just click on graphic novels. There it is, right there. It's in the top 9. What is that? 12,
it was on the previous
12.
Page too. You didn't even have to search for it. It was on the last.
Oh, that
page.
that was because it was recommended for me because I think it's like thing. So, but. Yeah, Painted Death, the sign-up page, even though it's done incredibly well, it's over 1,100 sign-ups. It's been shadow banned the entire time on Indiegogo.
Oh.
So, that's and the whole point of this is to find new people. So I'm not really promoting it to. I mean, if people want to get it, there's new stuff on there. There's some puzzles, there's some sketch cards and stuff like that. But
it's the point of this is to find new people who haven't ever seen this before. And actually, there's a if you go here, I should have just hit back. There's actually a few campaigns you guys will recognize on here. There's Coney Waves. There's Narwhals on. There's Forsaken Gods. There's Tropical Magics. There's War Party. There's I'm pretty sure there's Cerberus.
Yeah, I was wondering if you put Cerberus up because I thought it would do quite well over there.
There's Johnny Phantasm. Yeah, there's a bunch here. And obviously there's ones that have ended. There was Cordrath, Graham Nolan's books. So there's quite a few people over here. So
nice.
There you go.
I'm glad your book is doing well. Congratulations.
Yeah, well done, man.
Thank you.
I got the puzzle.
Thank you, Jake. I hope it goes well for you. I have to actually order it first. Just I know. Get the first one.
Yes,
it's all good.
I'm gonna get the. You're gonna get the first one.
No, I'm gonna get the first one, and then yeah. Well, I just want to make sure it's not too dark or anything like that. If I need to lighten up any places or something like that before I send it out to.
I get you.
The backers.
Yes, there seems to have been a campaign called The Amazing Camel Toe.
Was there?
Apparently there was.
No doubt. I have no doubt.
Oh, Kickstarter. What a special platform. I wish we can put up that kind of stuff. And I don't know. I'm working on, I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if I've told you about it. I have one other story I'm working on other than Fiendish. It's this crime story set in Taiwan. It's actually something I've been working on for, well, it's an idea I've had for years and years, but it's really, really hard. And as in it's, pretty raw. There's stuff that definitely wouldn't fly on any crowdfunding platform. I think I really don't know what to do with it. So I'm probably going to do just pre-orders. It's not going to be
your own site.
Yeah, I do have my own site. I just don't have I don't have a crowdfunding thing set up, but I can do pre-orders push come to shove. That's my fallback, right? I have the website and I have the store and everything. So but so
crowdfund on my site was just a product page. That's all it was. And it counted how many sales came in. That's all it was. It's not like what Shane's done or what Luke is doing with Fund My Comic, but it had the look of a crowdfund of a campaign. So I'm going to get a bit more complicated with Painted Death, but not too much. Otherwise, you could throw it up on Fund My Comic as well. I'm sure they would.
So the thing with the with my website, I just can't figure out a way to have the totals, the number of total orders, and the money.
Yeah, because you're with Wix, yeah.
Yeah, I'm with Wix, and it's Wix is wonderful. I'm very happy with it. The one thing I don't fucking have is, it does have some plugins. It has integrations.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the shop. I have it integrated with Printful. I forgot it for a minute. So all this merch for Fiendish is direct from the factory and made just for you. And I actually on the back end I've tried setting up pre-orders because I do have pre-orders for Chapter 1 books here, and I was like, what if I did crowdfunding on here and just set it up as a pre-order, a product page, and then all the perks would be pre-orders, and that's how it would work on the back end. And all I need to make it, and I could have a text block and a story, it would look just like any crowdfunding platform. The only thing I need is a total for the orders.
Yeah.
And I can't find a plugin for Wix.
You can't. I don't. They say there's one. I don't trust it. It looks pretty dodgy. It's some guy with a YouTube video or something. I'm like, no, I don't think so. But yeah, I started on Wix as well. My original site was on Wix, and I have CG Nows on Wix because I just think it's a really nice looking. It makes great websites in terms of I like the options they have that come out of the box, or the parallax stuff, or whatever you want. But in the end, I just switched over to Shopify for the actual site because, yeah, all of the plugins, they've got the app library, and pretty much anything that you can think you might want to have on your shop, there's an app for it, and that's been a godsend. And then on top of that, I can have my products on my YouTube videos now, which is a great thing to have.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is a shame because Wix does make really nice looking sites. There's I don't think anyone's in doubt of that. It's just the crowdfunding side of it. I said I gotta go with Shopify.
Yeah, I noticed the product integrations and everything. So I was thinking what I might do is, I really like this, having everything integrated, and like this fiendish website I have on Wix, and on the back end there's a bunch of other stuff. I can do email campaigns, and so I don't have to like pay MailChimp or another service to send out emails to because my entire email list for everybody that's bought fiendish, because sometimes I want to do updates outside of the campaign, you know what I mean. But I might get a Shopify just for the crowdfunding stuff, and it's like I'll have a tab on here that links externally to a Shopify, and push come to shove, that's what I would do if I want to do crowdfunding on a separate platform, because I don't have the know-how or resources. I'm sure I can probably hire somebody, but at present I'm just not ready to do something like Shane and Yanzi have.
No.
I would love to.
Yeah, that's why I did it.
It's really hard.
I actually did my site, and I didn't ask for anyone's help, and I didn't want it, just to see if someone who has no experience in this stuff can do it. And you can on Shopify, you really can. So, and I made 3 videos about how I actually did it, and they're still on the channel, so anyone can go look at them. But that's what Ripper has in terms of the way it functions. He's got ericjuly.com. That's his website. That would be fiendish.com or fiendishcomic.com, whatever it is. And then on that website, he's got a banner at the top that says go to the ISOM campaign, and then it travels through to Ripperverse, which is on a different site ostensibly. So you could just operate in the same way.
If you did that Shopify thing, you'd be able to put your products at the bottom of your streams as well. Like you could literally have them under the stream right now.
I saw. I actually was just playing around with my backend on YouTube. I was like, oh, I could add products. Wait, it doesn't have my store.
Yeah. It is a pain in the butt, though. I tell you what, getting them all approved through Google took me about a month and a half or 2 months. It was crazy. Oh, it's it's just tinkering back and forth, and they approve it and then they disapprove it, and then but it's all working now, and it's worth it.
Michael Rushford, good morning. You went to sleep and we're still going, because I don't know what else am I going to do with my life. Stream and draw. That's all.
Almost 8 hours. Got 5 minutes until you go to 8
I'm
hours.
going for 8 hours. Yeah. My schedule is so completely fucked. Oh, thanks for dropping by and giving a thumbs up. Thank you, everybody. Hitting that thumbs up. Yeah, I have. I wish I could. It would be nice to be able to integrate this. I don't know.
You could have you get hats and T-shirts, and then a book and a mug, a bag under your videos.
Printed canvas shoes. You can do anything.
I can, Printful is actually a really good service. So I could, they have a bunch. All of these products are linked to Printful. So when there's an order, I pay for the production, and they just make it in the factory and they ship it to you. It's great. So I can make shoes as well. They have they have puzzles too. They have a bunch of stuff. So the only things I ship are the books.
I used Printful to make a special one-of-a-kind piece of merch that I sent to John Malin's P.O Box, and it says it got delivered, but he still doesn't seem to have ever got it.
He never goes to his P.O Box.
Maybe one day.
He opened it and he was like, "What?"
It's like, what's this shit? Throw it away. Ew.
Oh, sorry. I was looking at.
Would you ever do a 24-hour stream?
Garbage day. Huh? What?
Would you ever do a 24-hour stream?
I could. I mean, I just draw.
Can you? What's the limit on a YouTube stream? Is it capped at 24?
I think it's 24. I think it's 24.
Really?
You have to ask Finn. I think he's done that.
Well, I think for the processing limit is like 7 hours, so we're already past that. But I think you can stream longer than 24 because streams like Lo-Fi Girl, they've been going for months.
No, true.
It just never, you can't save it. Like YouTube's only, it's like 7 hours or 10 hours is the max for, I think 7 hours is the max for editing and 10 or 6 or 7 hours. And then 10 hours is max for saving a stream. So it would, I mean, you can stream for 24 hours. You just wouldn't, you had to save it locally.
On Twitch, people literally do subathons for like days at a time, and they sleep on stream. And it depending on how many gifted subs they get during the stream, the timer gets extended, and they go for like days.
That's nuts. Yeah, I don't know if I would. It would just be here. I do this all day. I just sit here and draw, so I might as well.
I think the longest I've done is maybe 8 or 9 hours, and at the end of it, I think I slept for 2 days or something.
But it's different if you're streaming because you have to talk and like you're expending extra energy with paying attention to the stream. Did I take my recycling? Yes, I did. Okay, sorry. Today's garbage day over here. Housekeeping. 2 minutes to 8 hours. I can do this.
I was pretty knackered after an 8-hour stream. I think I've done around that twice now. But like when Breath of the Wild comes out on my fucking channel, I'm going to just stream playing it all day. I'm going to sit there and play the whole fucking day. Might hit 8 hours of gameplay. That would be, I'll be knackered.
This isn't that bad for me. I think it feels like, dude, this is why I like draw streams because this is,
I couldn't do it because I couldn't keep up productivity. I would get distracted. And yeah, I can't do this thing where you're just keeping up, you know, a decent pace in the drawing and live streaming at the same time. I just wouldn't happen.
I think it balances out because it's like when I'm not live streaming, I have other distractions, and when I'm live streaming, I have like the distraction of talking to you guys, but I won't get distracted with like, ooh, let me go look at some shoes on Amazon or some bullshit. So wait, no, recently it's not shoes, it's furniture. I'm so excited about furniture. I've been looking at ottomans. This is how you know you're in your 30s because furniture makes me very excited.
In your 30s and
we call them puffs.
Puffs.
Wait, the Ottomans are called puffs?
Puffs. Yeah.
Puffs. Yeah, I got a new sofa
we use
set,
that word differently over here.
No, we use that word the same way as well.
You bloody wafter.
Bloody wafter.
Jonas says, "Hello, all. What did I miss?" Like,
so let's recap everything.
Yeah.
For the entire 8 hours. 8 hours! Woo! We did it! Yay! I love streaming all night.
What are you doing now? Are you gonna go to sleep or are you just going to work now?
I'm gonna take a nap and then work.
Insane.
How long are you gonna nap for?
A couple hours.
I'm just intrigued by how you do what you do. I don't know what's going on. Seems very...
On nap, I actually get quite a bit of sleep every day, but I will I usually go to sleep before now. It's like 8 a.m. over here, but I usually nap. I sleep for like 2 or 3 hours in the morning, and then in the evenings I'll sleep like another 4 hours, and then I'll start streaming around like 9. That's what I usually do.
Didn't Da Vinci do that? That's how he stayed productive or something?
I think he would sleep in like 1 or 2 hour bursts.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah. No, I have this problem where I can't physically sleep more than 5 hours at once. So I figured, I wake up, I can't sleep more unless I'm really exhausted. I'll wake up after like 4 or 5 hours. I'm like, I might as well just split up my sleep schedule, you know?
I went through a period of that. It was so annoying. After 4, I'd wake up and I'd be like, I have all the time in the world. I have no reason to wake up. But then you just would.
Yeah, I'm weird, but I get plenty of sleep, guys. It's just not at like the normal person times. I have errands to run today. I have to go pick up dry cleaning and do other stuff. Oh my god.
Well, I right now am setting up the stream for later on because it's like because tonight is it Thursday now for everyone?
It is. Our next Creative Block show is tonight.
Creative Block episode 5. I'm gonna call it Talking About Talking. The 5 voices of writing applied to comics.
There are 5 voices.
Oh, you'll see. You'll see. You'll see.
I have more than 5 voices in my head.
But yeah, apparently there are kind of like a limit of 5 voices, including your own kind of like talking voice, your own voice as an author, and of all writing in Western literature, you cannot find a voice that is in addition to these 5 or 4. And okay, Lena, that's the challenge. If you want to think of one, you can. But like, I bet that when we just try and think of more, they'll kind of end up being able to be like fit in them. Rainey's press X to doubt face. But then I've been thinking like you can take those voices and you can potentially apply them to loads of different aspects of comics, like the flow of events, the style of a scene, the personality of a character. Like a character's personality could be a mix of those 4 voices, and like even paneling. So yeah.
All right, I look forward. I gotta watch the video you sent, and
you don't have to. I've made special edits of the videos, so they're very short. I only have a couple of videos to play. I've even made a couple of funny edited videos that hammer the theme home that should very much annoy people. But yeah, so
cool. I look forward to this. Yeah, I think well, I won't, I'll say most of it for the actual show, but character voice is something I've struggled with. I think I'm naturally more of a plot person, and character writing is like something I've had to learn. So I look forward to what you guys will have to say about this, because it's really natural for some people, but not for others. It's like interesting. Everybody has different.
If that's the case, this might help because you can almost mix the 4 voices up, like, and make a character out of it. You'll see. I'm hoping.
You have an editor, Rainey?
I do.
Do they help? Is it sort of they work with the characterization and that sort of stuff with you, or is it more?
They right now they help me. It's like, if I have an idea for like, well, I want to change a scene, I run it by them, and I run it by my whole team, but it's like my actual editor has like a more, their opinion takes precedence on like if I'm not sure about something. And he proofreads. It's Michael Oden, by the way. He's a writer for The Embrace and and a bunch of other books. And I have him sort of give me suggestions on dialogues. I just hand him. I've shown you guys how I do the roughs for, like, I don't write a script. I do thumbnails. Like, I do lettered thumbnails. So he's really good at going through and giving me suggestions for like Yomi sounds too demure here, or it would like maybe this like shaman, she should have a hint of more disdain. This would be more in tune with her characterization in this previous page, and like those kind of suggestions. It really helps. I think for my main characters, like Yomi, I struggled with a lot because Cosmo's my main character. Like, I know his voice really well. Ragna's easy, stuck up bitch, but some characters that I don't really have a template for, and like side characters, and you can always use a second or third opinion and somebody to give you suggestions, and Mike's really helped me with character voice, I think.
Yeah, if you can find someone who gets the story and knows what you want to do and works well together, that's like a godsend.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've shown and I have like friends that and I feel terrible because I haven't been paying attention to. It's like I have friends where like little writing groups, a couple of them, where we send our synopses and character profiles to each other, and like it's good to have feedback groups. And I've been very lucky that I do have old friends from comics and just people I know who are writers and they're serious about it, and we trust each other to show each other our story synopsis. So there are people who know like what happens in Fiendish and the summary, but I feel bad because I haven't been able to read their stuff recently. I've just been working on my stuff. But yeah, feedback is good.
I shared the link to the stream. It's in the private chat. I don't have a wrench, so I can't put it in there.
You don't have a wrench.
Do you want me to? Should I say something?
Yes, I'll wrench you.
Okay.
I guess I'll trust you.
Can you guys convince Narwhal to set up raids so that the next time he doesn't get unraided?
No, it's even worse than that. Do you want to know what happened on the last stream, Bancroft? He set up a stream early, didn't use that one, made a new one. So the old one was up the whole time. So if you had raided it, you would have sent it to the wrong stream anyway.
Yeah, he set up 2 streams. I don't even know how that happens.
It's crazy. Hold on, I'm almost there. I'm getting to the thing now.
Comment in chat so I can wrench you. The creative block! ! There we go.
320 likes on the stream. You guys are great.
Thank you, everybody. If you haven't hit like, please do. It really does help the algorithm. We've been going for like 8 fucking hours. I hope this has been entertaining for everybody. If you appreciate this pain, it's not pain, this is fun, then please hit like and show us a little reward. I would appreciate it. Thank you. There you go. You're wrenched.
Hey,
you're a real friend now. You have a wrench on my channel.
I never usually bother. I don't really do anything with wrenches, so I don't really ask for them. But like, yeah, thank you.
No, it's you should be able to post links. All right, I think I should go sleep now. It's about time. But thank you all so much for joining me. This has been fucking epic. I never expect to stream for this long. I was like, I'll do a little like couple hours of draw stream and look where we are. But join us tonight on Jake's channel for another episode of The Creative Block, which is a show where Jake, Phil Diaz, Narwhal, and I talk about writing or just general creative advice. And we're going to be talking about dialogue today, which should be a lot of fun. The link is pinned right now in the chat, so everybody go click on that and set up a notification. It starts at around like 9:30, right? You're starting the usual time?
It's when Bancroft finishes. It's around the time Bancroft finishes his stream, and it ends around the time Jack's show starts. So it's sandwich between those two. Like I think it's 2 a.m. for me, so I don't know what time it is for you. That's the thing.
We're like snuggled between their shows.
Shoved directly inside.
Rammed
right in there.
Rammed in there. Like that. Okay, it's all getting clipped. So we set it at 9. We never started. We started around like 10-ish.
Yeah.
If the time is wrong,
the best time.
Yeah, we started around 10. So anyways, hit a notification for that. That would be really awesome. I give Jake a subscribe on his channel. Mike, want to shout out anything?
Yeah, sub to my channel, Michael Bancroft. I don't quite do 8-hour draw streams, but we do some fun stuff over there.
Awesome.
Lots of book promoting.
And you guys can back the Lucent. That's on
Kickstarter.
And you can we also have the website for it as well.
Yep. If you want to get it right now, it's going to cost a little bit extra, but I'll send it out tomorrow. If you don't mind waiting, pay a little bit cheaper, get some extras that you won't get elsewhere. There's Kickstarter for you. And sign up to Paint to Death. That will be coming when the Kickstarter pretty much ends. There'll be like a couple of week break, and then but I'm gonna start the hype train for Paint to Death in the next couple of weeks. New covers coming in. It's gonna be pretty epic.
Fantastic.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it. After reading the first one, I was very impressed by the book, and I'm eagerly awaiting the second one.
Look at Mortal V with all my thank you, Jake. Look at Mortal V with all my links. Even Rumble. Yeah. I still, if we don't count Yellow Flash, which we should count Yellow Flash because he does promote a lot of campaigns. But if we didn't, let's just pretend I have the largest CG channel on Rumble. So for now.
Speaking of Rumble, I want to thank everybody who has been in chat. I have finally hit 100 subscribers on Rumble.
Well done.
Well done.
Thank you.
So you can now stream to it.
That was so that's when I started to stream. That's what I asked. I posted my Rumble link, and I only had not only, but it was at like 86 or something. I'm now at 117. So you guys are fucking awesome. That's a lot of people. I really appreciate it. So now I can simulcast to Rumble, and that'll be good because I know some people prefer Rumble, and it's always nice to have a backup. And I like the platform. Mortal V, you're just a link master today. Thank you so much. You're amazing. And thank you for the other links as well. My mods are great. Sign up for Extend, yes, and Cyberfrog. Yeah. All right.
Aviator Surge. I was thanking Mortal V. He says I got I gave Mortal V no love. I gave all the love to Mortal V. I called him out personally.
Yeah, he did give him love. All right. You guys know the deal with me. Fiendish, all that good stuff. All my links are in the description. I'm in the last leg of drawing Fiendish, so the inks should be done. I'm hoping, I don't know, ideally I'm like 2 weeks. Nah, bitch, you're not going to be done in 2 weeks because those last 2 pages are hard, but it'll be the end of the month. We should be done with the inks and hopefully the colors as well. But and then going to print the next month, and I'm hoping the printing will be done at least for like I want to start fulfillment in June. So for like the maybe the map and the standee, because those are being made in Taiwan, that might not arrive until July, but I want to start fulfillment in June. So fingers crossed. That's our schedule right now. The printer for the books are in America, so they're local, but it just depends on it is a big print run. I have a bunch of variant covers, so it'll take maybe like 2 or 3 weeks, but it's happening. I'm very excited. Thank you all for your continued support, and I'm very excited to be nearing the finish line here. Thank you guys for watching me draw boobies today. I will post more of these videos, and I'll have a time lapse for this up when I'm finished with it. Okay, bye
Bye everyone.
I'll see you guys around on the creative block.
Yeah, see you later on. And also, no one ever usually says this, thanks to the chat, but hail to all the lurkers who don't comment in chat. The other 150 of you, the other 100-something people, you also power these streams too. So hail to the lurkers.
True. I appreciate you all, and also hello the hate watchers. I'm sure they're hi Marvel editors. It's fine. It's fine. I know you don't like me, but that's okay. I love you back. All right, I'll see you guys tonight. Bye.
Bye.
See ya.